Welcome everyone back to the LPL English Twitch and YouTube channel, the unofficial English coverage of the LPL that is now at its third to last day in Split 1 regular season. Wow, how time flies, but we've still got some pretty big marquee matchups to show off, and to start out our series, myself and my lovely co-caster Quacks will be breaking down one of the last few remaining group perseverance matches of the year, folks. This group is going away into Split 2. It's going to be Edward Gaming versus Team WE to see just how close this group really comes together, Quacks. But before we get to that, I want to get your take on the standings as a whole between all three of our groups, because, as I always like to say, we're starting to get some color filled in here across our three groups. What are you taking away from this?
I mean, I think right now it's pretty important to look at the series that we're going to be focusing on today. Perseverance, obviously, is the group that we're going to be covering. And WE looking to end their regular season 5-1. Slayer, I think for a lot of people, this is a team that they're anticipating to be out of Perseverance and into Ascent. So we have to be seeing more convincing for the people that might not be on the train of them making Ascend quite yet. I want to see a convincing series from them in order to convert me specifically, because I am not one of the people on the WE2 Ascend train myself. But for EDG, they have now won, I believe, 2 series in a row. If they win this would be their third. So kind of reigniting some of that spirit that a lot of the EDG fans have been slowly but surely restoking as the wins have piled up.
Yeah, Quacks, I've always been a momentum-based kind of guy when it comes to going into playoffs, so I'm glad you pointed out that for EDG. Really quickly, just want to touch on Group Ascend. Yes, we got a lot of colors filling in on the top 4 for who will not have to play the Knights Rivals tournament, but hey, we still got to figure out seeding. It is a whole can of worms over there as well. But as you pointed out, Team WE really shouldn't see too much movement because of that +6 games to score. But let's introduce their challengers of this matchup, that being Edward Gaming. We'll be able to meet that roster now. The EDG side that saw very little turnover compared to other LPL teams coming into 2026. It is still ZDZ in the top side, Xiao Hao in the jungle, Angel in the mid lane, and then the return of Leave back to EDG in the ED carry position to team up with one of the fastest rising supports of 2025, Perukia, to make a team that Quacks, many people expected not to be in this spot so early on to their season. One of the teams that many thought should be a Group Ascend contender.
And yeah, frankly, this is the team that a lot of people expected to be in WE shoes, right? Contending for that Ascend spot and being able to kind of punch up to the next level. Like you said, the lack of turnover from 2025 to 2026 means that the synergy is already there. The pieces are already in place. You grab up Leave, as who was one of the best ADCs in 2025 in his own respective group when he was on NIP, and it's a recipe for success. But the recipe has not been really shaping up. So I do think that although we have seen, like I said, a little bit of a rebound from this team, 2 series wins in a row, we have to see them finish off strong. And what way better to do that than against WE, who are at the top and at the place where so many people thought EDG would be at this point in time.
Definitely feels like EDG are starting to solve some of their problems of early. I don't know if we can necessarily say that for problems of old for our guy ZDZ. We talked about his driver's license mishaps. Well, let's see how he looks against a classic math question. Check out this popular clip that's been circling around.
鸡兔同，我今天就要给你们表演一个2次，那个叫什么来着？笼子里有鸡兔共27只，兔子几条腿？4x，你多出来的20多只哪来的？他妈的，在笼子里生的吗？ 哦，我知道了。我也喜欢跟上班讨论数学。x 减3的这种，那 x 等于，那他妈为什么18？我受不了了。
Quacks, it's always so fun to, remember that our amazing pro players are definitely humans too. I find it funny, you mentioned it when we were going through that the first time. ZDZ's been a staple of, we've learned a lot about ZDZ and how his mind works. It just split one already with some of the things we've seen from him outside of the game of League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. That clip is absolutely hilarious. I mean, when we were looking at it before we went live, I wanted to try and see if I could dissect solving that problem myself, but I gave up. So honestly, I can't even judge the guy because I wasn't able to do it in the time that we had before we went live. So yeah, hands are off here.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I went to school for journalism, so that means I avoided math. I'm not gonna claim that I know anything either. So it's cool to see ZDZ struggle just like all of us here on the caster desk, apparently with math equations. Easy to calculate this one though, figuring out what their opponent will be for ZDZ. That's gonna be Team WE as your answer. Let's meet their roster, obviously, that you have seen many times across this year already, and also another team that hasn't seen too much turnover, maybe a bit more than our Edward Gaming side. Cube in the top side, a Monkey in the jungle, Karis in the mid lane. That stays the same, and then it is the new look bottom lane for Team WE, About and Yao Yao, who have captured a lot of people's attention and a lot of people's hearts, and also have played maybe a bit better than expected for coming into the LPL on a new team. Quacks?
And I feel like this point has been kind of beaten to death already because a lot of people have focused on WE and the really stark turnaround performance-wise that this squad has had in 2026. But it is really impressive to see other sources besides just Monkey, particularly Karis, really come up and be able to have a standout split, especially after a lot of people were on the lower end with him in 2025. I think that every single member of Team WE has really improved. It hasn't just been the Monkey show, and that is why I think it has been the reason that Team WE have been doing so well is because you have multiple different sources contributing multiple different things, and I think that this team has worked like a well-oiled machine. So excited to see them, potentially. There have been some debates on whether or not they'll get into Ascend. That is the big topic right now, Slayer.
We'll get to that shortly, Quacks. But first, let's hear a bit more about Team WE's dynamic from their head coach, talking with Karis.
大家好，我是西安气象 W 中单 Karis。
大家好，我是西安曲江 W 教练金金。
일단은 개인적으로 뭐 LPL에서 1년 동안 했다 보니까 자신감도 많이 생기기도 했고 멤버들도 좀 바텀 빼고 안 바뀌어서 좀 친해진 것도 있어서 좀 뭔가 게임하면서 편해진 게 좀 많이 커서 게임적으로도 좀 많이 좀 유리하게 작용하는 것 같아서 그런 부분이 좀 많이 좋은 것 같아요. 아무래도 제가 작년에부터 이제 제가 중국어를 잘 못하다 보니까 좀 많이 의존하는 게 좀 있고 확실히 대화하면서 좀 많이 뱀핑 얘기도 하고 인게임 얘기도 하면서 좀 많이 서로 조율하는 게 좀 많이 커서 개인적으로는 잘 의지하고 있는 편인 것 같습니다.
我对 KS 的，就是 KS 在游戏场上的表现就是很稳定嘛，然后加上对线强度，还有在后期的 carry 能力，这是比较对 KS 的依赖吧。
막 엄청 어떤 말을 자주 하진 않는 것 같은데 그냥 제 기준 생각나는 거를 말하자면은 저도 되니까 약간 분리할 때도 좀 안 쫄고 자신감 있게 앞에서 좀 공격적으로 좀 교전을 쫄지 않고 했으면 좋겠다 이런 말을 자주 들었던 것 같아요.
其实我们 W 的话，指挥的话肯定是 Monkey 选手嘛，老妈的指挥，然后这个执行最好的选手也是我们中野配合1年多的 KS 选手吧。
大家好，我是西安气象。
Always nice to get some insight from our coaching staff and the players to see exactly how these teams work and function. And Karis has certainly been such a pivotal point for WE's success here. But does that success mean group ascend or ascension to the highest group? You get a look at many of our casters here, people behind the scenes at LPL English, and Quacks, we're united, but we are actually the minority. They will not make it.
Yeah, and you know, I'm a little bit disappointed that we both said no, actually, because I feel like it would have created some really fun discussion if one of us was in one camp and the other in another. But yeah, we're in agreement here that they will not make Ascend. I would love to be proven wrong, but I do think that this team does have some consistency issues that other Ascend teams might be able to exploit if they don't fix it up here or if they aren't fixing it up in the near future.
Yeah, and I'll get more into my logic a bit later, but I'll say for now, unfortunately, the way I think the Knights Rivals tournament will play out is what will do WE in, but those discussions we'll have a bit later into this matchup. We want to make sure if we're both against WE, we need to give some praise to Team WE because there's a reason that 5 of the people on your screen are saying yes, and this man in the mid lane has to be one of the pivotal ones. Chorus for All-Pro. Quacks, this is a united front from us here as well, feeling like this guy has been the bejeweled piece to the Team WE success of Group Perseverance.
And it's also just because, like, you have to, I think, factor in the improvement that this guy has had. We touched on it a little bit, Slayer, but, like, compared to what we had, like, where we had Karis mentally in 2025 to where we have him now, it's like night and day. I think that the improvement from this guy has played a huge factor in at least my decision to put him in that all-pro category. And also, I think if you look at this guy statistically, the stats might not be the most impressive thing ever. He doesn't top the charts in any of these stats shown on the screen, but it's his impact on the game that I think is really what you have to look at. I think if you look at any Team WE match, you might not be looking at the flashy stats or anything like that, but the gameplay and the transition that he's able to make from getting gold and having impact on the map, I think is basically unmatched compared to especially other Perseverance mid laners.
Totally, Quacks. And for me, it's this bottom right figure that I think really stands out to everything you're talking about, is a minimizing deaths. That's usually minimizing mistakes. He is one of the best in the league at doing so, and I don't need to sell many of you loyal viewers at home at how chaotic Group Perseverance series have gone. There's been a lot of unnecessary deaths going on, so the fact that he's this high up for Karis, yeah, definitely why, for me, he's an all-pro in our minds. But of course, if you notice next to the main man himself on your screen, there is an option for you to wager in on this and, well, the all-pro scene as a whole. So if you got your phone handy or something to scan this QR code, please go ahead and do so. We want to hear from you all at home to see just exactly where everyone lands, not just for if Kara should be all-pro, but who are your best players of the year, of the split, you know, first team, second team, all-pro, all of that fancy stuff, because we will internally be doing our own rankings. And Quacks, it's always fun to either cope your own picks against the mass public or, you know, really reinforce your picks, depending on how everybody in the LPL English sees the all-pro listings.
Yeah, I got the ping to do the all-pro listings and then immediately got hit with an announcement like 30 minutes later that we had to put our name down. So I had to redo them, and I was very sad. Nope. But blame Ulk Battery for that. But yeah, I don't think I personally had too many spicy takes, but I am really interested to see what other members on the talent board do say, and of course what everyone else says as the general consensus. So it's always super cool to see the all-pro votes flood in for sure.
All right, but we now have to get to this big-time matchup. EDG, Team WE, shortly to be taking the stage here, Quacks. And while we kind of touched on it a little bit, that there isn't a ton of really big impact to the standings this series will do, knowing that Team WE have such a huge game difference marker. I think right now, if we saw the standings correctly, they were +6, and I believe EDG is either only +1, and IP might be +2. There's no way, depending on how these series go, for them to find any way back in, but it's still such a big series, like you talked about, for momentum going into that play-in tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, there is like a very marginal amount of, I would say, stakes when it comes to the standings. Basically, EDG have to win this series, and then NIP have to lose to Thunder Talk. So part of it is in your hands. The other part of it is not. If both of those things happen, then EDG, I think, lock top 2. But again, not totally up to them, and it is relying on Thunder Talk clutching up their first series win against NIP, who have been in close contention with EDG basically all split long.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember to one of our most recent Group Perseverance series, it was EDG getting that 2-1 over NIP, and to be honest with you, everyone at home, if you missed the series, it probably should have been NIP 2-1, the way that Game 3 was going before things got out of control for them. But that, of course, is all in the past here. I forgot to do... You know what? I like to do this every time we see walkouts. A lot of these teams, Quacks, have not been in order. I wasn't paying enough attention this time. All I saw was Yao Yao and Perukia were the last two, so I'm going to give our teams, you know, a nice little gold star. A good job lining up on the stage correctly, as they will now take to their setups, and we will get set here for our Game 1 draft, Quacks, and that is where I swing the classic first selection question towards you. We have EDG, who decided to pick first pick with their first selection. What does that tell you about expectations for the start of our series and, of course, this Game 1 draft?
I mean, it tells me that they really want to pick Varus. I think that every single team right now is looking at that champion, licking their lips. That's probably one of the most overpowered characters in the whole game right now.
Highest
not
win
just
rates,
because, right? He's got a super high win rate as well. I also just generally think that first pick is really valued in the LPL as a whole, because there are a bunch of really strong first pick champions. We mentioned the Varus, but also there's the classic duology of the junglers in Malphite and Jace, who, you know, you leave them open, insta grabbed up. Of course, but then you've also got things like the Jarvan in that lane as well. I think Sion is still very blind pickable, so there's a lot of options that you can go for when you have that first pick. And I think right now with EDG, the lane and the roles that I have been most impressed with is definitely mid jungle. Xiaohao and Angel have definitely been the bright spot for me whenever I look at this team, especially in what has allowed them to clutch up those last 2 series wins. I think that their confluence has really played a major factor. So if we want to get them on comfort champions as soon as possible, I wouldn't be surprised if, particularly Xiaohao, we try and give him one of his better characters just right out of the gate before WE can ban it.
Yeah, I'm with you in this mid-jungle kind of conversation, because I mainly just want to see EDG play like a full, complete game against an opponent that is not named Thunder Talk. And I don't think even in their series wins, like we talked about, like maybe the NIP series of recent, it's really hard for them to put like a single consecutive mid or like early mid late game or even just early mid game win. And the best way to do that would be, you know, like a Nocturne Orianna combination, maybe like, you know, Jarvan or like put the team fight starting power into Xiaohao and Angel's hands consistently through a game, and I think that's the best way they could do so. We're jumping into draft, and Quacks, your precious B1 Varus is already gone. One of the bands W is taken away. So what champions are hanging around that you think maybe a better pickup here for Edward Gaming?
I mean, we've still got that Xin Zhao. We've still got that Jarvan as well. I think that a lot of, particularly, I was going to try and like limit it down to like Perseverance junglers, but just junglers in LPL as a whole have had a lot of success with Jarvan, just because of how much pressure he can apply as soon as Summoner's Rift you know, starts up its animations to get everything loaded on in. So Jarvan is definitely a champion that I'm looking at as now last ban Wukong Yunara also going to be the final ban for EDG.
Orianna?
Jarvan is up. Yep, Orianna is also available if you just want to handshake the Ori and the Azir. That also is an option. Ryze is also available, though we have been seeing him more as a like 2-3 pick, I think, in the current meta.
I am shocked that we've not taken away any of the power mid laners. I know there's a vast pool of them, like you so adequately pointed out, Quacks, but usually we get like one of Orianna, Ryze, Azir coming off the board. So the fact that we have none of them is interesting for our both teams, as we do see that Angel will grab himself the Orianna with so many of those good pairings left up. I like this move. You spoke on the Jarvan. We talked about the Nocturne that has a lot of high priority. No matter what WE do here on this turn, you're going to have a pretty good pairing with that Orianna for Angel.
And I do think that Azir is, probably just going to be the lock-in, because not only is it a decent matchup into the Orianna, but also you're expecting an engaged jungler to be paired up with this Ori just to get that shockwave combo off. So having that that Emperor's Divide to be able to kind of push that away and disengage a fight, kind of mess up that combo a little bit, is super duper valuable. So I think that WE, if they want to index into that, is definitely an option, as we do see the Mundo hover. This is actually Monkey's most played of the split, so it does negate some of that CC from the Orianna and potentially Jarvan, as we see it hovered here by Xiaohao. And also, it's a comfort pick for Monkey in their last regular game series of the season.
Yeah, I also like it, right? Because Azir wants to play a longer style fight. Mundo's all about survive and thrive with maximum dosage. If you can, we're already seeing with this Nocturne locked in that EDG are very much about, we need to go in, blow somebody up immediately, or fights are not going our way, especially with the Nico lock-in. So now, WE can kind of just set up this defensive strategy of, we're going to try and throw the Nocturne off us with Azir, we're going to try to outlast the burst damage with Mundo. It's going to make no matter how the game goes, at a certain point, WE will be too tanky and too problematic for this EDG comp. We are immediately putting Edward Gaming on a timer.
And WE here, you can see hovering the Scion, and they're going to lock it in.
Holy
so WE have a lot of survivability, and that longevity is certainly there, like you so adequately put, Slayer. But the lack of damage, especially early on, is something that I am pretty concerned about right now, especially because EDG, they don't have insane early game damage and insane early game proactivity. Nocturne isn't the champion that'll be, looking for invade. So I do think that this slightly plays into WE's hands, but as soon as we see the Orianna hit level 6, as soon as we see the Nocturne hit level 6, and even that Nico, if we're extending that courtesy over to Perukia, I feel like EDG are going to start making plays, and WE still won't really have the damage to match at the current moment. So I think we need to see a solid carry be drafted here for a bout, and EDG have enough of a team fight combo right now where I think it really opens up the door for Leave to go for something a little bit more stylish. I think that Kaisa has been a champion he's been very fond of so far and does fit the mold of what they want to do, and WE are going to ban that one up immediately.
Good call. Good call. Yeah, so second phase of bans, I think WE done a very good job at taking away a tank shredder, and then, like you mentioned, just a great playmaking champion to follow up on the immediate dive that this comp puts together. Ezreal is an about targeted ban. I maybe like to see like a Sivir here as well. They're going to go with the Corki. I think Sivir works perfectly with this composition now. Obviously can't get jumped on with the Shockwave, the Nocturne Orianna Shockwave, but yeah, you get an Enchanter next to the Sivir. Now you have Sivir Azir scaling. It doesn't have any dashes for Nocturne Orianna here, Quacks, but I actually remember WB running this exact comp if we get Yao Yao to lock in the Lulu, which he will, with the Mundo of Monkey being too problematic with Wild Growth and maximum dosage. It's going to get really hard for EG to kill off these carries.
Yeah. And here it is. I mean, when you lock in the Lulu, I feel like the best pairing that's currently available is the Aphelios. So EDG are going to be kind of forced to take away that duo if they want to at least have a better time for Leave, who, like we said, wants to be dishing out the damage, wants to have that follow-up with the team fight combo that EDG have drafted up so far. But it doesn't look like they're going to get an 80 carry right away. Instead, go for that Ambessa into the Scion. So I don't think we're going to be seeing a ton of interaction here in the top lane. I mean, that's partially why you go the Scion, just to negate a lot of those worries into some of those lane bullies. But Vayne being hovered, I actually would kind of hate that, but Smolder I think I would kind of hate more, to be honest with you.
Well,
I like the misfortune.
I mean, yeah, this is just, we are throwing everything at you. We are jumping in completely as a team. Paranoia, Shockwave, Pop Blossom, Public Execution, there's a raining hellfire of bullets on top of it. EDG are looking to wombo up a team fight and trust in that to win this game, but I've already seen WE get wins this way, playing the Outlast style, and I think it has worked a lot in group perseverance, and it's a whole different other conversation, Quacks, about if this will work against, Send teams or teams will meet in the Knights Rivals tournament, but it has found a lot of success so far in the regular season here for Team WE. Main reason why I think they are 4-1 at the top of the group, playing comps like this and daring teams to punish them for it.
It definitely is a question of endurance here for WE, because you don't have a lot of early game proactivity. You really are waiting on some of these late game power spikes to come through, which means EDG can kind of just run the map for the first 20 or so minutes of the game, unless they make a massive mistake and give a lump sum of gold over to WE. So that's going to be the big test for EDG as well. You have a timer, you have your time in the sun, and that is from when you hit Summoner's Rift to around the 20-minute mark until that scaling really starts to take effect. effect. So what can you do with that? EDG have done a really good job at snagging wins by being proactive in the early game, and that is how they're going to win this game, and by extension, potentially this series, Slayer.
A big reason why EDG were not able to find this series win last time was the not carrying over that early game success you talked about, Quacks, consistently into closing out games. Very cool to see TWE testing them the same exact way in their final series of Group Perseverance. It's time to hit the rift here. Team WE, Edward Gaming for one final time.
Still am not used to those cheers yet, but you know,
I give a little bit of Team WE. I think that yeah. I would give slight edge, the Jai-O edge. It's an important one.
Yup. Oh, don't we know it as American football enjoyers? You know, home field advantage and the crowd being on your side is definitely something that takes effect. As, yeah, I mean, continuing to also already forced to burn the barrier. So, yeah, this is something that we're looking at. We haven't touched a lot on it, but Leave, on top of EDG just trying to minimize the mistakes that have plagued them for essentially the entire split, I think if we want to go a little bit more granular, Leave, especially on an immobile AD carry like Misfortune, you got to be conservative with that flash. You have to temper your aggressive tendencies, because if WE, especially in the late game, have an opportunity to punish that, you best believe that they are going to. So I feel like EDG, all of the members have something that they need to work on, and the team itself definitely needing to find that improvement angle if a lot of people are to be reconvinced that they can be more competitive than they have been all split.
Reconvinced. Glad you used that wording, because this is the team that many, not just here at LPL English's broadcast team, but a lot of you in the majority LPL fandom thought would be a team to make their way finally to Group Ascend. EDG, we're never playing in Group Ascend in 2025. Got to keep that one in mind as well. Quack, so talk to me about these jungle paths here, because I see Monkey's a bit quicker out of his on the bot side and will be spot on this ward, and Xiao Hao is also clearing down to this very area.
Yeah, Monkey as well, deciding to go for the red Krugs. Rookie mistake. You go for Krugs red, because if you don't have the priority, you got to walk that much further. You know, time is money, and Monkey is Money Man Mundo, so doesn't he know it?
Oh my god, though. He's going to land the first cleaver on Angel. The slows are starting to stack here. Ooh. Angel's going to have to flash. The timing of that was so interesting, Quacks, because Xiao Hao nearly spotted Monkey going into that brush, but was just a second behind.
And now Monkey going to be able to walk up toward this topside crab, equalize that CS count with his counterpart. And Angel forced to burn that flash already. Like we said, we wanted to see WE temper themselves in the early game, but Monkey has been a player who really has not been doing that this split. I think that anytime he has seen an inkling of opportunity on the map, he has always gone for it, and that has led to some very good plays and some good results for WE. It's also led to some very questionable results for WE. I think that the inconsistency largely stems from the engages they look for, particularly in the mid to late game, and I think that was a good look there from Monkey, but we have to see that continue in this game because, again, this is a team that we need to be convinced can take that next step, and that is going to be a question of how can they be consistent against maybe some of those Ascend teams if they do in fact make it.
And while, you know, losing that flash for Angel is problematic in most game scenarios, I still do think it's not the biggest issue as long as Angel plays respectfully enough. Because again, this is a very slow moving draft from Team WE. Usually you could think if there's a Jarvan, a Wukong, a Xin Zhao in the game, like they could flash, get some CC down, and make sure the Orianna can't move for a kill, but it's still just going to be, what, Monkey running at Angel at the right time and hitting a cleaver. And if you play respectfully enough, Angel shouldn't be punished too heavily for losing that flash. But as we talked about from Draft Quacks, you still need to be the more proactive team in this area if you are EDG. Luckily right now, that is mainly through Leave, who does open up to about a 4,000 gold lead already before 5 minutes.
400, I believe.
400.
Yes.
Yep, my numbers are off. See, we talked about it. I don't do math. This is why I don't do math, Max.
And I was getting a little bit worried there. I'm glad About is opting to channel that reset, being really low. And obviously, we know that the junglers, and I think both teams know that each jungler has the mirror clear. So Xiaohao is on the bot side of the map, wanting to avoid the wrath of that Nocturne. And with both junglers finishing up their clears, that bot side crab, I believe, is going to tick the person who takes it over to level 6. So if Xiaohao can secure that, unlock that paranoia, and hover around some of these lanes in mid and bot, he could maybe look to make a play with that and open EDG up to a solid start. But the waves are pushing, so I don't think there is a likelihood of being able to make a play, but there is a high likelihood of being able to get that crab.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, Karis, I like the look. That's how you could punish Angel without flash, but the soldiers sweep right under the Orianna there. So now Karis, a good look, but both mid laners without flash, without that play, as you called out. Xiaohao will take over to level 6 first. He's also spotted on a ward going for these Raptors, and there's the paranoia immediately engaged on top of him. He's going to smite the big Krug, but he doesn't have 6. Flash for flash, follow. Shockwave going to get the CC shield off of Monkey, and Xiaohao will punish Monkey for the aggressive invade and get EDG on the board first.
You know, it's a tale as old as time. Whoever controls the Scuttle Crabs controls the universe. Xiaohao gets the crab, gets level 6, and that's the big difference maker. Monkey going down, also having to expend that flash. Xiaohao has to do the same, but with Karis also not having that summoner spell up, he's not really able to help out his jungler. And EDG off to a solid start here. The gold going into that Nocturne.
Prime target to keep snowballing is there's probably execution from ZDZ in the top side. Always a good time to shout out my favorite game of the early game. It's called Ultimate Chicken. You only play in the top lane. You throw down your ultimates just to make sure you let your opponent know you have it. We saw Cube do that to get back to lane, and now ZDZ does it just to create some more pressure. Shouldn't see the top laners much for a little bit still, and a lot of the attention will go towards, as you mentioned, Edward Gaming looking to push their lead, and maybe doing so with this Mountain Drake that's been chilling on the map for a bit.
It's a game of chicken, but, you know, we just got to see a math equation mentioning chickens and rabbits. So it's a game of chicken and rabbit, especially because we're talking about the top lane. Yep, we're relating it back to the show.
Okay, Perukia into the bullet time off the Pop Blossom. That gets both summoners out of the bout and the heal out of Yao Yao. It's not a kill, but the pressure continuing to mount on the Team WE.
And you can see Xiaohao just immediately saying, all right, well, they're forced to reset, or they're just straight up jailed under their turret. This is a free dragon for EDG. Good decision-making by Perukia to go in. Even though it doesn't net them a kill, it nets them pressure, like you said, and it nets them the space to go for this first neutral objective. Monkey also on the bot side of the map, finishing up, I believe, his 3rd clear of the game, means that a cross map isn't there for the Mundo. And some of these resets can come through from EDG. They can redeploy onto this top side and really start to take over these neutrals, which is what we said needed to happen in that draft, being proactive in this early to mid game, and they have definitely shown that here, Slayer.
And just look at the sheer item difference that we're getting between our AD carries off the back of that. It is a BF sword and a pickaxe for the AD carry that's strut passive, basically neutralizes the boots of About. So if you take that out, it's Caulfield's Warhammer versus BF Sword Pickaxe. That is huge for this area of the game.
See that Xiaohao is moving up toward the top side as grubs are going to be started up here. ZDZ is kind of fighting for priority. I don't think they can really walk in until that Ambessa can sort of inch forward. So they're not even going to try. Xiaohao instead is going to be looking for other opportunities on the map, but there really isn't anything. Both junglers cleared out their bot sides before committing up toward this top lane. And you can also see the lane, because About and Yao Yao were forced to kind of burn a bunch of summoners from that engage by Perukia earlier. They don't want to walk up, so there really isn't going to be an opportunity for the Nocturne to look for any kind of a cross map. WE equalizing that neutral objective counter, and EDG not capable of really doing much about it.
And that's big, right, for the whole stall game analogy we're going to run with for this one, because a big way that can come back to bite you is giving up everything on the map. So getting those grubs, especially knowing how turret pressure is going to be a factor here for EDG, is valuable to buying time for this comp for Team WE.
And I think getting those grubs is going to be really valuable for trying to accelerate some of the demanding, I guess we should say, item spikes and breakpoints that some of these WE members have for this comp, particularly that Azir. I think this is going to help Karis a pretty good amount in just trying to get some of those big item spikes for this champion. And then also Mundo, Sion, you know, the classic split pushers are definitely going to like this if they have the opportunity to apply pressure in a side lane.
Karis is going to drop this Emperor's Divide early and just sets up the easy Shockwave over Paranoia combo. It's like Karis almost knew it was going to happen, but that's 0 for 2 on the Emperor's Divides for, well, our all-pro mid laner, Quacks.
Yeah, Karis definitely probably a bit of an oopsie there on the micro. You could see, I believe in his cam, he kind of shook his head 1 or 2 times. Yeah, that was a bit of a mess up from the all-pro mid laner of Group Perseverance Slayer, and will allow for Angel to now get a kill pushing that wave, and Karis forced to TP as we do get a replay. So yeah, he goes in and completely, he didn't even throw it the right way. I think he wanted Angel to go into the turret, but he just pushes him to the side. It's an easy opening for the Nocturne, and yeah, it's a mistake on Karis' part.
Yeah, I really don't understand it. Hold on, Monkey, though, doing Mundo things, looking to walk down Perukia. Gonna miss one of the cleavers, so Perukia will be fine. Yeah, head scratching, though. It's almost like he was trying to knock the Nocturne out of his ultimate because he thought it was coming, but it was too early for that as well. Karis off to a bit of a rougher start nonetheless, but WE really do have themselves in a precarious situation. It may only be 2 kills, but, well, Quacks, I guess I'll pose the question to you. What goal lead gets you worried at this moment in the game, and maybe once we reach 15 minutes for this super scale WE comp?
I definitely think leave 1.4K. It's not 4,000, but it is 1.4. And I think that is significant enough to where the follow-up damage from Misfortune is definitely going to hurt the later this game goes on. Speaking of potentially hurting, Xiaohao's wrapping around, looking for Monkey. Does steal away the blue.
Okay, now he's got the fear down to get rid of that CC shield. ZZ's trying to get here so he can get the public execution, and he's going to force Monkey to flash as the lights do go out. But more gold going the way of EDG. This Cube also going to walk in. Paranoia hadn't been used on the dash just yet, so Xiaohao gets right on top of him. Now Cube has to flash away. Wow. EDG, I mean, we asked it for him, right, Quacks? They need to play fast. They need to play confident, and they're doing just that in this opening bout.
And I feel like Xiaohao is definitely embodying that this game on the Nocturne. Immediately hits level 6 and just starts looking for these opportunities on repeat. Every time that ultimate is up, he's making some kind of an aggressive play. I love the expedience coming out from him in this game. And WE constantly under pressure here, but still within a decent gold margin, I want to say. 3,000 is pretty big, especially for the 13-minute mark. But I feel like when you're dealing with threats like Azir and Sivir, that gold lead can very easily swing to the opposite side if you aren't careful. So EDG, moral of the story, don't drop the ball. Don't let this 3,000 gold lead or 2.7 K gold lead deceive you into making overconfident plays on the map.
Yeah, but for now, I mean, looking at the items, I think about will finally get the Essence Reaver completed on this back, but it's Essence Reaver versus Bloodthirster. First item Power Spike you'd give over to them. Misfortune, Profane Hydra versus Heartsteel. I don't need to sell anybody on that. Maybe mid lanes where things are a bit even, but everywhere else, EDG's items also just further leaning into the fact that they will dominate this mid game. And it certainly helps that they now have the first 2 Drakes under their belt as we look towards an Ocean Soul for game 1.
And that Soul in about 10 minutes is hang on, ZDZ might be in trouble.
WE, we're getting proactive. I like it. On the hunt, popped. Cube here to just try and get some CC down on ZDZ. Yao here as well. He's going to eat the public execution. And ZDZ's going to get the double dash. He has his flash as well. Gets over the fat wall. Double dashing in style as ZDZ as he outplays the 1v3 gank. And, well, okay, hold on. Let's not ruin it. Holding this turret. He's gonna stay here. I don't hate it. Fine. He does have his Nico coming on over. Perukia waiting off in the wings with Pop Blossom available. If WE get a little bit too big for their britches. But they'll just settle for a couple of plates thanks to the grubs. But what's happening on bot side?
Yep, I like this a lot. Angel allowing himself to side lane and grow that gold lead between him and the Azir even more. Now, I mean, the rest of WE who have kind of gravitated toward this top side, they're forced to disperse. They can't really threaten this turret with still like 1.5 plates on it. And that is just going to allow EDG to, again, come out to a lead in the gold department. But kind of going back to that Dragon, I mean, we're looking at around a 26-ish minute soul right now, Slayer. And that is kind of a timer that I feel like WE really wanted to try and delay at least a little bit. Because 26 minutes, I mean, we're starting to hit the 1-item breakpoints. I don't even think a lot of these champions spike when they get 2 items, frankly. I think the 3-item power spike is definitely when champs like Sivir and Azir can more or less come online into that carry potential. And you don't have 10 minutes, I think. For 2 items at this point, you're not hitting that mark the way that you are playing.
I do like some of these rotations, though, from WE across the map right now. They're utilizing the TP out of Q to be able to cover this top tier 1 turret as they take some serious plates down on the bot tier 1 thanks to those grubs and that touch of the void. They've got the bot tier 1 down, about 4 more plates than it was currently holding, but credit needs to go back to EDG because it feels like every move WE make, it is coming at some sort of cost on the other side.
And now, I mean, Herald here for Xiaohao. I'm curious to see where he places that. Monkey gets dangerously low. Yep.
I guess he does have maximum dosage. Oh, all right. Public execution's not going to hit. There's an interesting little Shuriman slide, we'll call it, from Karis as he sends his soldiers one way and dashes the other. There's the, I guess that's, he was scaling on these Emperor's Divides. That's a pretty nifty one.
Yeah, just flexing the mechanic. He was moving like a slide whistle, you know, when you're... That was the...
That's a perfect... You sounded exactly like a slide whistle, Quacks. I hope you know that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been practicing.
Problem. You've been practicing. It shows.
Yeah.
Just like Karis has been practicing this game with his Emperor's Divides, you know? Practice makes perfect.
Yep. But now, Xiaohao, I mean, having that Herald, I think you place this in mid lane and you really open up the map on that bot side. You make it a lot more difficult for WE to contest you. As, hang on,
oh, Karis.
In a bit of trouble.
We were praising you, buddy, but you forgot you don't have a tier 1 turret. He's got a flash and dash, but here comes Xiaohao to land right on top of his head. He's got no dashes, no flashes, and now no color left in his screen.
And 3 members on bot lane. I mean, you got to send someone here now for WE. You can see the reset is coming off from Cube to try and save this turret. I don't think they're going to get the full thing. Actually, they might. All right, let's see if the train... Yeah, okay, so the train arrives just in time to save the tower. And Cube is going to deny a little bit of gold from EDG, but they still got a ton of plates, so... They are continuing to convert a lot of these kills and a lot of these picks that they get into actually affecting the map. And that's what we said we needed to see, most importantly, Slayer. And we have been seeing that in this game.
And they're already setting up shop back around this bot river. Outside that 1 pink ward. Yep, thank you to our observers. This is how much vision EDG have right now in this bot side jungle, but it's still Perukia face checking the 1 brush he really couldn't. Now he's got to use the pop also defensively. Leaves going to come on over, get the slow as Monkey pops the maximum dosage. Perukia without ult and flash will be very significant.
Yeah. He is an easy target, but the pop blossom, not the only way EDG can start up a fight. If it comes to that, obviously, that paranoia now coming off of cooldown, Xiaohao is going to have that, and Angel has his shockwave, of course, so EDG can still start up a fight that way, or ZDZ can look for a public execution. There's just so many ways that they can catch WE off guard, and now without that maximum dosage, it's getting progressively more difficult for WE to be the guys that initiate a lot of these fights, but I don't think they're tanky enough to receive a lot of the damage that particularly this EDG top side have started to build into getting around those 2-item breakpoints for themselves. This Dragon has spawned. Herald is still in inventory.
Nobody saw him in the brush. It's still Xiaohao engaged while Growth comes across. Yaoyao's going to get tagged, though. About has to flash out of the bullet time as well, as Yaoyao will drop. TP coming over top to make sure 5 members strong. Angel's going to force Monkey to flash out of his own jungle as well. EDG are bloodthirsty to right the wrongs of this matchup first time round.
And who needs the Pop Blossom? Immediately started up there. I love the confidence from Xiaohao yet again. He starts up the fight. ZDZ is there to follow. EDG gonna take down that mid turret and claim Soul Point. All of the things are starting to come up heads for them, and WE really just desperate for any kind of a response, but they're not able to make one. They're going to be late to intercepting this Drake. Maybe they can look for a kill on the receiving end, but I don't think it's possible. It's Cube.
Okay.
Oh.
Shortest little shuffle there on the Unstoppable Onslaught. How do they do it, though, especially without that Scion ult, right? It's like, what are we banking on? Monkey hitting a cleaver? I mean, he just smited for a slow. Doesn't even get rid of the strut passive. Leave just dancing around all of WE as they look to converge on this mid-tier 1 turret, which they will finally knock down to pick up some much-needed gold, but there's always a trade.
It feels like it might be too little too late. I mean, you're staring down the barrel of EDG at Soul Point. They're going to be getting this around 25 to 24 minutes, and I don't think any meaningful spikes are going to come here for WE in those in between that time. So it is a difficult game here for Team WEs. We do get a look again at this play, and Xiaohao doesn't need his Orianna. He just goes immediately in. He's got the confidence of ZDZ backing him, and the bullet time there to tear WE asunder. There's so many fight starter tools on EDG. Even if they lose one, they've got 3 more in their pocket, and WE really just aren't able to respond in a lot of these fights. It's the lack of damage, and frankly, I feel like the tankiness that we kind of highlighted in the draft hasn't been a factor in allowing them to stave off some of these engages from WE, or EDG.
You're certainly right, Quacks. I love watching the... Oh, hold on. Paranoia. Jump on from Xiaohao. It's Yao again. He gets feared up. Wild Growth. Does not matter. There's nothing happening there to save Yao. It's another pick here from Xiaohao, and a mighty first 20 minutes here from EDG. But as good of a lead as this is, Quacks, I do want to bring up the point that this part of the game forward has been where EDG has struggled the most. Hopefully it doesn't come at this Baron they're forcing at 21 and a half minutes. WE are looking to make a stand here. They're TPing in a 4 versus 5. Pop Blossom isn't going to do anything. Monkey Pop's passing with dosage. He's running right after Angel, but a clutch fear comes down from Xiaohao. First take is cut down. Bullet time is interrupted on leave. Thanks to Q's decimating smash. But there's no way for any carries to step up. They don't have their pocketkin Lulu, and they don't have their big tanky Mundo. So it's only Cube that takes some harass. Maybe at least Team WE should have stalled off this Baron play.
Yeah, EDG are unable to continue on that topside neutral and continue accelerating their game, but you still give more gold over to their pockets, and it's just like you said, Slayer. Cube is in the middle of everybody, but none of the carries are actually able to dish out the damage. They're getting zoned off of the fight, and the Scion isn't enough to be able to actually threaten any of these squishier members onto EDG, so it's a couple of kills. It's a denied Baron, but they certainly don't need the Baron at this point to still be ahead of the curve. As you do get another look, and I was actually thinking initially this could be the moment that WE try to turn it around, but the moment Monkey goes down and Scion is relied on to be the sole frontliner of WE, I just feel like there really isn't a possibility for About and Karis to actually play the game. So we do see EDG continuing to run away with this game. Denied that Baron, but again, there is a Soul coming up in less than 2 minutes. So as soon as you stop one threat, one more rears around the corner.
And how far are we away from this ideal WE game state? Just look at their carries right now. We have a LDR that's being built by About, so even at 3 items, I don't really think he's the big threat yet,
guard,
right?
Man.
And then there's just an arm guard. Yeah, exactly. So there's not even a Zanya's done here for Karis. We are a ways away from either of these damage dealers being a true threat, and the tanks don't have the beefy health bars for the survivability yet anytime soon.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough situation for Team WE here, and I feel like I really am just harkening back to the draft a lot in this game. The lack of damage, lack of proactivity. I mean, these are the staples that WE have kind of built themselves upon. And what has made them so successful is allowing Monkey to make a lot of these aggressive plays, allowing Karis to be a bit more scrappy in the laning phase, especially compared to other mid laners in group perseverance. None of those traits are present in this draft, and I feel like WE are fishes out of their element here, fishes out of water, because they just don't look like the same squad with a comp that is really tailored to wait out the game and not really punch back until the 20-minute mark.
What's most unfortunate about that correct assessment there, Quacks, is some of their most played champions are in this game. You mentioned Monkey on the Mundo. Karis has been very good on the Azir, so these aren't going to be available for a very important game too. This is seeming to trend towards, but right now attention must go towards this Drake pit. You called it out. We're getting a Ocean Soul Drake spawning at 24.5 minutes, and Perukia already has a devastating flank with Monkey down to about half HP. ZDZ and Perukia are looking. Finally, Perukia will be spotted, so WE know they have to go further into enemy territory because the enemy is behind them, waiting and lurking. ZDZ and Perukia want to find a miracle flank as the Dragon has been started up. On the hunt, going to be popped for extra move speed. Perukia's going to make his move now. The Pop Blossom goes down. They don't get any big hits. And this time, About's able to stave up. That's a huge effort to fight, but the bullet time from Leave will put the cherry on top. A masterful game one from EDG. It's Monkey only finding one trade back. It is on to the jungler, but now all the carries, the support systems are gone. It's just the tanks hoping they get a crack at this dragon that they never will truly see.
I mean, okay, now Monkey is over the wall. Really
Monkey.
good blast cone there from ZDZ.
Oh, yep. Gonna have to flash right back over where he came from, and now there is no chance for him to really contest this. I mean, how does he get over this wall? He's got to walk around, and Monkey will surrender the Ocean Soul to the jungler-less EDG.
Yep. Ocean Soul acquired, and for champions like the Ambessa, for champions like the Nocturne, who are really the main initiators of this comp, it is very, very nice for them to just have that extra bout of safety, as we do get a replay here. And just the setup from EDG, really, really solid. Not to mention the execution and the layering of these ultimates. Perugia goes in, the Shockwave passes by and still clips the Lulu as well. So both of the bot laners get caught and then leave. Flash over the wall, bullet time, super easy for the Misfortune because the setup was so good, and Leave able to finish off some of those kills. The layering again from EDG, really what I think determined that fight. And just the fact that they're too far ahead, WE really can't fight back. There's a Baron on the board, and they're just going to immediately start it. They don't even have to get a pick. They're confident enough to say, if you want to fight us on this, go ahead, try it.
We dare you to walk into our ultimates. All 5 of them back up and available, but WE have no other option than to throw caution to the wind. Baron down about 5k as the lights do go out. Where does Cao Hao go in? He's going to mark on top of a target with the bullet time Shockwave that drags Yao Yao back down under. And here comes the Pop Blossom to grab 3 more members. Pulling execution hits onto About. EDG are lining these ultimates like they got the biggest target in front of them. Flash out of Karis to try and get back as Monkey is starting to heal up here. But again, who is left to deal damage in this fight? Karis is just tickling this Ambessa, who's constantly dashing through all these tanks. The Azir Turk gonna get knocked down, and EDG can finally set their sights back on more structures. And WE have to be very careful where they want to really pick their chance to recall. It's a 2-man split here from EDG now. Angel and ZDZ, the solo laners, will push up 1 wave, while 2 damage dealers tangle with Baron a 3rd and likely final time.
That unironically looked like the best to fight WE have had all game long, but it's too little, it's too late. The Ocean Soul provides too much safety, and EDG are too durable at this point. They're going to knock down this Baron and all wear purple, and I feel like the time of game number 1, Slayer, is starting to sunset. You've got the Baron, you've got the Ocean Soul, you've got a nearly 9,000 gold lead over the enemy team. And a surgical, clean game from EDG thus far. It would take a miracle for them to mess this up.
I'm glad you pointed it out, though, Quacks, because even these last 2 couple fights, it feels like there are points where you see the power of this WE draft in more normal scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, if the gold wave was like closer to even, I could totally see them being able to fight back into this game. I know that's kind of a nothing burger statement, but WE have just looked better in the last few fights. But because the gold gap is so big, because they now have the soul, and because these EDG members are so accelerated, it really doesn't matter how well you play the fights at this point. You're just getting slapped with a big fat wallet, and that's insane coming from WE, who have a guy who has a literal briefcase full of money. And the Emperor. And an Emperor. These guys are like rich, and a mercenary, like Sivir hunts for gold or whatever, right? So you've got like people that love money getting out.
There's some money.
out-wealthed or something by the EDG members.
Yeah, you're right. If only you could tap into the lore of your characters when you're down 9k gold in a very important game of League of Legends. If only. All right, hold on. Leave is a bit out of position here. Good dodge on the stop onslaught. The slow will come across. Shockwave has to be used defensively. Leave will turn for the bullet time, but will get shut down. And somehow he's chasing down About, but he's not going to find that kill. Broomwing forces out the GA. There was a big pop loss on Perugia, but now Angel needs consistent damage and CDC to the backline, but he doesn't even find the kill on Cube. He's taking up turret aggro, takes about 5 or 6 shots, and it somehow doesn't matter. ZDZ goes right back out where he came from. But Leave's mispositioning woes continue to hamper EDG's potential. They go even in a fight they had no business being that close in.
WE hold the line. Angel's gonna stay and keep applying pressure onto this bot side, and that Ocean Soul is allowing him to heal up and really be healthy in what is essentially a 1v3 on the bot side now. He's doing as much damage as he possibly can over to Monkey, but he's got to be very careful not to overstell his welcome.
Oh my lord. Who's really overstaying right now, Quacks? It doesn't really feel like it's Angel.
Nope. The Ocean Soul is really providing that sustain that he needs in order to look more aggressive. Knocks down the turret, opens up the base of WE on this top side, but because of that that hold from WE, now they're gonna maybe be able to look for this soul that's coming up in about a minute as we do go back to the replay. And yeah, Leave.
Quacks, he has flash.
Good.
He has flash his entire time.
Please, man.
Oh,
Leave.
hold on. Is ZDZ killing Carson live? Yep, he is. Oh, you didn't need to do the public execution, ZDZ. This guy's freestyling on the Mbessa right now.
And ZDZ kind of making up for his earlier mispositions by his AD carry. Now it's a 4v5. All the lanes are pushing, and I don't think the Elder is going to be contestable by WE here, especially if Monkey goes down, as he is chipped down to about half HP. This Mundo really not able to deliver the damage and be that just walking tank that we expect him to be in, and like Monkey has displayed so many times over the course of his games playing it.
Quacks, I know you wanted us to disagree for the sake of fun arguments on our Group Ascend talk for these two teams. We're going to have to tab that conversation because he was going for a very deep ride in enemy territory here. Monkey's going to try and lead the charge like Mundos do. Not a care in the world. CC spell shield. I don't really care about that. I've got maximum dosage, and I've got a date with Elder. Can he get in here? Pop Blossom's going to delay him, and he won't pick up the Elder. And now the turn will come out. But down goes Monkey, and the Elder Dragon is making his statement onto the map with these executes. There's another one. About will go down. CDZ picks himself up a pretty big triple kill. We'll find another one on top of that with Leaf taking down Karis, and that will polish off maybe one of the most dominating wins from start to finish from EDG, as they'll take a 1-0 series lead in their final series of Group Perseverance.
WE definitely the favorites of this best of 3, but EDG with a statement game to start us off. They dominate game number 1, Slayer.
And Quacks, you know, great. Now that we're on camera, we can pose the question. Maybe gloat a little bit, victory lap. I may jinx us down the line. Hopefully nobody's out there to clip it. But you wanted us to be a bit adverse on our take about Group Ascend teams. Come over here, man. It feels nice. We're up 1-0 on the very team everyone we're doubting. The very team we are doubting together.
They're scaling. No other explanation for it. I mean, EDG had such a rough start to this split, right? I think a lot of people at the start of split number 1 here for LPL were really surprised just how disjointed they looked, especially with a team that had so little turnover in roster movement compared to other Perseverance squads like NIP, who had a complete rebuild. They looked like they just weren't on the same page in a lot of these fights, but I feel like EDG, especially with the Nocturne and the Orianna combo, made a statement in of itself with that synergy saying, we are back, we are scaling, we hear you, and we're going to turn around those issues. Though, this was a clean game, it wasn't without one little smudge Slayer, and one of the biggest things that EDG have been criticized to clean up, and it goes by one specific AD carry. Leave. Please use your flash next time, brother. That would have been a clean game top to bottom otherwise.
Yeah, so you know what? That's important. That's important to levy here, Quacks, because again, it will matter for if you want to be a Group Ascend team. You need to have. It's the same thing I talk about when we looked at LNG and Group Nirvana. By the way, that's a team that lost what, 2 entire games of Group Nirvana, but still, if you want to be a Group Ascend team, you need to look utterly dominant in these 2 groups, because I don't care how much you people at home aren't high on Top Esports or IG right now. There's levels to this, and you need to be so perfect in these groups to really have us talking about you as a Group Ascend team. As we'll look back at some of the stats here, but Quacks, as much as I know you love these post-game screens, there's not much more of a story to tell with them in a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, this game really was just extremely one-sided. And again, I feel like WE just not really playing to their strengths as a team. They're very scrappy. They love to be proactive. Monkey in particular, I think, has been one of the junglers to challenge Xiaohao in the department of, hey, I'm going to hit the ground running immediately and start looking for plays, even if some of them are a bit psychopathic. And he wasn't able to do that at all. All of the lanes were in a kind of position where they're saying, all right, we can't really do anything early. We don't have the damage profile capable of contesting these first couple of dragons, these grubs, and they really weren't able to do anything outside of like when we went past the second Drake or stuff like that, because it just kind of felt like EDG were constantly putting pedal to the metal and were able to make those plays. So yeah, I feel like this comp not favoring what we have seen from WE and their most comfortable style. And so I hope in game number 2, we get to see them be a bit more we get to see them be a bit more proactive with their draft that allows them to have some of those early game plays that we know they're capable of making.
Very true, Quacks, but I do want to give you more credit over EDG because this was a comp that they lost to in a Game 3 against WE in their last meeting. It's not exactly perfect, but it was Monkey on Mundo. It was Yao Yao and about Sivir Lulu. And we saw that in that game, the Monkey was able to pop maximum dosage, pop wild growth, and it was late enough that he could just walk at all of this EDG comp. They learned. Like you mentioned, they scaled up. But, Quacks, my question to you is, who do you feel like scaled up the most here in earning themselves a very valuable player of the game?
I honestly feel like I have to give it over to Xiaohao. I feel like with the Nocturne, the timing was just immaculate from this guy. I feel like every time he had a paranoia, it was maybe off cooldown for like 15 seconds, and then he would immediately use it onto some poor soul on Team WE. So I think he really accelerated the game state, allowed EDG to outrun the pace of the game that WE had kind of set with this comp that they drafted. And even though it came down to an Elder Dragon, which I think was maybe later than they wanted the game to go, it really was because they were taking those dragons essentially on spawn, and Xiaohao was spearheading that operation as well. So a lot of credit over to the Nocturne. And hey, listen, I know, jungler choosing jungler for MVP, I get it.
I was going to say it, so I'm glad you said it.
But I feel like you could probably make a case for like 4 out of 5 of these players winning player of the game, in fairness.
I think you can make a case for 3 out of the 5. I would agree. To your credit, I think Xiaohao is one of them. I would be most happy if this goes to Xiaohao or this goes to ZDZ, because I think what he was doing in the late game with this Zambessa was a little bit disgusting. Yeah. Rescued some of those later fights, but it is kind of splitting hairs by this point. Definitely one of those, this is a trope I use way too often, Quacks, but it does feel like one of those ones where if we could give player of the game to the team as a whole, it would probably be a game like this.
Yeah, they played really well synergistically, and I feel like a lot of it came from the mid-jungle. We highlighted this as like a bright spot for EDG going into the game, how Xiaohao and Angel have really been gelling together in this split. Even when EDG have been down and a lot of people have been kind of discounting them and throwing them a bit under the bus reputation-wise, I do think that this has been a staple of their gameplay, and it was a staple of how they won this game. So a lot of credit over to Xiaohao and Angel for linking up as much as possible, making that Nocturne Orianna combo work. I don't care how many times it works, though. I'll never be high on this duo because, swear to God, I hate this Nocturne character, bro. As a jungler, hate this character. Absolutely disgusting.
I'm very aware, Quacks. I know you're very happy when he came out of the game, and I'm sorry for you that you have to see him on your screen now, but at least you know you nailed the player of the game. Xiaohao picks up just his 2nd of the split so far. Big shout out to him. But, folks at home, we obviously at the LPL look to award player of the games, but I I wonder if some of you wonder if we had to pick a player of the stream, who would that be? Well, I would say it's anyone that joins in, chats, but especially our coffee supporters, as we want to take a bit of time here before we get into game 2 and such to thank everybody who is a coffee supporter and direct anyone down there if they would like to support us, because LPL English is a fan-run project, and you could consider becoming a coffee member if you'd like to support. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show itself. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in the chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. And Quacks, when we say unique on-site interviews, we're talking about interviewing your goats. Really, like any of your
literally.
goats. The goat, your goat. We've probably done an interview with them, thanks to some of our awesome on-site interviews.
Well, you haven't done a go with my LPL goat is and will always be Uzi, and unfortunately, my man's
Not yet.
retired. So there
It
you
could
go.
happen.
Maybe.
If you can make it easier if you help us out with coffee, but we appreciate every
is
single
true.
one of you that come in to watch, chat, all of that and above. It helps make the LPL English run into its second year now. But speaking on seconds, we have a second game on deck here between Team WE and EDG. This series, with the distance last time we matched up, can WE do the same, or are we in for a new look to Group Perseverance heading into that Knights Rivals tournament? We'll find all that out and more on the other side of this intermission. Back in a flash here on LPL English, the unofficial coverage of the LPL in the English dialect and language, as we have rolled ourselves into Game 2 here. And I was mistaken, folks. I misled you a bit. I got my math wrong. That was actually Quack's Edward Gaming's first game win over Team WE. We are in uncharted territory. It was a 2-0 sweep the first time this one happened. It's hard to remember because of how the round robin mirrors, right? Because that matchup was all the way back on the 16th of January, a whole different month ago.
Yeah, really good stuff there from EDG. I will kind of concede that I think WE set themselves up for a much harder game than they were intending with a comp that really didn't get to come online until 20 minutes, but still, the proactivity, the decision-making, and frankly, the aggression and confidence coming out from EDG, what allowed them to be so dominant in the early game, and really, WE never had a chance to get back up. And our biggest concern going into this series, Slayer, was not only how WE look in this best of 3, but also if they do in fact get those wins, how convinced are we by those W's? Because this is a team a lot of people predict to be in Ascend. A lot of people are also on the fence generally about where they'll end up going into split number 2. And a series like this is meant to kind of swing those people on the fence to one side or the other. We're both on the no side of the fence right now, and I think we just got way further away from the fence and like went over here. They want us more like here, tilting over here, but we're like off over to the side after a game like that.
Yeah, we're staying away, is what I'm hearing, which is good for us. It does bring up very intriguing conversation that I do want to have. I wonder if anyone we have behind the scenes could maybe fact check us. I'm breaking my rule, Quacks. I'm doing a bit of math here, but like we talked about, if we say EDG do get this Game 2 win, that would put Team WE at 4-2 with +4.
Yep.
NIP have a matchup against Thunder Talk, as you mentioned. They're at +2 in game score, and I believe their head-to-head is split 1-1. I think NIP is the only team to beat WE, because it wasn't EDG earlier, and it definitely, well, wasn't 0-5 Thunder Talk, so there you go. There's some more, reasonable suspicion to do on that
Process
one.
of elimination, I like it.
So you're right. So if we have an EDG 2-0 here and a likely NIP 2-0 over Thunder Talk, that would have NIP WE both at 4-2 +4 game score. I'm curious what the next tiebreaker would be. I feel like we're running out of tiebreakers, no?
I feel like NIP still come out on top if they win this last series against Thunder Talk. Because again, it is hinging on TT winning that series. So it's again both in their control and out of their control. But I do think that regardless of how that shakes out, Thunder Talk, or not Thunder Talk, EDG, if they're able to have a convincing win against WE here, people are going to be high on this team going into those best of 5s, thinking that they can go pretty far now that they're able to challenge one of the teams capable of getting into Ascend, that being Team WE. But Team WE, they're going to have to kind of rebound a little bit here in game number 2. Before we went to break, we said we wanted to see a bit more aggression coming out from them, allowing Monkey to be a bit more proactive early on, allowing Karis to do his usual things in the laning phase. Those both were denied, I think, by the draft in game number 1 for WE. So we want to see that switched around in game number 2, and I hope we get to see it, because I think that these two players particularly are at their best when they are able to play with confidence in the first 14 to 20 minutes of the match.
So looking at draft, do you feel that first selection would be valuable here to get somebody like you're talking about to play into that aggression compared to aiming for a counter pick? Because I assume with first selection here for Team WE, it's either first pick or counter pick.
That's a good question. I mean, I feel like the big thing for me is getting, again, we said this in game number 1, but like Monkey's most played has been Mundo. And I do think that he didn't look amazing in that game, partially because none of his lanes were really able to be salvaged. With a champion like Mundo, you don't have any hard CC, and I think there was a decent lack of hard CC, particularly on that bot side for Team WE. So it made him very hard to have impact in the game. I really want to see them give Monkey something like the Jarvan, though. I think that he has looked really good at that. The Trundle as well. So if you just want to straight up first pick it, I actually wouldn't hate that at all.
Well, they do have first selection. It looks like EDG decided to take blue side in response. Jarvan, will EDG ban it away here? Again, no bans towards the mid lane pool. Very intriguing. We see a karma ban that Yao Yao earns himself, but unless this is Rise, I don't think we're going to ban any mid laners away again, which is a trend of this series.
And Varus still open. Curious if EDG are going to commit that last ban over to that. They're not. Rise is going to be the last ban. And so Varus is open and available. I think WE are more than likely just going to snag that one up unless they have something that they really want to first pick over to Monkey. That Jarvan, crucially, is still on the table. So, like we said, LPL teams love first pick because there are so many options in that regard, and I now think it is just a matter of where WE want to allocate that priority to.
Instead, they're going to go with
Option C.
the Rumble for Cube. Just another premier top laner. I'd say one of the S tier top laners we normally talk about. But EDG get what a turn they could have here. I mean, Varus, Xin Zhao, Varus, Jarvan. Gotta love it.
Yeah, and I think that Varus Jarvan would be like an absolute Exodia 1-2 here, frankly. And I do think that the Rumble has a little bit of more power to it because Sion is traditionally a pretty big counter and he's fearless away. If you want to go for something like the Ornn, I think that is also an option for EDG, especially because you already have a lot of those damage dealers in the Jarvan and the Varus, which were both locked in here. So two very strong champions are now picked up for EDG going into game number 2. And if they win this 2-0 against WE, I think going into those best of 5 Slayer, a lot of people will be high on this team and what their ceiling is capable of reaching.
Yunara Wukong, though, always a great response here. Lots more damage to play with earlier on, as you talked about. But where do EDG want to go before we go into this next ban phase? I think there are a couple of very intriguing options. You're obviously seeing the Galio hover. Quacks, that's because we're expecting double AP from a WE solo lanes. But yeah, I was going to say, if you don't have access to Sion, the best tank counter to Rumble, is Cassante not just the next best option?
I mean,
oh, there's your Ornn, though.
Yep.
That's why you're the color caster, Quacks. My bad.
I mean, I just feel like the ornaments are so valuable for a champion like Varus, who is really good with a lot of the items that are strong in League of Legends at the current moment. So is going to allow them to also have another team fight starter and syncs well with the Cataclysm as well. I think that EDG, one of the biggest things, one of the biggest commodities they had for that game number 1 draft was just synergy with their ultimates, right? They were able to layer down all of those R-keys, and I think that this draft so far, these first 3 picks, allow a similar strength to come forward at just being able to go for the Cataclysm, being able to go for the Chains of Corruption, and then boom, let's throw in a giant ram heading right for you on top of all of that. EDG setting themselves up for another team fight comp that really doesn't fall off at any point in the game and is covering all of their bases. It's a classic front to back, and I think that's what worked for them in game 1. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Now, though, we do see 4 supports taken off the board here in the second phase, so what are we left with is my question to you, Quacks, but I feel like I'm actually surprised that Nautilus was one of those people that was left up, and is this not just a slam dunk?
I mean, Nautilus could be good here, especially for picking off this Wukong and being able to track him in a lot of these fights. Because he does have that decoy, it's difficult to be able to tell where the Wukong is, but if you just straight up ult him first thing as the Nautilus, he can't get away. So I do think that denies a lot of the engage tools that WE have drafted up so far. And there aren't a lot of them, right? I feel like Wukong really is the only big fight starter. So if you're able to deny that, it's a really big thing for EDG going forward. WE, though, with the Alistar lock-in, are going to get at least something else here. Headbutt Pulverize can start up a fight, but can also be risky if Yao Yao miscalculates those engages and is kind of forced to pop that Unbreakable before his team can back him up. Then you're going to be setting yourselves up for maybe a disaster later on in the game if you're Team WE. So timing really is of the essence here for this WE comp.
I'm glad that EDG held off on that Galio call, because what we've seen from some of our other LPL teams, markedly LNG tried this, where they went with they almost went with a very similar draft to here, where it was like Galio mid, tank top, not a lot of damage in the jungle, and then a lethality Varus, and they just didn't do any damage. They ended up losing the game. because they went for that. Instead, now you do see double AP, but what do you get? A Talia that is one of the other champions, besides that Poppy that we saw WE ban Quacks, that is really good at punishing dash-based champions.
This is a really hard counter to Team WE, in my opinion. I feel like we have solved the proactivity issue. We have solved the damage issue.
There we go.
Were big things for us in game number 1, but now, how are you even going to start up fights as Team WE? Because not only do you have to contend with the Talia, like you said, which is going to deny a lot of those dash champions on Team WE from being able to initiate a lot of these plays around contested spaces, but you've also got to deal with the Nautilus, and you've got to deal with the Jarvan Cataclysm. If you're immobile like the Rumble, I think getting trapped in there is going to be a really bad situation for you. And frankly, I really like this EDG comp. I'm going to be frank with you, Slayer. The front to back was very effective in game number 1, and that is exactly what they're drafting for here in game number 2.
So you're wagering some analysis points here. I've heard about this commodity that you color casters wield and trade with each other. I don't know how much you're wagering, but I want you to know I do know about that coveted currency you guys hold over there.
We're wagering our pride every time we take a declaration of which comp we like better, because if we're right, it makes us sound really smart. If we're wrong, it makes us sound...
It's the team's fault. Oh.
It's Jungle Gap.
Well, hey, Monkey definitely doesn't want to get jungle gapped again. We're back in Game 2 EDGWE.
One fight.
I'm not going to lie. I want to give the Gyos time. I went for a sip of the water, but our bottom lanes don't care about your Gyos. Classic level 1 heal trade.
Yep. Some summoners already being expended by the bot laners. We can see that both junglers are also starting on opposite sides, so this Jarvan isn't going to be impacting this 2v2 anytime soon, unless, of course, he decides to do something like clear his bot side quadrant, loop around. That could be a possibility. As this matchup, I think one thing I've learned from it, Slayer, is that Jarvan definitely has more early game power than the Wukong, who really wants to wait until that level 6 to be effective. That Cyclone is a massive breakpoint for him. So you got to make sure that pre-level 6, you're really making things around the map happen. And this is a good little litmus test for Xiao Hao. It was kind of the opposite in game number 1, where once you get 6, immediately go forward. Now game 2, do stuff before level 6.
Much like how Jarvan has more early agency compared to a Wukong to level 6, Nautilus is a much better level 1 champion than Alistar, for the reasons you're seeing now. Positive HP trades into Leave's favor. They do have their jungler pathing away from them, so won't have any help coming from Xiao Hao, but maybe can look to create into this Ornn matchup that I do expect to be bouncing back away from him. This Rumble should have a decently comfortable push on that side of the map.
Yeah, Rumble not really going to be too hard threatened in this lane, but I feel like we can't say the same about the bot lane. I love that Peruki is constantly fishing for picks and forcing about to kind of step up to save his support, even though it's not the Yunara's health that's being threatened. The more you whittle down this Alistar, the less likely it is going to be that the effectiveness of Alistar saving your health bar is actually going to be there. So it just kind of feels like you are hurting their chances at being durable in this 2v2. And now that Monkey has finished his clear, he's looking for something, but I don't think a dive is available.
Wow. Leave, though, clicking up towards the little alcove instead of near his turret, and does have to burn that flash with Monkey showing. So that is a very, very big summoner that will not be up once Monkey gets to level 6 next, and does alleviate some of that bot lane pressure you talked about, with starting to swing towards EDG's favor.
Yeah, EDG, though, I mean, Leave forced to burn that flash does mean it's going to be a bit harder for the Varus to step up, especially if Monkey decides to revisit the lane, as Cube wants to really push in this lane to get it to crash so he can reset. So he's going to have to stay here, and this maybe opens up an opportunity for Xiao Hao, who is actually going to finish the back. So nothing going to come of that, and Cube likely just going to be able to shove this in, get a reset on the Rumble, and start to stack up those items as this big AP threat for Team WE.
Let me tell you, if that was... Oh, hold on. This TP from Leave. Oh, no.
No,
it's total grief. He doesn't even have flash. Oh, my God. That's like soft serve how easy and sweet that tastes for WE. First blood gifted to them.
And that's huge for Monkey. He hasn't even taken his first back yet. His tempo is a lot more behind than Xiaohao, who has already made his way onto his tier 2 Krugs. But because you get that kill, you at least get a gold advantage over your counterpart, which will make you stronger in the dueling and also faster in the clearing. So you won't catch up to the Jarvan, but you will be stronger in the fights than the Jarvan, which does mean that his point of power, if he gets, you know, counter jungled or counter ganked by Monkey, it makes it harder for EDG to have that early game effectiveness with this pick. So really good stuff from Team WE, punishing that really, really over-aggressive TP from Leaf, who I assume had to anticipate Monkey wasn't in the area.
I mean, that's got to be it, yeah. But I feel like that TP is even really risky to go for in the 2v2 because you give a free, you know, headbutt back further up the lane. I don't know. The one thing that you pointed out is, hey, this was a little bit murky from that dominating EDG Game 1 win was Leave and positioning. And, well, Game 2 already rearing its ugly head once again here. Won't cost him too much in the lane for now, but we'll see how much Monkey can get going. Again, a player that we were coming into the year, Quacks, talking about as the main conductor of this team, and it's, despite their 4-1 start, really not felt the same as Monkey in 2025.
No, I feel like every other member of Team WE has definitely taken more strides to be, you know, not making it the Monkey show and wanting to be relevant, wanting to be these carries. And Monkey has taken, you know, he's still there, but he's taken more of a backseat, I would say, and being that one guy who kind of carries the whole team. Is
all about. Steps a little too far forward, gets knocked out by the flag and drag. He'll return by Perukia. He looks for the root down onto Yao Yao. Piercing arrow's going to come out here. Yao Yao's going to get chunked and cut down. Xiaohao picks up that kill, flag, and drags right back through. And About now has to commit the flash, and that completely switches the dynamic of this bottom river. It should now be Xiaohao not only with first access to that dragon, but maybe even level 6 first here, Wax.
He's looking for something in the mid lane just to cover all of his bases before committing to a neutral. He's not even going to go for the dragon, instead opting for that topside crab. I think because he knows that once he takes this, it gives him level 6 and access to that Cataclysm. It'll be a big spike for the Jarvan to make things happen, as we do get a replay on this fight. That item advantage that I mentioned from the Jarvan completely circumvented because he went for a reset, now has the tunneler. The 3v3 is in favor of EDG, and Yao Yao dying for the sins of his AD carry, About just walking up a little too far and has to burn that flash as well. So the Unara going to be struggling potentially in some of these fights, as we might see one happen right now. But Xiaohao has that Cataclysm.
He has ult and Cataclysm. He's going to go for this. He has to. Flag and drag over. Does he win the smite fight? He's going to flash, steal it, flag and drag out. Oh, that stylist Xiaohao. That's your Game 1 MVP showing up in Game 2.
He's smiling in the player cams. Not only did he have the ultimate advantage, but he also had the smite advantage. Monkey hasn't gotten the 900 damage smite yet, and Xiaohao had that, so it didn't even feel like a 50-50. I mean, that just dragon, it belongs to EDG. They claim what is essentially rightfully theirs and continue on with their day. Flash burn from Xiaohao is something, but I don't feel with, especially that Cataclysm now unlocked, he just has so much mobility, so it's going to be hard for WE to punish that. As, man, this was just double trouble. Arrow and upgraded smite. Yeah, there was no chance Monkey was ever going to get that.
You know, our awesome producer, Eyes Fire-Eyed behind the scenes, his take on EDG's Game 1 win was they were so much well coordinated compared to WE. Stuff like that shows you why. It is not easy to time up a piercing arrow from one side of the pit into that smite like you talked about. EDG really do feel like they are scaling into the team we were hoping them to be here in Split 1.
And I like this from Xiaohao, understanding that the Wukong is on that top side, going for the trade of Grubs, threatening some kind of a dive because Yao Yao doesn't have that unbreakable yet. Karis, though, going to spot out the Jarvan, and I feel like if they commit to this, it could be answered by the Aurora, but they have to make sure that that answer counts because you might be missing a lot of minions from this mid lane. So nothing going to come of it, and Monkey actually just going to pick up those Grubs. Now that Angel is freed up, though, instead of sending 3 members, you can send 4.
Oh, yep. Weaver's wall. TP's going to be coming through here. EDG need to move fast here to find this kill. Flash from Yao Yao. Depth charge will finally come down. And there's no chains of corruption. So EDG are going to calm their play here and take the win of forcing Karis to TP down and Yao Yao to flash away.
Yao Yao also
Or are
has
they?
level 6, but he is very low. Yeah, there's a lot of poke on this comp. They can just jail them in this area. They know as well that the Wukong is on the opposite side of the map, so they can just keep playing this game.
Oh, no, about. He hits the dredge line between worlds. Karis is going to go right after Lee, but he flashes and gets the heal as the crash down of the Cataclysm. Xiao Hao finds a kill into about, and Karis doesn't have the damage to force out a kill trade. TP is coming through here. It is Cube. He has ult. He's looking to fire through with the Flame Spitter. Finds the first kill. Equalizer down as well. Lee knows he's dead. He's looking for the trade, and he will find it as he makes sure that it goes even. Now it's the mid laners going for a bout here. Karis versus Angel, but one of them has a lot more mana and a lot more power, that being Karis. And he'll let Angel walk away, but it's Team WE that make that dive ever so costly for Edward Gaming.
A questionable equalizer there from Q, but he still gets the job done. He thwarts that play from EDG, and they don't really lose a
Monkey
lot
wants
for it.
his
You can see
fight.
that Monkey is now onto ZDZ.
Double Cyclone.
Oh, boy.
Call the Forge God coming out here from CDC. He wants the knockup.
Oh, no.
Swing and a miss, CDC.
Slayer, I'm scared. Hold me.
Did the Ornhorn hit your window? Is that why you're scared? Did you hear it
I
come
can hear
through
it
the door?
outside my window. It's 4:21 a.m. over here, man. I can't be hearing horns outside my window at this time of night. That's like the beginning of a horror movie.
Well, it was definitely a horror movie there for good old ZDZ. But talk me back through this dive, though, because there was a lot happening.
Yeah, so looking at the more successful play here of the two in the last, like, 1.5 minutes, I mean, EDG, I like the look here. I really do, because you know that Wukong is on that top side. You can just keep whittling down these health bars. The Alistar with ultimate at half HP just isn't enough. And they get the clean kill onto about, but the teleport from the Rumble really is what thwarts it. I mean, look at these low HP bars. Perugia also taking that turret shot does mean that he goes down before Cube even completes that TP. The Nautilus isn't there to buy time and peel for his members to get out. And now we go to a very painful part of the play. And I mean, I actually think that even if you hit this, you don't kill, but...
Look out!
Ugh. CDZ, please. We're definitely in a perseverance match. I don't think, you know,
we are.
We were saying that we needed to be convinced by these teams winning, and I'm certainly convinced by EDG's game 1 win, but some of these micro plays, I mean, imagine doing that to, like, imagine doing that to Tarzan. Like, what do you think is going to happen after that?
Hey, that's the bar. That's the bar that ultimately everyone's looking to clear, right? Maybe not even just LPL teams with how well Tarzan's been playing. But it's Xiao Hao that we will have the attention of now, as he's looking for what I would call is a scary-looking dive. Cube doesn't have flash, but he has Equalizer to cut down the wave if he gets scared, and I don't know how much damage Ornn is really going to supply here to find the kill, and wow,
Good
Cube with the
equalizer.
Sixth Sense. He's going to go for the Equalizer, cut down the wave.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, it's EDG still looking for this dive. I mean,
All right,
Weaver's
here we
walled
go.
up here. We've got to go for it. Nobody from Team W will make it up here to really help him. And they're going to go for the dive here. Flag and drag. Duggan will knock up everyone, throwing Cube into the air. And that's more like it for EDG on their dive attempt as they cut down Cube.
I mean, I love it. I absolutely love it. I really like the intuition there for Cube to go for the ultimate, but it just does not stop EDG from committing to that play.
Karis.
Karis is very out of position.
Rooted, knocked up. You have to use between worlds here to get back towards turret, but the depth charge is going to follow and should set up lead for a Chains of Corruption. Piercing arrow, snipe down. Both solo lanes from WE have now been cut down in the last couple of seconds.
Yeah, Leave getting his first kill of the game, and crucially WE, from that dive on the top side, really not able to respond for themselves. It feels like EDG, not only do they get the kill on top, but they also pick off Karis, and no
Leave.
real response is there as
Run!
Leave.
Run!
Oh, God. Mad
Okay.
cow disease.
Mad cow disease. That thing is no joke.
No.
Neither is Yao
I mean-
Yao running at you.
I had like nightmares about that as a kid because, you know, you know the cordyceps fungus in The Last of Us, Slayer?
Of course. Yep.
Right. And I mean, that like altered my brain chemistry because I was legitimately scared, like, oh God, what if other like insect or animal based infections can go to humans. Mad cow disease, I read up on the symptoms when I was like, I don't know, I must have been like 13 or 14-year-old, and like nightmares for a straight up week.
What a bad idea.
Like that concoction of ideas just straight up created a monster in my head. And yeah, needless to say, I mean, I live in the Midwest, so there are a lot of cows here. Every time I look at one, I have a little bit of an inkling to just back up a couple inches.
Yeah, definitely a scary prospect. You know who has been scary for a lot of our group perseverance teams to deal with? Well, it is the guy holding himself an edge here in the mid lane. I want to once again take a little bit of time here with Karis looking to have a big Aurora performance to shout out him as myself and Quax's pick for all-pro mid laner of group perseverance. But we want to hear from you folks, so please scan the QR code. You can join into our Discord to get access to all-pro ballot voting here at the LPL English. That does wrap up, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Friday at 5 p.m. PST. Yep. Or February 9th at 5 p.m. One of the two of those. So pretty soon, the point being.
Yep, so get those votes in as EDG looking to get their stonks up. You can see that they're all gravitating toward this top side. Herald going to spawn in just a couple of seconds here, and they're looking to get a pick and immediately transition to this objective. Karis is the main target, but he does have flash and does have ultimate, so this Aurora is very slippery, though EDG are no strangers, just full sending it on dives.
Well, there's the wave. Yep, like you mentioned, they don't really care about that, but they need to be careful on this top side because Monkey has been spotted on a ward. Starting up the Rift Herald. Cube is working his way up towards mid lane. It is going to be ZDZ far behind him towards this play. WE have the much better inside track. Even their AD carry shows up first, but there's a lot of pinks coming down. EDG have a tough decision to make, and I think Karis might just made it for him. As Angel might just get deleted here between worlds. Karis is going to go after Angel.
Shield.
As a flag and drag up interrupt from Xiao Hao is going to stop the headbutt pulverize out of Yao Yao. Angel does have to flash, and Karis is letting everyone on the map know that he's got the burst.
Yeah, Karis, I think, looking for that one shot onto Angel, but the Seraph shield allowing that Talia to stay alive. But this is really where we have to start looking at WE and their target selection. They don't have nearly as many pick tools as EDG's comp, so I think it's going to be really difficult for them to actually punish this Talia with no flash, assuming that nothing crazy happens to Angel until this dragon in about a minute. This would be the second Drake for both of these teams, so I think crucially, particularly for EDG, if they are able to actually stall out this game and get that soul win condition in their favor, it really works well with having those ornaments now, because ZDZ has hit level 13. He is going to start upgrading some of his teammates' big items into even bigger items soon, and those big important fights are going to have those relevant and prevalent. So yeah, really want to see EDG get control of this space and have the scaling game in their favor.
So essentially what you're telling me, Quax, is thanks to the ornaments, there is no gold lead in this game roughly right now, right?
Nope. Gold leads are so fake against ornaments teams because, I mean, I've had discussions about this with other casters in the past, but, oh, hold that thought.
Oh, here we go. ZDZ, okay, you know, this one he didn't hit either, but got to flash, so we take that as a win.
At least he aimed it in, like, the relative right direction, right?
Yep, improvements. We're making improvements.
Yep. The next one, it's going to be dead center onto About and Karis. It's going to hit them all, and it's going to win them the fight.
All right. Dragon on the map here. WE with the first move. They do have a lot more burst ability with their items currently completed, mainly Karis with that Ludens compared to the Seraphs. For Angel, going to be a big factor, but EDG once again kind of slow to the play. Does Xiao Hao have another steal in him? Not even going to get a shot here, even if it does now go down to 54, and it's About that has to secure it. It's WE with the Dragon Soul stacking on their side, and they're going to keep the momentum up. Monkey is hopping in the driver's seat, and they want to claim this mid-tier 1 turret. But I don't think that Crash is going to get it alone. All right. Nope. Plates at least.
Yeah. I think WE understood that they probably couldn't escort that Herald into the mid lane just because of how many EDG members were in the area and who could have easily stalled it out or at least costed WE some time and health bars that they didn't want to risk. So Monkey making the executive decision to just charge that in there. They get some plates, but like you said, don't end up actually burning down the turret, so that will remain. And both these mid towers are starting to get really, really low. I think we're going to see EDG and WE really start to center themselves around that area, because this is going to be the big thing that will allow you to control space around these future dragons.
Baron soon to spawn on the map, but neither team really in a great competitive spot to fight for that one. There's no giant gold leads, but there might be a pick here from Perukia onto Yao Yao, and that is the Unbreakable Will out. So couple spots here for WE now to look for punishes. That ult off of Yao Yao, and Angel's Flash should be up pretty soon versus Cubes, which is still yet to return. We'll see if Xiao Hao with that Cataclysm decides to punish that key flash.
But we can see, I mean, EDG wanting to push in these mid-waves, they're just feeding more resources over to About on this Yunara. We haven't really touched on it, but, I mean, this guy, Yunara, is on 2 items, right? It's building into the 3rd, and that really is the big item spike for this champion. So the more resources that you give over to the AD carry of WE, I think the better the scaling is going to be for this comp, especially because now they've got the 2 dragons. If you're able to hit that mark by the time, I wouldn't even say the next dragon, but like 2 drakes from now, if you can get 3 items, that's a pretty big deal for WE to keep the scaling win condition alive.
Interesting about, I'm glad you brought up About, because this isn't the normal Yunara build that we've seen from so many of our LPL AD carries. Usually you want Fiend Hunter second so you can get access to those 3 critical autos, but wants the Phantom Dancer second instead. But Quacks, I assume that at some point we expect About to get those Fiend Hunter bolts. They feel so in tune for what Yunara wants to do.
I mean, Fiend Hunter bolts in general is also just such a good item right now. I feel like you cannot pass up on that, but that also does delay your LDR spike. Sure, you have the Kraken Slayer, but it just doesn't hit the same. You know, being able to deal with some of these frontliners is a thing that I think Yunara really picks up around that 3-item spike, because you're able to get the LDR, because you're able to get that Inherit Shred with the Giant Slayer passive. And so if you're opting to kind of skip that out until 4th item, it does mean that ZDZ and Xiao Hao are going to have a lot more value in the extended team fights, because there really isn't anybody on WE, at least in the physical damage department, that can really knock them down for size.
Well, and of course, the Ornn augments are going to start coming through for some of these other members as well to make it even more difficult. I believe that ZZ is reaching a point to give over that next one shortly here at about level 14. But Baron is on the table. It does, though, Quacks, feel like both of our teams are waiting for this next dragon to see who can really break this deadlock, because it's still too close for either team to really make a real run at Baron.
Yeah, I do think that Baron is kind of out of the cards, especially with how tanky it is in the new season. Teams have definitely fallen for the trap of going for Nashor when they don't have the damage to do so, or the time to do so. ZDZ
is a madman.
Doesn't have the damage,
1v2.
But he does have the time. Yeah, he's just going to walk away.
Chains of Corruption, though. Nice catch
from
Leave. They're going to go right after Cube, and he's down. Lee picks up that kill, and a huge seismic shove from Angel. Cuts down Monkey as well. About Transcendent trying to dash back. Xiao Hao's going to throw him in a Cataclysm, and the piercing arrow will come through. Leave nearly got a 2-for-1 special on 1 piercing arrow, but he still finds a triple kill. From the TP woes to team fight wins, Leave and EDG now have a shot at Baron.
ZDZ, the moment he hits the Ornn Horn, good things happen for EDG. I've seen enough. These guys are going to Ascend. They're winning Ascend, and they're winning Worlds. You've heard it here first. EDG.
No, Quacks. Quacks, all your analysis points. You're gonna. Do we fight over a ward? All right, this is the LPL. Yep.
So, I mean, if you want to see analysis points, I can break it down a little bit for you.
ZDC stood over the ward, so he couldn't hit it, and he dropped a pink. This really was all over a ward, Quack.
It really was. ZDZ, though, I mean, good layering of CC, just immediately one-shotting Cube, not allowing him to be a relevant piece in the fight. Monkey trying to save face, goes back in, ends up dying, and it just kind of felt like some mispositioning and some miscommunication from WE. If they were able to get a counterattack together, maybe the fight could have at least equalized a little bit, but now Dragon has started. We're fighting over another objective, and EDG are a lot stronger.
Karis is on the flank. Cube already loses his flash. Yao Yao down about half HP, still has the Unbreakable Will, but Karis is looking for a clutch flank of his own. Goes into the invis, he's going after the backline. There's Monkey to jump on top of Angel. Stun comes across, Monkey should have that kill, but both mid laners will go down. No, Angel gets himself out here. And now Monkey has to redirect towards Perukia and Xiao Hao. The Yunara down. over the wall, about can't get back in, but they're still making it work thanks to Cube's damage. Angel chunked out of the fight, and Monkey's gonna go chasing after Leave. EDG's carries get way too scattered.
Oh, God.
And now they're relying on Xiaohao to go for a steal, and he gets it again! Denies Soul Point and dies valiantly for Edward Gaming.
Monkey misses the smite for the second time, and Xiaohao gets EDG their second Drake. Even though WE win the fight, their reward is completely diminished, and now off spawn with the Baron Angel is just running down the members of WE in the bot lane.
Gotta be, well, now he's gonna get a TP. Oh boy, Angel, we need to figure out this is a bad spot to be in fast up. There's the invis. And Karis deletes Angel. Overextension.
Yup. EDG. Still, though, I mean, they get their prize at the end of the day. A couple of kills going over to WE, a fight win on that bot side. And honestly, I want to take another look at this. EDG, I think we're going into this fight as the heavy favorites to win it with how tanky their front line was. But the big thing is here. ZDZ goes in, the rest of his team doesn't follow up, and Karis on the side does so much damage. Even though he goes down, you chunk out these squishy health bars so much to the point where when the re-engage comes through by Xiaohao and ZDZ trying to continue this fight, your backline isn't able to do so. The damage from the Aurora was enough to get them away from actually rejoining their front line. You don't get the kills, but you do separate EDG, and that is what allows WE to win the fight. But again, they don't get the Dragon Slayer, they don't get the Soul Point, and that is going to be delayed yet again. Is another replay coming out here.
What did we miss?
Did Leave just kill Yao Yao? I think he did.
He gets away from chains. Wow, maybe he did. Oh my god, yeah, he did. He just walked him down. One more Q. Yep. Okay, Leave.
Arcane Comet on the corpse, just to add insult to injury.
I do want to point out, though, Quacks, that was a negative Baron power play from EDG. They ended up a minus 1,000 gold after the Baron, so that is group perseverance for you. Let's see if they can get one auto onto this turret. ZDZ, he has to flash for it. He still doesn't get the turret. He'll finally pick it up. Cube TV's in the background. He's going to eat a depth charge. Angel's going to put down a Weaver's Wall. WE have to walk all around it, but the Equalizer comes through, and that TP 30% HP shield means Cube has really no threat. Between Worlds is going to try to get Karis further forward, but he needs to change the corruption. Flag and Dragon Gauge and Leave will punish the overextension from Karis. And now EDG feel like they can go back forward. There's the Cataclysm. Monkey's going to dash after it, but Perukia gets the Drench Line onto a bout. He's very low. He's getting flashed on and cut down to size by Xiaohao. One mistake, easily punished by Edward Gaming. It's a quadra kill over to their star AD carry.
And Karis goes too far. WE advance one step out of line, and EDG re-engage the fight. It's plenty of gold over to Leave, and the Varus now 10, 2, and 3. The new addition to this EDG squad, doubted so many times over the course of their regular season, now popping off here in Game 2.
And now they can finally get themselves on a gold lead, but boy, Quacks, did this fight start out in classic group perseverance fashion.
Yeah, I mean, how do you even break this fight down? ZDZ, we were shouting it. He goes way too far but between the Ornhorn incidents and going really aggressive on this champion, I feel like we might have to revoke his pass on this guy, but we'll see after the result of this game. But we definitely need to revoke Karis' Aurora pass for a play like this. Too far, knocked up, and gets just locked down. And then here I feel like the fight was okay. Like WE could have just walked away, but Monkey gets stunned up trying to clone away, and then Perukia gets an angle onto a bout. All of EDG just find their targets, and WE aren't able to escape. So really good stuff on the re-engage and allowing them to save a play that looked really dicey after ZDZ's excursions into the heart of Team WE.
And Quacks, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to set you up for it easily here. Why is EDG's lead bigger than 1.7 gold right now?
We got the ornaments, baby.
They're all over the place.
Yup. And we hate junglers, so we're not upgrading Xiaohao's. We're saving him for last. We're even giving Perukia his upgraded item.
That is crazy, by the way. That's crazy disrespect, Quacks. How disrespected would you feel if that happened in your solo queue game?
Incredibly. I feel like that might be worth a chat or a type. But what definitely is worth discussion is this Dragon coming up in about 10 seconds. Both teams, as you can see, kind of matching around this mid lane, trying to fight for control over these waves. But EDG are first to the river, and Monkey's just face checking.
Oh no, his dash gets canceled. He has to flash out the seismic shove. Here comes the Ornhorn ZDZ. Will it find a mark? No, it gets interrupted there by Yao Yao, but he throws himself into the fray to do so. He does get a lot of value on the Unbreakable Will, but now he has no way out. That's a great Weaver's Wall from Angel, and while it may take a lot of time to cut down the cow, he gets turned into beef for the future. Gray screen for him. Flash from Leaf after he eats a bursting arrow. About has to flash right after him. WE have control of the Barren River side of the map, but I think EDG have much bigger priorities.
And we can see WE are all on that top side, maybe saying, hey, we might go for the Baron. We might try and, you know, throw this objective, but they have no chance of being able to do it. I mean, they've got to save these waves. They've got to make sure to respond to the pressure that EDG are now putting onto the map. Sole point for the EDG comp. And they're going for the Baron as 2 people, but they're completely alone, guys. Please. Please, what are we doing?
All right, hold on. They have Karis TPing in. About is here, but yeah, I mean, Monkey's down to half HP. They're going back onto it. It's not even below 10k HP, and now they're trying to TP in Cube, but he's surrounded by EDG. Karis, he's got nowhere to run. It's actually Yao Yao. Karis is trying to stall. Good flash. He won't get killed off, but Leave is taking down Monkey on the front side of the fight. They come off the Baron. WE, their desperation is way too much. The EDG must find a way to punish them back through. It's Monkey, Cube, and Yao Yao down. EDG feels so brash and bullish, they don't even want the Baron, they want the series.
EDG are marching toward the mid lane. WE are too desperate to make these plays too late on the trigger. If this was a Western draw 1v1 Slayer, WE, they wouldn't even be able to get their hand to the holster before EDG shot them down. They're just quicker on the trigger, and now they start up the Baron.
Okay, maybe they were a little too confident walking down mid lane. They probably should have just went for this Baron before, but they do pick it up nonetheless here. And most importantly, I don't even care about the win, Quacks, right now. Let's have a positive Baron power play. That'll really send a message.
Yes, please, God. Let's have a positive play off of a neutral once this game, because I feel like neutrals have been cursed for game number 2 here, because every team that has like started it up, something crazy or like reality warping has happened to just make it feel like it was a negative play at the end of the day. But EDG now a bunch of gold ahead. That 4.4 completely fake, because like we said, there are now ornaments on all 5 players. Xiaohao finally getting
gold
some love.
Ornaments, by the way, everyone. They're each worth 1k, so effectively the math says very big gold lead.
Yep, quite big. But here we see, I mean, the waves pushed up for mid. EDG just trying to really thin out WE at this point in the game, split them up as much as possible. Cube is splitting on the top side of the map, so I feel like they can just really pull the trigger onto this tier 2, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Because WE, they don't have the numbers advantage, they're missing their top laner, they're not able to contest this or save that tower at all. And I am interested, are they going to pull the trigger under the turret? ZDZ is very tanky. Xiaohao has that Guardian Angel. You have a bunch of safety nets to be able to go for an aggressive play like this. We'll have to see if they pull the trigger to try and end this game out.
2 piercing arrows on a Yao Yao thanks to the armor pen now is half HP for Yao Yao. That is rough. The oppressive nature of a Varus and a Talia pushing down your base, a scary sight nonetheless. WE are getting chipped away at, they're getting poked and prodded, cornered, and dared to come out to fight back here. But it is becoming more and more difficult. A couple more shots from this cannon minion will finally break the base. It's low enough that ZDZ can just walk up and auto it down. WE's base is now being collected. EDG, I mean,
Cube?
I don't even... Cube? That equalizer hurt my soul to look at, and you deserve to lose another turret. You know what?
Right.
Let's take away some inhibitors for that one as well.
I think these top laners, with their ultimates, what is happening? Like, it's like literally a pattern between these two. That isn't even Cube's first questionable equalizer. He had one on that bot side at the beginning of this game. It's literally just these two this game, like, not able to land their Archies, but EDG Double inhibitor now. You can see Angel heading up toward the top side. If they can convert this pressure onto this part of the map while those supers are pushing in, we can do what we said we wanted to see from EDG, which is thinning out WE, kind of forcing them to rotate, and you can try and pick them off on those rotations. It's a very dangerous game that WE will start to play if they get a little too lax while trying to rotate to these lanes to save them all. But we don't have to worry about the lanes right now, Slayer. There is a dragon coming up in 30 seconds, and just by, I feel, it is EDG's right to take this without any interference. I mean, Xiao has been winning the smite fights anyway, so I don't think Monkey, even if it was a 50-50, I think I would favor EDG.
Really methodical to back off once you take those 2 inhibitors, reset on perfect timings to now set up shop and set, more importantly, some traps named Leave for any walk-in from WE. Karis, the big fight he had earlier
they saw him for like a
millisecond.
millisecond.
I don't see any pings, though. I don't know if he's actually here, but Cube gets caught in the Zhonya's. Yao Yao's going to engage now. Here comes the equalizer. Karis is not here to get in yet, and they've already lost Yao Yao. Xiao Hao is going to trap him out in the cataclysm. He goes into the GA, but Monkey gets caught from Angel. Seismic shove. Yao Yao should finally go down, as Xiao Hao has somehow found a way to survive. Karis is going to throw caution to the wind and go after that one. He has Angel marked, and he forces Leaf to flash away, but he is safe and sound and firing out arrow after arrow to the heart of Team WE. EDG get their revenge, and will end Group Perseverance with a 2-0 sweep.
EDG making you believe at the end of the regular season, 3 series wins in a row. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And EDG finished the regular season strong with a 2-0 over the 4-1 WE. Let there be no doubt. You better start believing this team.
Ooh, Quacks. We might not know who from Group Perseverance will make it into Group Ascend, but we definitely know now it's not going to be a battle. It's going to be a war in that Knights Rivals tournament.
Oh yeah, and I'm all here for it. You know, I'll be like on the side just watching the war unfold. You know how in the Revolutionary War people would legitimately set up picnics to just watch the 2 sides like throw cannons at one another? That's going to be me during that conflict, and I am so unbelievably excited for it.
Excited indeed. And you know why I'm most excited, Quacks? You know what? Again, I am all for getting memed if I am wrong on this, but I am a man who loves to go by confidence. I'm feeling pretty good about the no onto Team WE's side for Group Ascend. And while that sounds like I'm just flaming Team WE, it's more so because if I want to be Team Edward Gaming, you virtually have to be Team No for Team WE, it feels like.
I mean, if you can't look at least convincing or looking like you're putting up a fight in your losses to EDG, how can you look convincing in your wins against IG, against top esports? Like, it feels like if we wanted to be converted to the yes side of Team WE making it into Ascend, not only did we need to see WE win this series, but we needed to see them do it in convincing fashion. Well, I wouldn't say they were convincing in either 2 of the games in their losses, and it was a 0-2 Slayer. So these 2 things mix up, and like the fence of like, are you on one side of yes and no? Like, we were over here, we were like over here, or no, over here. I'm like, can you guys still hear me? I can hear you. Is that a hill or is that a fence?
I don't know. We're so far away, I can't tell anymore.
You're
so right. We're so far away. Producer Icefire, can we potentially throw the Team WE Group Ascend yes/no back up? Is that possible to get back up on the screen while we wait for these post game stats? Because I just realized something. I want to take a look. All right. You know what? Mark Rafa, my sweet Pookie.
Call him out.
You are yes Team WE to Ascend, but you're an EDG super fan.
True.
That's all I'm gonna say, Quacks. I'm just presenting fact. I presented 2 facts. That's all I did.
You know, if any one of these people on the yes side are in the chat, now is your time to change your mind, and we won't hold it against you. I certainly feel like
oh, we might.
we might maybe a little bit less if you declare it now.
Quacks, I would rather they stay. I'm one of those guys that once you pick something, you gotta stick to it. I will flame you harder if you jump ship on me. So
That's fair.
maybe they should just stick to their roots. Holy moly! Did we finally have the Leave breakout game, or did we have the Leave breakout game?
I mean, that was a really good game from him, all things considered. I feel like the very in-character mistakes that we are prone to seeing from Leave, and there are a couple of them, weren't really relevant in this game, and I feel like they needed to be kind of minimized when you're playing these immobile champions who really rely on that flash in order to get around fights and maneuver around some of these more difficult angles in a game. I think Leave has been one of those people who will flash aggressively to look for something and then will later get punished for it. We didn't see a lot of those, you know, aggressive flashes be used, and even when they were, WE weren't really able to punish them. I felt like the Varus positioning was really, really clinical in this game, and overall just a very clean series from EDG. So love to see that from them to end off their time in Perseverance. And who knows, maybe some EDG believers to take that WE spot. We said that they were the team before the split that were predicted to be in the situation, in the conversation that WE are in now, which is, can they make it into Ascend? And I feel like with a performance like this, if we can kind of see them capture this Momentum Slayer, there's a chance. I don't know how big of a chance there is, but there's a chance.
And you know, for those group Ascend conversations, it's important to remind everyone, you don't necessarily have to beat a group Ascend team to make top 8 anymore, like to get to the group Ascend again, right? It would be cool. You could auto qualify. You could save yourself a best of 5 if you are one of those top 2 group Perseverance teams by beating a group Ascend team. But what really, you know, I guess, Quacks, that's what shaped my logic trying to think about what teams I think make group Ascend, was that, hey, you could, if you just play an extra best of 5 against a weaker opponent, you also can make top 8.
Yeah, and I do think that the way it's formatted, I mean, EDG could make it, right? We were having some conversations about this, and it's going to be a difficult road because I believe their first matchup is against Top Esports. So that series is going to be a banger, by the way. I'm excited to see what happens with that. But I mean, I do think that EDG, if we can see from them what we saw today, I'm curious what the ceiling is. Genuinely, I am. Because even if it's not good enough to be an Ascend team, I do think that you level yourself up significantly by performing like this to where even if you're in that Group Nirvana, you can definitely be one of the top teams in Group Nirvana, and that's exactly what EDG were last year. They were the best team in Nirvana, and a lot of people were saying that they could punch above their weight class going into next year. So who knows, maybe this is the time to prove it. Leave, I would say, had a very big breakout game. That missing link for EDG to really take that next step came alive. So excited to see where they can go.
Okay, I don't know how much time I have to stall for this. It sounds like we're getting a direct response from the man Rafa, which, you know, if it's too hard to throw the message, I can just say it. I do. He does make a logical point. There is a world where WE and EDG both make it a group Ascend, right? It's just, for me, I guess, Quacks, it's whether or not you believe in LNG or not.
Yeah,
for me,
no, I'm sorry. LNG are like...
Yeah, okay, here we go. So this is Rafa defending himself. He should be allowed to defend himself, and this is a valid point, but if you believe in LNG, this is not possible. And I believe in LNG. So that's where I'm at.
I really believe in LNG, so
there you
Mark...
go, Quacks. Oh, you go after him. I'm...
No, just no. I'm an LNG believer, and I think they're making Ascend, and I will not elaborate, and I will not argue.
You know what, Quacks? That's perfect, because you know what we get to do right here now? Our series is over. EDG, congratulations on your 2-0, picking that one up over WE, getting your revenge. Myself and Quacks are done for the day, that means, and we don't have to respond to anything else any further. We will now be throwing it over to, I believe, Yanni, and if it's not, I believe Yanni and Jay Beto will be locking things down on the Group Ascend series. So while we didn't get to do a lot of figuring out of the picture for this said group of Group Perseverance, Weibo and AL could have some serious ramifications for seeding, not just for Knight's rivals, but for the playoffs as a whole. So make sure to give them a warm welcome. We will see you guys back back for Knights Rivals. That is myself and Quax's final cast of the regular season. It has been an absolute blast, a flurry of a split so far. We will see you guys for those sweet, sweet best of fives. But for now, let's get back to the Weibo Gaming AL waiting room because the clock is ticking to midnight on that one. We'll see you guys.
Hey, LPL fans, welcome back in to LPL English. We just had a really interesting series go together between EDG and Team WE. I guess that's really the best way to put it, Jay Beto. But now, to the final match of the night, we're getting toward Anyone's Legend, who are sitting at 6-2, and Weibo Gaming at 4-4. Jay Beto, this match means so much.
Yeah, it's important for both these teams. More so Weibo. I mean, they want to lock in playoffs. With this win, it would put them at 5 wins, which is our favorite number in the LPL right now for our teams to lock in playoffs for AL. A win here would put them closer to... currently they are locked in as first seed, but... Not locked in. They are first seed, sorry. It would put them closer to locking that first seed away from BLG. So both these teams would love to, A, get a higher seed, / actually make it into playoffs.
Yep, and we already saw Weibo lose earlier in the week to BLG, and now having to go against AL, we're going to need to see if they're going to be able to find themselves to be able to contend as a top team in the league. Right now, they're in that JDG tier alongside them. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Weibo Gaming roster, because there are a lot of heaters on this roster. Remember, big changes this year coming in. It's Sika in the top lane, JJ in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane, and then Elk and Arha rounding out that bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, there are some massive names in this team. I think that this team so far this year it's an interesting one. They've looked both really good and also very lackluster. I think a lot of their success comes out of jungle and the bot side as well. Elk has had some insane performances, but Zezé is a world-class player. You know, that should be stated, and hopefully he can find a little bit of that magic that we know this player is capable of.
No doubt about it. And one of the players to watch, well, for both sides really, is this bottom lane, especially this heads-up matchup coming alongside for Elk and Hope. These guys have been really good so far this season. I think that Elk has really been like the glue that's been holding this Weibo team together with some really strong individual performances. He's had I think he's had the highest kill counts so far this season for AD carries, for really anybody. But over on the other side, I mean, this is just Hope's meta. We were talking about it when AL played against Top Esports. You can take a look at their last matchup. I mean, it was a convincing win for Anyone's Legend, and we'll have to see this time around. Elk and Weibo can turn it around.
I mean, both these rosters are very star-studded. AL has the benefit of being together last year, so they've already got that synergy built up. They were the best international performing LPL team. They did stumble a little bit domestically, but they did do the best results based, unless, you know, you count Test losing 3-0 in semis. But this team is very scary to play against, and bot lane is a big part of that. Hope, a great player. You can see from the stats here. Their last time they met, not too happy for Weibo and how they played, but hopefully they can turn it around. A win here would, you know, again, lock them into playoffs. That would be really big for this team.
And not only that, Jay Beto, you're probably determining All-Pro for this game, right, for these AD carries, because I think these guys are some of the more commonly voted on, at least internally, by the staff here at the LPL English project. Go check out our Discord if you want to get on that All-Pro voting, by the way. But there's neither here nor there for the moment. We'll see what happens on the rift between those two. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Anyone's Legend roster. Remember, Anyone's Legend bringing the same 5 back, just missing out on Tabe. At coach, it's still Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle for this side.
Yeah, again, this roster performed incredibly internationally. They did, you know, well at MSL, much better than BLG, and then despite losing to T1 in a 5-game banger, I think they showed more. They performed better, in my opinion, of what I rate for Worlds at least, and I'd love to see them continue. I would love to see this team at every international this year performing well. Maybe winning one would be great as well, and they've had a little bit rocky. They did lose to both BLG and JDG once, but they've found themselves a little bit more, as have Weibo as well.
Yeah, it's been pretty smooth for AL after a bumpy start. Both of these teams actually had some pretty rough starts. Weibo Gaming starting out 1-3, now pulling themselves back to 4-4. It's been really nice to see. But AL, on the other hand, they started out 1-2. They've rattled off 5 straight series wins. They're looking to make it 6 straight series wins, and right now they look as good as anybody. And I think a large reason why is the man in the support role. He has consistently shown that he is head and shoulders above many of the supports here in the LPL. Will you be voting for him for All-Pro is the question. Jay Beto, we had to redo our really early votes. I had voted within the first 10 minutes, and on the one, I voted for Kyle. On the other, I voted for On. I went back and forth between these guys for a while. What do you think?
It is a really tough decision between these two. I think they're both great. On has, in the past, had some... He's either on or he's off, right? That's how it is with this player.
That's the past.
But I think that he's been more on this season so far. So I think I would say on for right now. But there's still a couple of matches left. This match would do well for swaying my opinion, and I'm sure some opinion of some viewers as well, some other people on the staff. I think Kyle's an amazing support, and he needs to continue to do so because his support counter pick's really important in the game recently. And bot lane prio, getting those dragon stackings is a big part of support gameplay. I mean, you can see kill participation first in support, second on KD. The kill participation one is a really important one. He is always there with his team when they are fighting.
Yeah, and I think it's just a big reason of the gameplay, a big result of the gameplay that AL elects to play towards, because him and Tarzan are just the battery that never runs out of juice. They just continue to link up and make plays and be the primary playmakers for this team. It's a big reason why this team is having the success that they're having. Speaking of Tarzan, our head-to-head for today, the matchup to watch is between these two junglers, JJ on Weibo and Tarzan on the other side for AL. The numbers are close in some aspects, but a little far apart in some others.
I'm actually really surprised that both of these players aren't, or especially Tarzan, higher on the kill participation. 5th kill participation when his support is first. So I guess oftentimes, when teams are losing games more often, their junglers have a really, really high kill participation, and Tarzan has some pretty solid laners, so that does make sense. But damage percent first is really, really nice compared to 10th on the other side.
Yeah, the numbers, other than that, still quite good. KDA, obviously we love KDA here, but the kill participation number is the one that I'm looking at the most. Both of these guys are big progenitors for the success of their team, and it's a tale as old as time, right? Two of the better junglers in the LPL when you look at things historically. JJ many years ago winning his world championship when Tarzan was just getting started over here. But Tarzan has really been the guy since then, right? The top 2 junglers in this league for the longest time have been Tarzan and Kanavi, and now you don't have to compete with Kanavi on the top side if you're Tarzan. So now the throne is yours to be the king of the jungle and take it yourself, Jay Beto. And so far, he's been doing a great job of putting himself in a class of his own.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people were really happy when Tarzan got his first domestic champion or first domestic title. I think even Faker was talking about that at that World. I think there's an LPL interview about that. So a lot of players, a lot of people in the community as well, happy that happened. But for JJ, and he has been to the top, right? He's been further than Tarzan technically, right? If you want to talk about that, it has been a while. It's been quite a few years, but this player is capable of some really high highs. If we were able to find that again, I think that contesting jungle is really important. Like you said, with Kanavi not being in the league anymore, Shun having some very big ups and downs, and Junja kind of the same. For me, Junja is more of a goes too far kind of player. So if JJ can find himself in that, excuse me, number 2, number 3 spot, it would really be able to elevate Weibo to hopefully a playoff / an international level.
No doubt about it, Jay Beto. Well, we saw last time around, JJ, not the greatest series last time out against BLG. That was on Monday. things just generally did not go well for the team in game 1, but that Aatrox in game 2 was really not it. I want to continue to see JJ on a lot of these facilitators that he's been so good at. Obviously, the Vi didn't work out, but I mean, you know, if this Jarvan doesn't get banned, I mean, watch out. This guy's been really good on it so far this year. But I do imagine that AL is going to be pretty on top of the bans. This team's preparation, despite the coaching change, is still second to none.
I mean, they still had that year with Tabe, right, who we all think is one of the best drafters in the world. And AL, like, their players are very smart. They've been around a lot. You know, a few of them have been around for a while. And I think that AL is still a team fighting team. And we're yet to see how, like, my opinion on this is going to flesh out. Because I think that in the past, the LPL has been really... You get all the flashes on my face. It looks pretty good. My monitor is very bright.
We're at a rave right now. It just is what it is.
Exactly. You know what? LPL rave. That sounds pretty fun. Put on some Rafa music. I'm with it.
Yeah. Maybe. You know what? Maybe we should do that the next time everybody gets together at a esports event, a league event. Now, Rafa, prepare yourself, brother.
Yeah, we need some more. Hyped up songs. You know, we need a really long playlist for Rafa. But what I was going to say was, internationally, like, one of the biggest things that, not at Worlds, big asterisks, is that LPL teams last year were really countered by the Gen G style when that happened. I think there was a match that AL played against Gen G that I thought AL played quite well. Gen G have this thing like they push out a turret, dive you, but don't kill you. They push you away and they get the full turret goal. They used to do that a lot last year. And I think that is not as good this year. Gen G are still undefeated and look like the best team in the world, but I have a feeling that this meta is a lot more team fighty. I am only watching the LPL, to be fair. I'm mostly watching the LPL, but stacking dragons, getting prio through bot side, it feels to me a lot more important in this game than cross-mapping for turrets, because Feats isn't in the game anymore. The turrets are harder to take down, and we haven't been really seeing a ton of cross-map macro, which, wrapping back around, I think that AL is one of our teams that does really good in those 5v5s.
No doubt. And I think a large reason you see games decided with a lot of these fights and not too much cross-mapping is because, you know, team fights are the biggest gold generator that you can have as a team if you're winning these early fights, right? Especially if you are as good as a team like AL is in the jungle and support roles, because, you know, when you're just that good, you get to have that warping early game impact. This is where most of your utility is coming from. You know, we've seen JJ pick up this Poppy and knock some people out of fights. Like, if you can take out one very big carry, it's so swingy in these early game skirmishes that you could find yourself taking the dragon, going 3 for nothing, and then you're in the driver's seat from there. It makes the game a lot easier to play out.
I'm really excited for this draft. I think that there are a lot of picks that have a ton of potential. Bard, something that is actually rising up in the LPL. It's not as strong as it is in the LCK with some of those players, but I think that we've got some in this game, right? Bard players. And then Vampire's been picking it up and looking really good. He did have a Bard tax on his last series where it didn't look very good, but I still think that Bard is a really important pick. Nico is something getting banned all the time. The Malphite has dropped off in priority, but the mid is very contested. The Orianna, the Ryze, the Talia, the Azir, all picks in this game that are quite important. There's a bit of Syndra rising up as well. I'm super interested to see what these teams are prioritizing. Is Varus going to get let through? Some games, the Varus, I haven't been super convinced.
Yeah, he has really displayed a lot of strength in some games, and in others has been a little lackluster. You know, the win rate is still about 50%, right? So generally speaking, if you pick up Varus, you're probably feeling really good about yourself. You know, but I like your points about the mid lanes, especially because we're starting to see the counters come through, like the very odd counters. Like we've seen quite a bit of Cassiopeia. We've seen Anivia. I mean, I can't remember the last time Anivia was meta outside of a player named Froggen, right? Like, this is just a champion that you really didn't see very often at all. So it's nice to see that these players in these teams are innovating a little bit. I really hope that this sort of innovation continues as we start getting into the more high impact games. As we're going to get to Knights Road very soon, the play-in, and then of course the playoffs themselves.
That's pretty quick, right? So I think the play-ins is like 3 or 4 days. And then there's a few days break for, I believe, an event. And then we're straight into playoffs. There'll be a little break, and then we're in first stand. And then barely a month goes past, and we're in Split 2. So the year's going quick. These guys, we're seeing right here, have a lot to work on. Not because they're, not super great, obviously, but they've got a lot of prep to do, preparing for these playoffs, preparing for the possibility of first stand. The LPL did not do great in first stand last year, and I think the tournament is a lot more competitive this year than it was last year. I see your face about that.
Well,
do you have any thoughts on last first stand?
The good news is we're not setting top esports this time.
Probably not, but you never know.
So sad.
Everyone could explode.
I was such a big believer of top esports last year as a whole that even I was
you fell for it.
First stands, it was the first tournament of the year, right? Big changes. We had the whole lane swap thing going on, but I went and I bought their icon for Worlds, and I walked around as TES Yanni in every game that I came in, and they were 2-0. I had them as one of my 3-0s. All of my friends were like, "You do know Paul. All of the time that you spend casting LPL, it's paying off." And then the plane started, going down a little bit.
Ooh.
Like, hey, listen, they still went through and didn't quite have the run that I expected, but still a run nonetheless.
Worlds was good. We've had the last 2 Worlds have been all 5 games in the finals, which is really, really entertaining. I was looking before 2024. There'd only ever really been a handful of finals that have gone all the way. I mean, I still think 2022 Worlds is probably the most entertaining, although I am very recency biased against that Worlds. But I think that we've been pretty lucky with the last 2. They've gone really well, looked really, really fun to watch. I've enjoyed them a lot. And now we get another one in in America. The last one was 2022. That was a banger.
I was there. I was there for the inhibitor respawn game.
Oh, really?
We're definitely
to go to Nvidia's call.
That Nexus. Oh, it was so fantastic. And then they were down 0-2, and I was saying to my buddies, like, I think it's cooked for this man's last dance. And then they clutched up. It was one of the more amazing things I've gotten to see in person. Getting to sing Happy Birthday to Deft as well, after the entire place after it was over, is a memory that I will not forget anytime soon. One thing that we might be forgetting is to start the draft. We are still awaiting that. Not sure what the holdup is right now. We're just building the tension here. All right.
Yeah,
so let's kind of reframe what's going on here. So Weibo Gaming currently sitting at 4-4. Remember that magic number is 5. That magic number is 5 because Top Esports is currently 3-6. Can do no better than 4-6. They can still get in. It's going to require Weibo to lose out pretty much, and then Top Esports to go and get a victory. Top Esports will have a difficult run at it with JDG coming up tomorrow on Thursday. Weibo Gaming are getting 2 shots. The first one against AL tonight. The second one against IG on the last day of the regular season on Friday. So if they don't get it done today, no need to panic. Top Esports can shoot themselves in the foot, or Weibo can need that other shot against IG. Either way, I'm liking their chances here, Jay Beto. What do you think?
Oh, I'm not sure. It is a tough ask. I think Weibo are, I would probably say that they would be 4th. I think that is a very comfortable spot to put them. Have Tess and IG through into the play-ins. It's kind of funny because after everything that's happened, it looks like the dust is going to settle into the most neutral position. AL and BLG number 2, JDG number 3, with Weibo tailing pretty closely behind, and then Top Esports tonight. This is almost exactly how it felt like it was going to look at the start. And then there were a bunch of change-ups. JDG was first for a while. BLG were losing matches. AL wasn't looking good. And now the dust has settled and we're back here.
Yeah, just in the end, It was exactly as many of us predicted. I think I put Weibo around that 3rd and 4th spot, so I feel, you know, feel pretty good about that prediction so far. But we'll see, right? Obviously, Top Esports could make a miracle happen and could, you know, unseat Weibo for that 4th and final spot. It is not impossible for it to happen. Do remember the consequences of not getting into that top 4. Not only do you have to go play a Knights Road, the play-ins, but if you lose, you are going to Nirvana, my friend. And I don't know if that's going to happen for sure for IG and either Top Esports or Weibo, but the possibility of it being a thing is still concerning if you're either one of these teams.
I think a few of the LPL staff actually voted that would happen, that someone from IG or Top Esports would get eliminated by a team like WE or EDG that we just saw in the series previously and be in Group Nirvana, which is a very tough thought for those teams. Players who are good have won matches in Group Ascend, right? That's the thing. But the truth of the matter is that there's only 2 groups. You've only got 8 spots in Group Ascend, and the top 4, at least the top 3, to me seem very stable. I say that, but JDG did lose to Weibo as well. So that team, they need some more stabilizing. But BLG, AL, very heavy hitters. And I expect there to be some pretty heavy hits in this series tonight. When we do eventually get into the series, that is, Yanni. I'm not too sure if we're going to get there, but we might.
Well, we're on the get there plan. We just got to get there. It's one of my favorite sayings from playing Magic the Gathering over my life. Whenever I knew I was in a scenario that was not great, you know, but we gotta push through anyway. So we'll see when we get this started. What's going on? That AL pin that's on the coach's suit jacket looked very nice, very shiny. See, we're cutting away for it. Anything is possible,
Yes.
Jay Beto. But is starting the
We're
draft
in.
possible? That's the question. And the answer is yes. Weibo Gaming and AL draft has started. We're already seeing Jason Varys. Surprise, surprise. Take it off the board.
The stylist, so Weibo looking for a Malphite first pick. Could be a possibility. In the past, we've seen the Mundo that's kind of completely dropped out of existence, played into the Malphite, but for AL, if they feel confident to play against the Malphite, they could leave it open. I don't think it's a have to ban champion when it's threatened with this Silas angle. This also could be like a bait ban. So when you're on first pick, which we've got Weibo on the first pick stage and AL who took red side, so we've got normal drafting here. So I'm going to call it blue side. When you're on the blue side, you can force bans to get some things to be left open. So we've got Nico, Rumble, and Orianna that are still available. With the Silas ban, it's kind of a bait that forces that Malphite ban if AL aren't comfortable playing against it. So Weibo kind of get their choice. With the Bard ban, that means there's all 3 available. Now, AL could be really sneaky and ban a throwaway or a target ban here.
Right.
And then Weibo would get their pick of the 3, but AL would get the other 2.
And sometimes that's what giving up first pick and getting counter pick means, is that in a scenario where there are 3 of the best champions on the patch available, you get to just say, all right, have your pick of the one, we'll take the rest, and we'll be able to dominate draft that way. It's going to be Nico, be the final ban coming through. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think it's got to be an Orianna lock-in for Xiaohu because of the way he's played so far this year. Instead, we are going to see the Rumble get locked in for Zika.
When you're giving away like an Orianna Jarvan, an Orianna Wukong, and Orianna Xin Zhao, I think that's what you have to go. We've seen so much of this champion picked. You could take the Azir side of the trade and just say we're comfortable dealing with it, but I'm worried that if you give over either Wukong or Jarvan and an Orianna, you've got Rumble Orianna Jarvan or Rumble Orianna Wukong, and that is so much team fighting potential. The side lane is very scary too. It's going to be the Yunara early for AL. There is the Orianna, but you have given over a fairly strong jungle. AL feel confident that they can take either the remaining jungler out of the, Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Wukong on 3, or that they can drop jungle here, pick a top side, and get banned out of jungle.
That's going to be that Jarvan. Whenever you get to deal with Yunara, if her ultimate's not up, it's going to be very difficult for her to dash out of the Cataclysm, and of course, Orianna will always have trouble. We're also going to get to see the rise for Xiaohu here. So we're going to need to see Xiaohu move around a lot. I think a lot of this game is going to be on his shoulders.
What AL want to pick here? They could pick the top side, so Cassante has been the biggest counter. Ooh, or they can go jungle and get this Poppy. This is a very early face-up Poppy. It's really only getting value into the Jarvan right now. Doesn't have a great matchup against Ryze. Doesn't have a great matchup against Rumble. It is a good champion, but it's mostly picked here because of the Jarvan. It is a three-way flex. It's probably not getting played against Rumble on the top side, so I could see realistically a two-role flex with bans here for AL on their second phase.
And how powerful is Jarvan right now that you are willing to just pick Poppy because you're like, it's a great hard counter into Jarvan? I mean, this champion has been really, really good going into this year. A lot of the players have been performing exceptionally well. JJ is no exception. So I do like the idea of just going, you know what, let's not deal with all of this nonsense early on. Corki getting banned out because Corki, everybody's been picking it into Yunara for the early game. Jay Beto, we're looking for a bot lane out of Weibo. Over on the side of AL, just need a support potentially or a top laner to wrap a bow on things.
All right, Kai'Sa's an option, but we've really been seeing a lot of Aphelios into the Yunara. The reason I mentioned the Kai'Sa is it is an okay matchup in the 1v1. Kai'Sa wins a lot of 1v1s against ADCs, but Elk has been really, really good at the Kai'Sa specifically. Multiple massive pop-offs. 19-0, 18-3, I think it was. Ridiculous games on the Kai'Sa, but both are going to be left up. It's the MF ban from AL, wanting to deny a little bit of that team fighting presence and scared of the Jarvan combo. It does make sense. I think that for Weibo, they have options here. The Kai'Sa's great. The Aphelios Thresh is a great look here, in my opinion. The Alistar is not possible, so probably not a Sivir angle. I think AL might have left open too many ADCs here.
I'd be right about that, Jay Beto. See what AL goes and picks here. If they want their support, they want their top laner. I don't believe that one for a second, although that would be pretty. It would be pretty cool. Haven't seen
Baiting us.
Haven't seen an Aurelia
This is
game in a
real.
very long time. It could absolutely be real, especially for Flandra. And Flandra's a guy where his creativity hasn't really shown through a whole lot this year. You know, you've seen his Rek'Sai. That's really about as spicy as it's gotten so far. He has played a couple of games on this Aurora if you wanted to go for it. Instead, we're going to see the Mbessa out here. Again, that could still go into the jungle. We do have the Orianna-Mbessa combination. So AL trying to keep things flexible.
Yeah, I like it. The Mbessa trading pattern with the shields is really, really nice into the Rumble. You will get outscaled, like in terms of damage, but that team fight potential, like you touched on, very nice. Ashe Seraphine has been really rising up in priority. I think that a lot of teams are going towards it. I think it looks pretty nice, but it's going to be the Nautilus. I could see an Aphelios. I think Kai'Sa Nord is probably the best bet now with the Nautilus here. It's very safe into things like the Mbessa, into things like the Orianna. And, I mean, we've seen how well Elk has done it. Played it this split so far. You're just waiting on breaking this flex. Is it a support pickup here? Braum Yunara, maybe a Lulu Yunara could be nice too.
See what the move is. A lot of good options, no matter what direction you want to take it. I've always been a fan of the Lulu Yunara. This is a lane where it would be really, really scary because if you get hit by a Wayward Hook out of Arha, you are in a lot of trouble. If you want to go further into the disengage, which it looks like AL will, they're going to get the ball delivery system on top of that with this Alistar lock-in.
Very tanky bot side. The double tank melee support will mean that this is primarily a scaling bot lane. And the level 6s are important. The team fights are more important rather than finding some really, really early kills. You've got roaming from Xiaohu in the mid lane. So I think that this might end up being quite a slow game. I think that with the Poppy in the jungle, it's actually quite good into the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus. The Kai'Sa is a bit harder to get it off, but still a good matchup. Still has that potential to interrupt Kai'Sa on the ult, but nice into Nautilus. But there is a ton of engage from both teams. So showing up to these Drakes, you know, level 6, level 11 for the second level and ult. First and second items are going to be very important spikes for these teams. And Dragon stacking has been the name of the game so far in 2026.
Jay Beto, we talk all the time about how champions like Jarvan need to make that great early impact in games, because if you don't, kind of fall off a little bit. You're just out there trying to land some knockups, sticking people in the cataclysms. But early on is where you make that impact, where you go, you gank, get these kills, get your laners ahead. We're going to have to see if JJ is up to the task, or if Tarzan's going to be able to shut him down. I really want to see Weibo find a way to get him going early if they want to get this victory and they want to lock this last spot to immediately go into the bracket stage.
And what a matchup in the in the jungle for our head-to-head. Jarvan Poppy, right? Jarvan wants to be that playmaker early, but Poppy is all about denying that. You have so much disengaged from AL with the Keeper's Verdict and the headbutt from Alistar. So if Weibo show up, it can very quickly become a numbers advantage for AL with both the Keeper's Verdict and the headbutt denying the engage, keeping this Jarvan out and keeping the backline protected. Normally you'd be worried about the Jarvan maybe into something like the Orianna. And not the worst matchup, but still is good. And if Yunara doesn't have ult, or maybe you can force the ult, but with the Poppy and the Alistar in the way, this backline will be very protected.
Another matchup that I'm interested in highlighting is this mid lane matchup between Shanks and Xiaohu, right? Especially because Xiaohu is going to have opportunities to move around against the Orianna, right? This is not a champion that will be able to 1v1 you even if they get first move. You know, as Ryze, you're able to just kind of trail behind and then get in front of them with your Realm Warp. But again, you know, as we've mentioned, Xiaohu not really having his best season, has cleaned it up since the early miscues of Split 1, but is still not playing up to his standard that we've known for so long. Obviously struggled quite a bit in 2025. This is his opportunity here, I think, to really start to show that he is still that guy. He can still get it done, and you can still have a very successful team with him at the helm in the mid lane.
Yeah, there are some unks in this game for sure. And I mean that in a good way. I mean, there is Onk over in Korea, and he is still taking people out, still taking names and ruining dreams. So being old in this game, it's not as bad as it maybe used to be spoken about, but there's a lot of experience in both of these teams.
He's seasoned.
Yeah, exactly. Well seasoned, slow cooked, if you will. I mean, Worlds is in Texas.
I thought, he's
slow
cooked?
cooked
What do you mean?
smoked barbecue?
I thought he wasn't cooked. We were just talking about how he wasn't cooked.
Ooh. Yeah, but you can't be seasoned and not cooked, you know? Like, that's not...
You can.
He's not ready, though. I feel like Hongq is seasoned. Like, he's got the seasoning, but he's not cooked yet, you know? Like, in a good way.
You're right about Worlds being in Texas for most of the stretch. They do tend to have good food out there. Shout out.
I've never had barbecue. It doesn't happen here. We don't do it. So I think if I do go to a Worlds this year from Australia, which is far and expensive, it'll be just for the barbecue in Texas. I'll go there, watch a couple, and then it's barbecue. That's what I'm there for.
I would have loved to enjoy that. Shout out Viv for scheduling everybody when I was down there to go to the Cheesecake Factory, and then going to the wrong Cheesecake Factory. Viv helping out with our graphics and stuff like that. She's great, but yeah, not one of her brighter moments. Had to throw the shade any time that I can. As it looks like we're just about ready to get into game, Jay Beto. Game 1 of this best of 3 series between Weibo Gaming and Anyone's Legend coming at you right now.
I got a pretty stacked crowd tonight.
Yeah.
A lot of support
Healthy
coming out from
Giles.
the... I like that. I'm a big fan. I feel like I said it's every cast. It does just hype me up. Like, I love it.
Oh, dude, it's so awesome. It's so
watching LCK and LPL last year, I was like, man, imagine being there. And, I mean, this is, like, halfway there. We're halfway there. Not quite actually there to hear and feel the, you know, vibrations from the crowd, but sometimes they're so loud that, you know, the mic starts distorting, and hold on. Very early
big
flash.
knock up. Interrupting that flash and turning this bottom lane fight for Hope and Kyle, getting that early advantage. Remember that while Kai'Sa is not the strongest of early game AD carries, Kai'Sa Nautilus is one of the strongest pairings that you can get.
Yeah, it's a lot of burst damage. I think people forget CC that actually like helps
big
doing
flash by
damage.
Kyle. Yep, that's going to burn the barrier at Elk.
Is that what he... I mean, maybe this is like calculated. Kyle goes in, not on level 2, so there's absolutely no threat, but he gets the barrier. So Hope had barriered earlier, so it's now an even trade. I mean, Kyle's making an argument for the all-pro consideration that we were talking about a bit earlier. The pulverize on Aha's flash and the hook, like that was really, really nice to deny that CC, and now making a play to make Elk a little bit harder to hit. Oh, the HUD has unfortunately broken. That is unfortunate.
Unlucky, but I think we'll be just fine.
It happens.
Shahu getting a little bit better of a trade on Shanks there. We do see our bot lane for the side of AL recalling as JJ is over on that bottom side, clearing out his bottom quadrant. So we're already seeing him and Tarzan just kind of go their separate ways for the moment. So opportunity could be there for JJ to make a play while Tarzan is at bay.
I didn't actually remember this until I looked not that long ago, but like LoL Esports didn't have HUDs, like the upgraded HUDs, for so long. It's only really like the last year or two, more like two years, where these really, really fancy HUDs have been in the game providing so much more information. And everyone was kind of going bare bones for a long time.
Down on this bottom side is another good trade for the Weibo bot lane. JJ going to go take care of this bottom crab while Tarzan gets the top one. And now it might be Tarzan looking to make the first play upstairs.
And top.
All right, I think we need to shift over somewhere here. Is Elk down to
Hey, it
about
looks like
half
Zika
HP.
just flashed.
Yeah, Zika.
Looks like Zika flashed away. And we're all chilling in the top side. A lot of top side vision for AL. JJ got a ward onto Tarzan's Raptors, so we'll see when those spawn. But after the base from JJ, won't be able to invade those himself, as he'll be on the top side. You can already see the retreat pings. And AL know exactly where JJ is going. They saw him on, they didn't see him. They saw his pathing because he wasn't at the top side, and they guessed that he was in that lane and guessed correctly. Very nice game sense. And I'm thinking about the third, I'll call it, Scuttle Crab.
Another knockup.
Another
Hold on.
all in.
Oh, got stunned up. This is a big problem. You don't have heal. You don't really have a way out. Hook goes down. So Arha is able to Spider-Man his way out, but Kyle, another good engage there, getting advantages on this Weibo bot lane.
Very nice start from this bot lane from AL. I mean, Alistar is a champion that does suffer early game, but Yunara, having the amazing clear that she does with the Q, allows that to not be as much of a factor. Casts a very short range, like you were saying earlier. Not the strongest level 1 champion. Does do really well CS-wise, and the all-in with the passive damage is quite nice. Bot lane Scuttle will spawn in about 30 seconds, and we've been talking about this red side level 6 early if you have access to this bot lane Scuttle Crab. And JJ, with the ult available after doing his camps, hopefully we can start to see JJ get active on the map, maybe gank Shanks. Flashes aren't down on important members, so Shanks and Hope do still have their flash, but maybe we might also see like a pre-level 6 fight around the Scuttle Crab if Tarzan doesn't want to give it up.
Dragon is up and the crab is about to be too, as we can see everybody coalescing here on this bottom side. Elk did take a recall, so Hope is on the map currently. Looks like he'll take his back as well. Very low on mana, and right now just a game of chicken as we wait for the crab to spawn here, Jay Beto. But it looks like Tarzan is willing to give it up.
Sometimes we've seen games where the whole early game just gets flipped by this Scuttle. Fight to the death on this Scuttle Crab. Level 6 is hit, and then you win the fight after that. But AL playing a little bit more conservative. Tarzan will hit level 6 off of his next camp, I assume, and be just fine. But also to note, JJ now has the upgraded smite. Tarzan doesn't, so could have opted to do the dragon with some bot lane prior and the roam from Xiaohu in the mid lane, but opts to instead take a base, continue the clear going. Tarzan, not level 6, doesn't have the upgraded smite. He's spending quite a little bit of time down here, just waiting for his camps, but it will continue to be a fairly slow early game.
No doubt about it. And we know that these team fights can be explosive on either side, but AL has the opportunity to send Kyle in. Shanks with the ball on him can land a shockwave on the multiple members. Speaking of shockwaves, we're going to go right in on Xiaohu taking this 1v1 here. Not a lot of mana on the way of Shanks, but those empowered auto attacks from Orianna will always make a trading pattern difficult.
Yeah, just a tempo shockwave. Xiaohu, actually, might need to stay. This is a bit sketchy, but because Shanks has no mana, Shanks will get the base off first, and both mid laners will be fairly happy. Now, we're 7 minutes in, Yanni. We've got Grubs in like a minute. I really think that the Grubs have fallen off in value a ton. I know that at the start of the season, everyone was talking about like, oh man, top lane is going to be so strong. Everyone can just be isolated. You get the extra XP, the turrets. It's just like way better to split push for the tier 2s. And we haven't really seen a whole lot of that. Mostly, it's been weak side top. I know that Rumble and Bessa are very strong champions in team fighting, but there's very little jungle pathing up to the top side, very little plays happening. The supports don't roam up to the top at all anymore because of the role quest, and the Grubs aren't as valuable. You know, there's no feats of strength, so you're not worried about any monster slaying passive there. And that's resulted in a lot more investing in bot.
Couldn't agree more, right? And I think that's why the meta has gone the way that it has, where you're seeing a lot of these late game carries come through, and a big reason why we've been propping up a lot of these AD carries in the league, right? We've been, talking all about Viper and Gala, of course, Hope and Elk, as some of the top AD carries in the league. And they have great tools in this particular game to make their impact known. These Grubs are going to get started up by Tarzan, which does make a lot of sense to me if you're AL, right? If you are going to see any split pushing prowess come through, it's going to be Flandra on this Ambessa that's going to be making way on the turrets. Dragon get started up here by JJ while his bot side has some priority. We might be losing that priority, who knows? Okay. Hook goes down. Kyle still has his ultimate if he wants to go in. The re-engage into Arha. Hope is rifling away. But here comes a knockup, and here comes a rise. Cataclysm catches both of them. First blood to Arha. And now Kyle is going to be targeted out next. He does have that ultimate running, that unbreakable will, but they break it anyway. Elk picks up the other.
I think that's a big mistake from AL's bot lane. I understand going for the all-in and looking for some pressure, but when Kyle WQs in, that's when the overstep happens, because Zhezhe is not topside. Tarzan had just done the Grubs, so he knew that Zhezhe wasn't topside. He was late on the roam. It's very likely you know where Tarzan is here. In fact, there's a pink ward in the Dragon, so they know he's there. And Ryze has a global ult, right? So this is fine. This is fine. This is not fine. When Kyle goes for the all-in and Hope continues, he gets ulted. Look at where the rest of AL are. They're so far from this play. Chunking down the bot lane of Weibo and then pivoting to the Dragon is a good look. But Kyle goes way too far, and it costs not only first blood, which did go over to Arha, but it cost them 2 kills in the bot lane.
Yeah, sure. The first one went to Arha, but that's okay. You get closer to that support item. These first support items make a large impact. This Dragon is still up, which means we could still see a fight surrounding it at some point, but getting out on the front foot against a team like AL, remember they're 6-2. They're on a 5-match win streak of their own. Honestly, 2 of the hottest teams in the LPL going at it right now. And if you're Weibo Gaming, you really want this game. You really don't want to wait until whatever Top Esports does or the last day of the season to get that spot. If you can get a win over AL today, not only locking that spot, but also a win against the best team in the league, you're going to be feeling mighty good about yourself.
I mean, the gold lead isn't too bad for AL. They're down about 700 to 800 gold, and most of that is in bot, if not all of it. There's a little bit of a CS advantage in top, but a CS advantage in mid for Shanks, so that'll even that up. It's mostly because of those kills. Tarzan's bomb planted over the wall. He's on a ward here, though.
Right, Kyle and Hope walking up, trying to take some control down here as Tarzan looks to put his body on the line to force away the Weibo side. Shanks has first move. Xiaohu's Realm Warp is going to be up shortly. So it looks like AL will be able to secure this bottom crab. Some very nice vision for themselves.
It is nice. I think Tarzan is nice shockwave just for the wave. think that Tarzan just clearing out the ward near the dragon. And with JJ hovering on the side, both junglers are still here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going in again. Another Unbreakable Will. Elk is able to ult away and create some space. Knockum's going to go down onto Hope, so he can't really get in this fight for the moment. Shoved up against the walls, Arha, and he is going to fall after the shield falls off. It's Hope getting that kill, and Kyle is looking for more balls on him. JJ locks everybody in and throws away the key to stem the bleeding.
It'll be at least a little bit of an answer for Weibo, but AL, this time, jungle is around. Here comes a Realm Warp.
This is going to be a good play onto Hope here. Flash from Hope. Tarzan denies everybody. And now he's on the backside.
Wow.
JJ's forced to flash away, but Elk can't survive. It's Xiaohu against the world, and he doesn't have the help. He'll trade out on Hope, but die himself. A double kill for Shanks.
Tarzan plays that so well. Both fights, he's there hovering for Zez's gank through the lane, and the fight looks really good. The Poppy finds so much value into those three champions, right? Into Jarvan, Nautilus, and Kai'Sa. Those are the three that we were putting out in draft that this Poppy is great into, and then stays around. So Xiaohu had to base, but he runs down the lane for this Realm Warp, and Hope is way too far, but Tarzan is ready with the flash. Really well timed to deny the EQ, knocks him into the wall, and it's almost AL playing this picture perfectly without anyone dying. Back in top.
We're still fighting on the top side. Shockwave down onto Zika, and he is going to fall. Shanks is everywhere right now. He's 3-0.
Yeah, AL is just roaming around the map. We've got Hope, who's transitioned into the mid lane. Now a TP from Flandra going down to the bot lane. This is pretty early. I don't think the quests have been completed. Okay, it is actually... Actually, we can't tell. I was going to say because the boots are missing from Hope with this HUD, we can't tell.
I know that Shanks got his, but that's all I know.
Well, there's the first one. But having them, so early rotate out of their lanes, this is normally the time where the quests start getting completed, so they might be. But AL's macro right now, mismatching these lanes, putting Shanks around these players as well to give him, and funneling him the gold. Now in a side lane, getting more plates, setting him up to do a lot this game.
See that. Hope doing quite well for himself here in this mid lane, just contently farming away. Again, this dragon still stands. We're 14 minutes into the game, J-Bet.
This dragon's seen a lot.
And this
dragon has seen a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he's honestly getting bored out there, I'd imagine. But I'm sure we'll be fighting around the dragon at some point soon, especially with how strong AL is in their current state. Team fighting is going to be really, really good. Again, Shanks having a banner game. I'm starting to wonder if maybe this Orianna champion was a little too strong not to ban.
Yeah, this Orianna champion is pretty strong. Normally, we've seen the Azir trade into it, but it's the Ryze this game, which is very tough lane. Kyle positioned around this Drake. No flashes on the carries on AL, so Weibo feel confident to step up here.
The walls are going to be closing in a second. Here comes the Keeper's Verdict. Who's it going to land on? JJ able to dodge it out. Gets the dragon himself. We have a teleport coming in from Shanks on the backside. Public execution as well. Xiaohu, Elk trying to deal with this front line. Equalizer goes down. They're stuck. They're stuck, but the Unbreakable Will means he's going to be all right. Elk gets to the backside. Flashes from Kyle and is putting on a show, but he can't flash that. Double kill for him, but the Realm Warp coming in to pick up the rest of the pieces. Tarzan, the lone man standing, burned away by the fires of Weibo. That is an ace.
And not only do they get the Drake, not only does the Keeper's Verdict hit nobody, but Weibo win the entire fight as well. Elk is the only one really who dies of importance here. Because the public execution lands on top of him, but Weibo plays so well together. This damage potential from the team right now with the Rumble, with this Ryze, has most likely evened up the gold completely in mid. I mean, the gold total was a few thousand gold in favor of AL. Now it's back in Weibo's pockets.
Oh, Kyle trying to deny JJ. Won't be able to there. So big objective pickups for the side of Weibo Gaming. Puts him in the lead about 1,000 gold. Take a look at this replay again because I don't know how Elk did it.
I mean, he gets hit, right? He gets hit by this public execution. Oh, it's actually Xiaohu who gets hit. So Elk is the one who's turned onto after this, but Arha buys so much time with that ult, and then JJ gets out. Elk goes into the backline, kills Flandra, kills Kyle as well with a really nice flash. Does fall down, but Elk, I mean, this, the Kai'Sa, Elk's Kai'Sa has been tearing it up in the LPL, and he continues to do so in this game.
He's just that damn good, Jay Beto. Putting on a show every time this champion gets selected, and this game is looking no different at the moment. Getting to the 17-minute mark in this game. While Shanks is 4-1, we just talked about how well he was doing after that fight. Look, Xiaohu quietly 3-1-4. The scaling is going to come online for him. You can already see that JJ 100% kill participation. Obviously, a little fake on Jarvan sometimes, but when you take a look at the jungle matchup, we talked about how Tarzan needed to be the one to shut him down, and it hasn't happened yet.
And yeah, that starts with Tarzan missing that ult, and it's more of a
oh my god,
JJ dodges it.
Hope forced the heal. Oh, the ultimate wasn't quite there, but Elk getting the barrier, the heals, and it's a trade out of carries, and now we're doing support and jungle combat. That combat's not going to last too long, but more craziness going down as Shanks watches Xiaohu slip through his fingers.
You see the player cams, both players kind of adjusted themselves, and it looked like they were both like, yeah, okay, not too bad. That's how they both felt about that exchange. They 1-for-1 each other. Both of them get the kill gold as well. Both on 2 items. That was an anime battle, if I've ever seen one. But, I mean, Tarzan has played this early game so well, but that fight would have looked so much better if they got the Drake, if Jeje wasn't around in that fight either. So the Keeper's Verdict being dodged away by Jeje is huge. We get to look back at some... This is mostly just a really impressive mechanical fight here. Elk starts playing it way better, but Kael's around, interrupts the killer instinct here, and there's so much healing and shielding that comes through. They end up 1-for-1, and then both the duos just go, yeah, this is like parents rocking up to daycare. Their kids have just been fighting, and now they just kind of say some mean words and then walk away.
I'm not going to lie to you. If a kid had a Kraken Slayer and a Gwynsu's Rage Blade, I'd want to stay away from him. Hanging around this bot side river, getting closer and closer to the 20-minute mark when Baron spawns. We don't really see too many 20-minute Barons get done anymore. Nobody quite in the lead for that one, but so far, Jay Beto, game 1 of this best-of-3 series between these teams has delivered 19 minutes into the game. What's going to be the big driver next? We've got a Dragon coming up in 40 seconds.
Yep. And, I mean, this is potential for massive soul here. I mean, 2 of the biggest hitters are gone, but I think Cloud Soul is massive this game. Kai'Sa, Yunara with Cloud Soul. That 1v1 is going to get even scarier for whoever doesn't have the Cloud Soul, but Mountain Soul with some of these members, you know, the Alistair, the Poppy becoming even more tanky could be very scary too. Waver already have the first strike, 15 seconds, and they seem to have Prior around this river already.
Going down on a Kael, but everybody on Weibo will scatter the winds. Okay. Is forced to flash away. If he got pinned up against the wall, it was going to be bad. One thing to keep in mind, Jay Beto, Shanks has completed that Rabadon's death cap. So if he's not solo ulting somebody and he's hitting multiple players, it's going to deal a lot of damage. Teleport's coming in from our top laners here, so they're going to get their big shields.
It's actually massive here. Shanks has Prior through bot now. He's pushed back, and AL have flipped it, so they are the ones in the river. Weibo desperately trying to get contest on the mid wave by using this Herald. But as you can see, Shanks has roam anytime he wants to. Herald is going to be used. I don't know if this is going to kill the tower, but again, it's flipped once again. Weibo now have first strike into the river as AL have to clear out this Herald first. Both mid laners feel kind of even here.
Both of these teams jockeying for position. Jay Beto, again, only 1,000 gold just about separates these teams. We're, sorry about the difficulties that are ongoing right now. To keep in mind that we get a feed directly from Huya, which does mean that sometimes things happen. So Jay Beto, this game state, reading it right now, we can see Shanks looking to link up with the rest of his squad. Hold on, we've moved. I don't know. Okay, we're fighting the dragon. All right, we're fighting the dragon right now. 2,000 HP. Okay, JJ gets that one, locks everybody in. They have nowhere to go. He's getting lit up himself, but Zik is overheated, doing a lot of damage. Elk doing so much over the wall as well. Hope trying to get away. Hope going to go back down on Kael as Kael is burning. Hope is tagged on the back line. Go Elk! The killer instinct, and he wants it bad. He gets a kill and gets shoved out, and Weibo Gaming force AL away.
a massive dragon fight again. JJ dodges the keeper's verdict, and Elk pops off in the fight. 2 dragons now for Weibo, and a nice gold lead all on Rise and Kai'Sa.
This guy has zero fear, Jay Beto. Everybody knew he was going to take it. You knew it, I knew it, Weibo knew it, AL knew it, and they couldn't do a damn thing about it. Take a look at this replay.
Again, man. Again, he EQs past. I don't even know if that was going to hit, though. Tarzan starts this game off so well on the Poppy, and it hasn't found enough value. You need those ults to be hitting at least somebody. And then Elk, you can see he wants to go in. I can't believe he goes in here, though. He sees Hope separated for a second in bad position, and he goes in, takes down Kyle, and then gets headbutted over the wall. Really aggressive play from Elk. We're back in live.
On. Yeah, JJ is caught. Cataclysm goes down. Able to flag and drag his way out. Teleport coming in for Shanks here. But nothing doing for the side of AL. This AL team feels like they've been playing catch-up the entire time.
Yeah, Hope has no ult now, and Shanks had to use TP to try to join that fight. AL are becoming a little bit desperate here, and they're not really getting anything in response. Zeze doesn't die. He doesn't have flash or ult anymore, sure, but AL losing some crucial tools in there in that fight. It is only Ocean Soul, which is not the worst to lose, but it's still Soul, right? Dragon stacking is so important. I keep saying this. Weibo have the 2 Drakes and a really nice gold lead. It doesn't look that big. It's only about 2,000 gold, but it's all on Kai'Sa and it's all on Rise, who scales so well in this game.
You can see in the inventory of JJ, he's got that Protoplasm harness. Hang on, we're seeing an engage down here onto JJ himself, but he's so much tankier with that Protoplasm harness. Here's an equalizer. We'll finally be able to take him down. Now we're looking for a little bit more. Hook hits the wall, which means Arha was forced to go in, and they turn it around on him. It's a double kill for Hope. Elk gets one back, but he expertly flashes over the wall. Backside of this fight, Zik is in trouble, tagged up by the public execution, but now we got a run warp coming in. Xiaohu showing up to the party. It's a 4v3. Elk trying to do what he can. Tarzan goes down to an overload, and now Weibo Gaming want to turn this around. Elk taking a long flank here, lying in wait. This turret still stands. We'll back off.
Weibo overstepped just a little bit here. Give over some gold to AL, but it ends up being a 2-for-2. Dragon is about a minute and a half away, but a massive part of this is that Elk had to use Flash, so it's a trap set up by Kyle and Tarzan into Jeje, who walks in, but Hope doesn't get to do enough damage. The equalizer is really nice, cooks Tarzan and Kyle, but Aha misses the hook, takes down as well. A support trade, double kill for Hope. That'll even up the gold disparity in bot lane just a bit. Tried to ult onto Zika here, but again, Elk having to flash over the wall into Dragon Pit to get out means he's that much more susceptible to an ult from Flandra, from an engage from Kyle. But Elk on this Kai'Sa, it's very safe. This champion is very slippery, Yanni.
You have to be careful in this next fight. About a minute until the next dragon. Weibo Gaming looking to put themselves on Soul Point. You do have Xiaohu with both of his summoners, which does mean that it could be an opportunity for Rise to take over. He's got that Rod of Ages fully stacked. Weibo Gaming gonna go and find Hope. He's tagged up and he's caught. And 2 people get punted out. Zika's teleport lands, but so does Flandra's. Shockwave goes down. Here comes a realm warp, but Xiaohu wants to join this fight, trying to help Zika, but Zika will fall. Flash, knock up, public execution. Elk desperately trying to get away, and he does. And he finds a kill himself. Xiaohu forced to flash. Elk tagging everybody up, but just doesn't have all the damage right now. Shanks with the flash forward will finish off Xiaohu.
It's a scrappy fight, Yanni, but AL find a win in this game. Tarzan hits one of his ults, and the fight looks close, but much better. Shocking when 2 people aren't in the fight. AL do struggle a little bit to find onto one target, but Tarzan hitting 2 people here with the ult is so important. It's Xiaohu and Arha who get ulted away. TP's in. Dragon looks like it's going over to AL back at live with no contestation. The Shockwave doesn't do a ton of damage to Zika, but it's one at a time here for AL, and that's all they need to get this fight going.
Public execution was so close to catching Elk. Could have imagined that a Baron would have been in the cards if they had done so. What a hotly contested game between these two teams, Jay Beto. It is so close. The gold is damn near even. Baron is going to be
might be in the
started
cards,
up.
Yanni.
Shotgun Baron for AL here. Weibo Gaming are aware that something is not quite right here. It's going to look to walk in.
This is going down fast. Zherzhe has been good with the steals.
Ooh.
Tarzan has ult available in a few
Hook.
seconds.
Goes down. They're going to find Hope. Equalizer as well. He's going to dash away, but Arha's in trouble. Shockwave will take him down. It's another kill to Hope.
Well, Tarzan will hold the ult nearly. If you let that go, Arha would have been saved from that fight. But the Baron shreds you. Oh, Flandra misses the ult. That's another tool of AL's gone. The Equalizer did a ton of damage, and the Baron did too. This Baron in Season 26, Season 16 is very tough to take down because of the fact that you get shredded so much. So AL will take their one prize, and they'll back away.
A small lead for AL now. You know that Top Esports is at home. Hate watching Weibo looking to keep their hopes for top 4 alive. This game, as mentioned before, it has delivered. Baron getting poked a little bit when it probably shouldn't be at this point, but Xiaohu, check in on him. He's picked up his actualizer, so whenever that's up, look for him to make a large impact in these fights. He's got a nice scoreline, but we really haven't seen that signature Rise fight quite yet.
Yeah, a little damage check from Weibo, seeing how much damage they do to the Baron together, and then they'll back away. There was never an intention to do that themselves. In AL, we're able to slow the dragon stacking from Weibo. This game is so close, Yanni, but Actualizer completed by Rise is a massive spike. This item's getting buffed in the next patch too, and the Rise nerf is really not that important. This is an interesting build actually from Elk. He's gone the traditional Kraken Rageblade start, but then he's gone the Fiend Hunter Bolts and LDR, and it looks like next is probably going to be an Infinity Edge. Not a build we've seen too much of. I think the W poke would have been nice this game, but Elk wants a little bit more upfront burst when he goes in with the auto attacks. Hope in the 1v1 with these Fiend Hunter Bolts. I'm guessing the idea is that Hope does more with this build than the AP variant that Elk would have gone, so instead goes for this crit for a bit more sustained damage.
Well, not only that, you've got the Rumble, you've got the Rise. I mean, any bit of magic resistance would just be so worthwhile to AL. I mean, it already is, right? Because of these two AP solo laners, we've seen Zika really struggle to make too much of an impact this game. Even when the equalizers have been good, it's not doing a whole lot of damage. But it's shredding that MR because of his item suite. We have 1 minute and 49 seconds until this next dragon right now. Again, the next fight could be so explosive. Jay Beto could really turn this one around. We're seeing AL go in. Elk is going to kill her instinct over to the side. Flandre immediately blown up. Punted out of the fight is Arha. Tarzan was stuck. It's a double kill for Elk, and now they're looking for more equalizer just to slow him up. Xiaohu wants Kael. Uses his ultimate just to get out. And it's a 2-0 in favor of Weibo, and they're looking toward this Baron.
Flandre dies so quickly, Annie. He has flash and ult still available, and he's not able to get any of them off. Tarzan's ult does hit someone, but it's Arha who got his ult off. So there's nothing of value to be found from that ult. AL, I'm surprised they go for this. Look where their Orianna is. Look where Shanks is. He is so far away, but it doesn't hit Elk, and then Flandre gets completely CC chained. He dies instantly before he can do anything, and Arha has done its job by the time he gets punted away. Shanks only joins now after 2 are dead. I don't understand this engage from AL. Their mid laner is split. He's not going a Roa or Orianna build. This Orianna does a ton of damage, and they need it for these fights.
He's so strong, and again, you know, where we said we haven't seen a signature Rise fight, we haven't seen, you know, any crazy shockwaves yet. They've been on one member, and he's been doing his job well, but you know, not being able to get set up in these fights has been so poor for Shanks. Sitting at 6-1 and 5, you know, it feels like Hope's been doing a lot of the dirty work. Hope
he's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Elk is going right after him. Gets the flash out. Well played by the Weibo AD carry.
That's so bad. I mean, they have to kill Arha here.
We flashed on Arha. He burns his flash. Teleport's coming in. Xiaohu's going to have to take the long way around. And right now, AL has control of this river, looking to even the dragons out at 2 apiece.
And Weibo have to walk in. They have great vision on their side, though AL have no vision in any of these brushes. Tarzan does have the keeper's verdict. Flandra is on the side. Kyle is on a ward. He is very tanky on this Alistair. The Dragon will be started up by Weibo and pulled out of the pit. Baron is on 5. And a good part about this is that they're wasting Baron. You could give this and waste a lot of time with the Baron. Tarzan would need to hit a really nice ult, though.
Tarzan's ultimate's
He
a
got
little late,
3!
but he knocked 2 people out. JJ locks him up. Arha getting tagged up, and look who's trying to rejoin the fight. It's Elk and it's Xiaohu, but AL are trying to go in full retreat. Hook down onto Flandra, but Arha dies. Kyle flashes in. They get on top of Elk, but nobody's there to follow up. Shanks Flandra can't get to him. Look at the killer instinct on the backside. It's Elk against the world in a 2v1. Dashing away, flashing forward. This guy's insane.
What is happening? Elk is carrying this game from the pits. Weibo have no chance in that fight, and Elk crushes AL into the ground.
He's been doing that to everybody on this champion. When will you learn that you can't give away Kaisa? He wasn't even in the beginning of this fight.
Tarzan ults away too, but the Realm Warp takes them straight back. So yes, the front line dies. Yezha and Arha get taken so low. But Elk is just him or what? I mean, they engage on him. The damage is being zoned away, so he doesn't take any damage.
Who ults here?
This is a split quadra kill.
Who does
Goes
this?
into the back. 1 versus 3. I cannot believe how good he played this. Perfectly flashes away from the E, like the E2, kills Mbessa. I'm speechless.
Who does that? Like that's just,
Elk
it's
does
so
that.
crazy.
Elk does that.
This guy is just a marvel to watch on this champion. We talked about how these bot lanes were going to make these impacts in their late game team fights, particularly these AD carries. You know, these guys used to be known as middling carries back in the day, but both of them have really come into their own. And while Hope has played pretty well this game, Elk has just played that much better. 34 minutes into this game. Remember, Weibo now on Soul Point.
There was a conversation, Yanni, at the start of this year. I remember a lot of us talking about, is Elk without On? Yes, is the answer. Yes, 1000%. He is unbelievable. A lot of Weibo's wins have been on the shoulders of Elk. I want to say, you know, our featured matchup is the jungle, but Elk is on Kaisa unbelievably good. I think he has W upgrade as well with Zhonya's. It's 100 AP, right? So this build wrapping up at the end is incredibly strong in this late game. 7 items, Kaisa, at 34 minutes, 35 minutes. That is terrifying.
Now, the good news for AL is he's not getting any stronger. 22k gold for Elk. The bad news for AL is that they're not in a great spot right now. They are only down about 4,000 gold. It's really not that bad yet. There are still opportunities to turn fights, mostly because if Elk makes a mistake, you can take advantage. You have the strength on your carries to be able to push this over the line. It's just a matter for Weibo of making sure that Xiaohu gets strong enough that if something happens to Elk, Xiaohu can do the rest.
I mean, can he even die with the Zhonya's? He's so safe. No flash, so there is that. Weibo are playing a little bit slower. We've got 1.5 minutes on this Soul for Weibo. The Baron is up in 30 seconds. And AL have control over the map right now with no flash on Xiaohu, no flash on Elk. They are a little worried about fighting AL. But there is so much damage from these late game carries, the Rumble equalizers, you know, don't underestimate that. The Baron will spawn, but AL have prior over the Dragon, over the river here.
And right now, Weibo don't seem overly interested in trying to walk into AL on this top side. Take that Ocean Soul for yourself if you really wanted. These fights have lasted quite some time. And you know, champions like the Rise really appreciate it, like the Jarvan. As you get later on into the game, Weibo maintaining this mid push for the moment. We're going to have to see some more fireworks out of both of the AD carries right now, looking to earn your all-pro vote. And right now, Elk looks like he's garnering most of them.
Yeah, he's making a good argument. He's definitely making a good argument for himself. AL have transition.
Public execution, that hit Xiaohu. He's forced to flash away. They're still going after him. He's got a ghost too.
And ghost. He has ult, so he'll be able to base and ult back, but this is a threat, and Weibo wanna... Oh, base cancel is bad.
Oh, that's huge.
I think AL can potentially do this dragon if they want to deny the soul, but they seem more concerned with stopping the base again.
All right, now comes down on the JJ. We have a teleport coming in for Flandre here. He's going to teleport to one of the wards in the mid lane and now head toward this dragon. It looks like he's going to be the one to start it up. Xiaohu now just getting his back off. And a window of opportunity missed by Weibo Gaming.
What a start to our first game of this series. I mean, in standings, AL is so far up above Weibo. You know, Realm Warp onto Baron.
Yeah, we're just going for it.
Weibo are going for this. The dragon has been secured. The Baron will be gone. There is no way AL make it, but the fight comes after.
Shanks TP'd in. It's an opportunity to maybe make a play. Does have that shockwave available. Ball is sitting there. Look on the other side. It's again Tarzan. Flandre bringing up the rear. Cataclysm going to go down. Look at everybody trying to get up, but Shanks just dies. He dies without using his ultimate. Keeper's Verdict doesn't land on anybody, and that means it's time for Weibo Gaming to play. Kyle will fall. It's a double kill for Elk.
I think we've learned. I think we can say maybe we don't give Elk Kaiser anymore. Another game where he's 15-3. This can't be allowed. Weibo get the Baron. They're not able to get out because of the positions that AL have around the Baron pit. But Weibo are happy to take the fight with this full build, 7 slots Kaiser, 6 legendary items with boots. This early in the game, the inhibitor will break and AL will have to watch and try to defend as Weibo push in for the end.
Shanks up in 10 seconds, as is Kyle. 5v3 for the moment. First turn's going to fall. Public execution going down, but look who's safe. It's the carries. It's another kill for Elk. A double kill for Elk. He's going to look for Hope next, but he will fall. But so will the Nexus. Weibo Gaming shocking AL in game 1.
17-4 on the Kaiser. There is no dispute over who is getting player of the game in this game 1. Doesn't get the, split penta. That would have been all 5 kills to himself if Hope didn't kill him, but Elk does fall down at the end. Means absolutely nothing. Weibo, with Elk at the helm, smash AL.
And that 17-kill game puts Elk at 3rd place for most kills in a single game. He's also in 2nd place. He's also in 1st place. 19, 18, and 17.
And they're all on Kaiser.
Yeah, this guy has just been... as you said, maybe it's time to just be like, permaban against this guy. There are LPL Kaisers, right? LPL Kaiser, one of the champions that has really been known in the region since Uzi started playing it way back in the day. Now Elk, I mean, this guy, we just got to get this guy to some internationals this year, and maybe there will be a new terror on the Rift that nobody will be ready for and that the world stage will welcome.
Yeah, at that point, there might be LCK, LPL teams always banning Kaiser. There's definitely some Western teams that are going to leave the Kaiser up and we've got something into it and they just get 20-0'd against Elk. But it looks incredible. Not only is he good at the champion, but he is pulling the team fights completely back in his favor with his mechanics. Kaiser is a very much like... a lot of AD carries are, but Kaiser is extremely high skill to value ratio, where the more time you put into the champion, the more skill you can output, the more value you get out of the champion. It's not an MF, it's not a Jhin. It is a very high APM champion, and Elk played it so well so far in the LPL in 2026 and continues to do so with an outstanding performance in this game 1.
The 2nd most played champion of his career. He's got nearly a 65% win rate on it. He got out damaged by Hope this game. Credit to Hope. Obviously, there's no almosts. There's no valor in losing. But give Hope credit because he did everything that he could there.
I think this is a little bit of a fake stat. The reason is because Elk couldn't do more because they were dead too quickly, because Xiaohu and Zika were also doing too much damage. Both getting, Shanks did 2,000 less, but Flandra doing 10,000 less damage than Zika. So if that was damage onto Elk, he would have done way more than Hope. But a pretty fun gold graph. The game was close for the beginning part, but once Elk really got on with his build, the build doesn't even matter. He played it so well. His mechanics are insane. Constantly finding those picks off to the side. That's what Kai'Sa does the most value, the most damage, is isolated fights where she's 1v1ing or 2v2ing, and the isolated Q can do so much damage and tear through AL. I mean, AL had a strong pushing bot lane at the time, and it started off with an overstep from Kyle and Hope around that dragon. Weibo starts stacking up the dragons themselves, and then it all goes awry.
No doubt about it. Really well played from the side of Weibo Gaming. Solo laners did their job. How about JJ? In a lot of these fights, he's locking up multiple people in these cataclysms. I mean, we talked about how this guy has been really good on Jarvan. We were quite surprised to see Jarvan slip through, and he really made AL pay for the disrespect that they had in the draft.
I mean, this is kind of the start here. And it comes off the back of Tarzan missing a lot of his ults. This is one where he did hit them, and the fight still looked so scary. A massive part of this is the Realm Warp. Every time Tarzan was hitting somebody, it was Xiaohu was in the mix. So you could always Realm Warp back in. The ult found value, but it was never enough to fully convincingly win the fights. This was a fight win for AL, but it wasn't convincing. They break open the tower, they use a lot, flash from Shanks, the Zonya's here as well afterwards. And after that fight, it really never came back on. Another one here where Tarzan doesn't find enough value from the Keeper's Verdict. It's on the Arha after he gets his full kit off. Tarzan stuck in the Cataclysm and dies. Every single time, Tarzan just couldn't do enough. Like, Realm Warp is up. He gets ulted away, they come straight back in.
Yeah, this one should have been over. Yeah, it wasn't. And honestly, Shaco was the only one who took that Realm Warp.
Yeah, look, this is just Elk playing it so well. To be fair, I think that Zika plays this really well. He goes in and sacrifices himself basically to zone away the damage, so Elk can live past that dive. And he does win a 1v3 perfectly. This flash away from the ETH2 and auto to kill Mbessa was so beautiful to see.
Yeah,
I like it. I like awesome. He's got the mask on too.
It was so awesome, Jay Beto. This is exactly what Weibo needed this year. Just a shot in the arm. You know, these were a team and a guy with something to prove coming into the 2026 season. Ousted from BLG. They got their shiny new toy in Viper. Weibo Gaming say, hey, listen, this Elk guy, pretty good at League of Legends. We're happy to have him here. No doubt in my mind should be the player of the game.
If he's not, there is some suspicious activity happening in the LPL, because that is the easiest player of the game, Pog. The easiest Pog I've ever seen in my entire life. I actually did that when Elk was doing that.
Dude,
I was screaming as well.
I would have if I wasn't screaming my head off for watching that insanity. But it was, I mean, this guy just has no fear, right? He has that killer instinct. And I don't think, not a lot of players really have that. Like, there are a lot of players that understand, like, this is when I can go and make this play. I can go in here, do something flashy here. But Elk just seems to be on another level with that when it comes to this champion.
I hear it. Who got it?
The noise. It is no surprise. Nice. Elk, 17, 4, and 5.
33% of his damage.
Yeah, his 4th MVP. He's starting to get up there. I know he's not in the upper echelon, like the top 5, but he's getting darn close, Jay Beto. And again, has hopefully swayed some of the voters who may want to go to our Discord and start voting to pick him for the first team All-Pro.
Yeah, there was a discussion we had in a meeting about who is the best AD carry in the league. Is it Elk? Could it be Elk? He's making a damn good argument for himself in this first game. But Weibo, up match point right now. If they win this next game, they qualify for playoffs, and AL getting first seed is that much harder, but they do still have a maximum of 2 games left. Weibo need to not lose focus. We are on a massive high from that Elk performance, but we still need to remember series score here, 4-4 for Weibo. They aren't always able to find those performances. AL are at 6-2 right now. They did just get handed a very bitter loss, but the series is not over yet.
AL is a team that has been known to bounce back, and Weibo Gaming will have to get their win on something else. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and when we return, it could be the last game of the night. Weibo Gaming and Anyone's Legend will do it one more time after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we just saw Weibo Gaming win an absolute barn burner against anyone's legend. Now up in the series 1-0, but again, a lot of bullets in their chamber are gone. They're missing the Jarvan, they're missing the Kai'Sa. We're gonna have to see Weibo overcome that.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm ready. Yeah, I've calmed down after that game. That was very exciting. That was a crazy game to start this series. You're right. There are things taken off the table now. There are still a lot of things available, right? Like with the Orianna gone, that opens up bans pretty heavily. Oftentimes teams will permanently ban that over the series. The Rumble is the same. So now that those are gone, you can focus more target bans towards people on blue side, on first pick, sorry, I should say. You can look for a really strong counter pick on second pick. But we'll have to see. I assume that AL will want to take away the side selection. I still think that the actual first pick or second pick is stronger than the side selection, blue side or red side. But we have seen teams go towards that. We'll see in a moment when we get into draft what AL want to go with. Maybe they prefer the red side in terms of the map position. Maybe they want a counter pick situation like Weibo had. We'll just have to see, though.
Simply put, I think the biggest thing they need to do is just play a little bit better, right? I think that Kyle didn't really have a great game. I also thought that Tarzan was fine. I mean, he did have some really impactful Poppy ultimates, but there were some fights where he didn't, where he did not land them on a target, and, it is much harder to win fights that are 5v5s than 4v5s, right? Like, I don't think that's too much of a controversial statement. So we're into the picks and bans for game 2. We're seeing a LeBlanc get taken out.
Yeah, you can already kind of see the impact of that game 1 with all of the different picks being taken away. The LeBlanc now being banned means that Shanks is probably looking for something a little bit less safe, something that gets a bit run over by the LeBlanc. I am surprised that that's the case, though, because I think you can play Lysandra pretty fine into LeBlanc and do pretty well. Not that we'll see this a ton, but we were seeing a little bit of Morgana as well, mostly Morgana jungle into Vi. That's kind of completely evaporated from the game. There was a couple of matches that was let through. Nico's still available. I assume that Weibo are going to ban this. So it looks like AL have, I believe it's counter pick, and Weibo took blue side. Nico's up.
Nico is indeed up, and it will immediately be locked in for Kyle. So already you're going to get that bot lane priority coming through. We'll see what Weibo Gaming's bot lane wants to put together to try to counteract that with the team comp as a whole. One thing to mention is that Jeje does not have the Malphite, does not have the Vi, but he does have the Xin Zhao. So that'll come through. I was thinking that was going to be the facilitator you'd be looking for.
Yeah, the Sivir early here because the Alistar is gone. Another impact of these fearless bans. Xin Zhao early in the draft. Very strong, Yanni. I think it pairs really well with a lot of mid laners. There's still Ahri available. You could go Talia, which is really good with Xin Zhao too. But early bot lane priority, normally when Nico is picked, it does allow you to go your bot lane pretty early, which is normally not the case because without Nico, you want to pick later in the draft to see a little bit of what you're playing into. But this game with the Nico, not the case. Sion now locked in by Flandre. Encounters into this. The Ambassador is gone. So Zahan, Rumble's gone too. Could be the Rek'Sai we've seen a couple of times, but that has really not found a ton of success. The Lulu, Sivir Lulu. It would match the Nico a little bit. I would probably prefer Karma, but it's going to be locked away. So this is Xin Zhao with an Enchanter. LS will be happy about that. And it's Sivir with a Lulu for some massive late game damage.
Yeah, honestly, it seems pretty good. You're not under too much threat in the lane other than the poke. But you have the shields to be able to mitigate that. I like your shout about potentially picking up the Rek'Sai for Zika because even if it doesn't work out, it's a takeaway from Flandre. You'll actually be he'll be losing his two best champions so far this season in this one particular game. But I think it's more of a thought if you're looking to play for Game 3. And I think with how Weibo Gaming played out that first game, with the way they've got to be feeling now, you play to win 2-0, baby. Couple of bans coming through here in the second half. It's going to be a Nocturne and a Gwen. Really like that Nocturne ban. Nocturne, Nico, has proven to be an issue for teams to try to deal with.
I think T1 is the team that really started playing that. I mean, Carrier was playing Nico well before it had picked up into the full meta. They were playing that Nocturne Nico style. It's very hard to play against. It is kind of like a rank thing. Let me explain myself. That sounds crazy. We're talking about tier 1 here, but it does create confusion. It is very hard, no matter what level you're at, to coordinate a fight when Nocturne Nico is coming around. Nico's already hard to play around. That's why she's so good, but with Nocturne as well, it becomes even harder. There's the Zehen ban I was talking about. So what does Zika have in the top side? Is it just the Rek'Sai, or is he going to have to go something else? The Aatrox is a possibility. Haven't seen a ton of Aatrox into Sion, but in general, actually. Aurora is a flex, so we'll leave the top lane open potential.
It would be Zika's first pick of the year on it, so we'll see. As a mid-jungle duo, I think it's fine. I always prefer to have a little bit more CC out of my mid laner when I have a Xin Zhao, because you can always go and get kills that way. Both of those, that champion's incredibly strong. So if you've got a strong mid laner, anybody can pick up these skills. Still waiting on to see what Shanks wants to pick up, but he's going to stick with the suite of scaling mid laners that he has stuck with for most of his career so far. And it's going to be a Victor. Right now, we're just awaiting Tarzan's pick, the Pantheon, for some global pressure.
I think the Aurora top makes more sense, because I think you need setup. And there's not a ton of setup left in top lane that is good into Sion. Rek'Sai is decent at that, but it's not the best. So having an Aurora in the top lane to kind of neutralize and win that matchup in the early game into the mid game, and giving Xiaohu something that he can dictate the pace on with this Xin Zhao. I agree with you. I don't love the Aurora Xin Zhao combo if it was a mid lane, but Galio makes a lot more sense to protect the Sivir as well. Now, AL have a very scary draft. They've got global pressure with the with the Pantheon. They've got late game scaling and range with this, with the Victor. Sion is still, in my opinion, one of the best weak side tops in the game. And then you've got Corki Nico, which is a destructive bot lane, a lot of early damage and threat with this Nico. Weibo have their work cut out for them in this series. Once again, they've got some volatile lanes with the Aurora in the top lane. If you start falling behind, it looks really, really bad. You don't have a ton of damage through mid-jungle. A lot is relying on this Sivir Lulu to get off to a good start. Elk had a great game in that first one. Let's see what he can do in this game too.
Weibo Gaming have built themselves a nice bridge to try to get Elk Sivir into that late game, but anyone's legend are bringing the dynamite with this early game. I'm expecting these fights around level 6 to be very difficult to deal with. We really need Kyle to come up clutch if anyone's legend want to get the win and force a game 3. Summoner's Rift, game 2, Weibo Gaming AM.
Maybe the crowd is... Oh, they're muted. We can't hear them. No, that's so sad. The mics aren't on. Unfortunately, I was thinking maybe the crowd is like so hyped up after that they kind of forgot to do the crowd chants. Yeah, as I would be too. Arha takes half of his health at level 1 from the Corki Nico poke. Already showing off how scary this lane can be. Heal expended as well to try to get this wave 1 prior. I think that AL are happy with this. They just say, okay, we concede prior. We've got a lot of tools out of Arha. I don't think that Lulu Sivir can really force anything from you early game. So AL get tools out from Weibo, and they'll just happily concede prior, wait for their bounce.
Yeah, I mean, that early heal is not necessarily the greatest thing ever, but if you can get to level 2 as Sivir without too much of an incident, you get to just kind of play PvE and clear out as many waves as possible. Looking through at this top side, but these junglers starting on the top side, so potentially going to be on a collision course. Remember that these junglers do have a lot of early power to them, and I do believe that we start scuffling around crabs, Xiaohu will be able to assist just a little bit better than Shanks.
I'm worried about this level 6 for AL, Yanni. It's very scary. You know, you've got the global pressure from Pantheon, plus the pen that the champion affords at level 6, and the Nico level 6 as well. It's very scary. Shanks will do a nice little chunk on the Xiaohu, but he will be able to get out of there. But when these level 6s tick over for AL, I'm not quite convinced that Weibo can actually live through it. If they were grouped up at the same time, if the Zinzao was there, the Galio was there, I think Elk can live. But it's no cleanse this game. Mikhail's won't be completed by that point. Elk is going to be a prime dive target for Tarzan and Kyle to go for once those level 6s have been hit. Also, shout out, we have the HUD back. Hooray!
Yippee! All right. That'll be nice. Now we get to go and track the role quests again. Jay Beto, we have a moment. What do you think about the role quests?
I'm a fan. I think that they make the early game a little more boring because I'm not a hater that much of lane swaps. I didn't love the MSI 2024, I think it was, lane swaps where you just started lane swap and the game was vertical jungling, cross-map dive, have to dive or lose the game, play Sion on every game because of that, and mid lane is just ping-pong waves. But I didn't mind, I don't hate swapping lanes for grubs and trying to avoid some lanes post level 3 or 4. I think that's really fun. I didn't hate the have your bot lane start in top, or the ADC start in top and have your support play down with your top laner, because there were still dives that were possible with that. But with the role quests, like I said, the early game is a little more boring, but I think that the mid game is a ton of fun. Mostly the mid, I love having those upgraded boots for the mid game fights. Supports having the extra control wards means that they feel a lot better about buying items, and getting some more gold means that they can get more items on as well. And we did see what happened with Elk last game. I'm an ADC player. You are too. So it is really nice to see some 7-item gliding.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, I think that I do hope that one day we'll be able to live in a League of Legends world where lane swaps aren't always the best thing that you can do, but are a good, viable strategy. That being said, for when I'm playing, I love the lane quest, because if I'm smashing lane, I get to continue to smash lane. Speaking of, we're smashing into each other down to the bottom lane, hoping Kyle getting quite low. But outside of that, we're farming up pretty nicely here if we're Elk. Feeling good. Tarzan, gonna hope to hit level 6 real soon and then try to make his global impact now.
Yeah, the lanes are pushing for Weibo, which is a little scary. Normally you like the... you like having lanes pushing because it allows your jungler to go wherever they want because you're roaming first and you can opt for dives. But when you're far forward and playing aggressively, that's what Pantheon likes. Now, this is sneaky.
Look at that movement.
Xiaohu is pretty tanky, though. He's already got some MR.
He is a minion. He actually is a minion. This guy has studied the movement patterns of the minions and will force Xiaohu away.
That's actually really nice. It means that Shanks has roam for this bot scuttle, so Tarzan will hit level 6 first. He'll have his upgraded smite first because it'll tick over here after the scuttle crab, and then even though Weibo have control of the bot lane, they might be able to start this dragon up.
EDG lying in wait. Hope is cut off, but Tarzan looking to go in on Elk. Elk desperately trying to get away. That nice spell shield, but he had to use his barrier. Now JJ is in, but here comes an ultimate. Hero's entrance from Xiaohu, but everybody is stunned up from that gravity field. Teleport here from Zika. We're also going to see Sion join the party real soon. Xiaohu getting mighty low as Weibo Gaming are forced away. Sion charging through with his ultimate, trying to curve it around. He won't be able to land it on anybody.
Okay. Well, we all rocked up in bot to say hi. No one died. A couple of ults were used. And only Lulu's flash and Pantheon's flash. He will hit level 6 here. Again, does have that upgraded smite, but with the HP bars fairly low for everybody, AL will not be able to start that up. So it all, after all that, Yanni, was all just damage padding. No actual kills happened after that.
Bit of a tizzy of a fight there, but again, we did talk about how you're going to be lacking some damage in this early game, right? I mean, Xiaohu and Shanks, the biggest impacts they made in that fight were, you know, Shanks' gravity field and Xiaohu's hero's entrance. Xiaohu was a little too low to actually do much, but you know, you're still waiting for Sivir to get online. Obviously, once Corki gets a Sheen, he'll spike really hard, but didn't have it quite at that time. But you did get control of the crab. And now we've got Tarzan on the egg timer. He's level 6. What is he and the rest of AL going to use with their early game power? What are they going to do?
Well, Kael's getting himself back into a minion, embracing the minion like you mentioned. He doesn't have ult himself, but Tarzan would be able to join if they go for a similar play. I think Xiaohu is aware. He's pinging out that there is an extra minion, so no one is forgetting how to count today. I say that, but I gotta give some credit. Like, it is nice base cancel. It is a little bit awkward, you know, like when you're really locked in. Maybe you're flicking around the map with your, you know, F keys, your function keys, and all of a sudden there's an extra minion and you didn't see it, you didn't count it. You're thinking about the next item. You're thinking about how to play team fights and who's the target. You're tracking someone, summon a spell, and there's an eco on top of you and you're dead. But Xiaohu doesn't fall for it. Grubs have spawned, and we are back in another slow early game. Despite both our junglers hitting level 6, Kael off of this wave should, I believe, hit level 6. So that's where it starts to get scary for Weibo.
We'll see what sort of objective split these teams want to go for here, as Elk and Erha will clear out that bottom pink ward. Another one placed down by Kael, so this time around they'll have to wait at least a little bit. Seeing backs from both of these junglers so far, so quiet. As he said, it's Weibo Gaming team. They just want to build this bridge to Elk to get strong. To be honest with you, Jay Beto, if AL does not force the action, well, the bridge doesn't even need to be. The bridge is going to be built with no issue, no contest, right?
I vote for Shanks. We'll see if he has any materials for said bridge building. Tarzan up on the top side. Both games have been a Grubs prioritization, and it hasn't been super common in the LPL. Mostly it's been this dragon stacking. But the prior for Flandre, the prior for Shanks, the scuttle will be taken. JJ will need to be careful here.
Turn around onto Shanks. Zik is only half HP. Just a flash out here as entrance coming down, the knock up on the Flandre. And again, not much going on. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Kael forced to flash away. A big tool down.
Flash and heal used, actually. So, Kael caught in the wave, it looks like. Xiaohu is still fairly tanky here. He's full health, pretty much full mana. So, Tarzan, despite going for that play on the top side, we'll have a look back here. So, how does he get caught? Does he go for a... He has ult. If he doesn't go for an ult, I guess he's just caught. Thinks that he's allowed to stay there, has to flash, and then the wild growth means he has to flash away as well.
JJ finds himself quickly in a 2v1. No hero's entrance to save him.
Kael's
and that's
here.
going to be first blood going over to AL. I'm shocked by that, Jay Beto.
Yeah, I am a little too. I was looking at the bottom, thinking about, okay, Kael overplayed himself there, and then we tune back into live, and JJ is overstepping. Tarzan gets first blood, gets the grubs to himself. Dragon's available too. I mean, we haven't seen this Grand Starfall used at all yet, but it doesn't matter. Tarzan's still finding value. I love having the gold values back. Thank you, LPL. 600 lead for Tarzan, 500 lead for Shanks. The mid lane is purely based off of CS because of the early game for Galio being tough. Tarzan already has Sundered Sky finished too, so the fights are even scarier now. Shanks has his first item. There's a massive timer here where AL are much stronger than Weibo.
The question is, will they be able to take advantage of it? This dragon still up, lying in wait. We've got Herald quite a ways away at this point in time. But again, if AL don't continue to push the pace forward, this is favorable for Weibo Gaming. And we really need some of that, especially out of Tarzan and Kael. Remember, these guys are the two big drivers of the team. I think both of them would definitely want their Game 1 performance and those opportunities back. We'll see what they're able to do here in Game 2, as this Dragon has been started up, and it looks like Weibo Gaming not really...
I'm not that concerned, but it is also due to, you know, part of the items. AL are much stronger here, so Tarzan will be able to pick up the Dragon as well. No Cloud Soul this game. But even still, JJ's just backed. He has his item, but Xiaohu doesn't have his first item completed yet. Shanks is just walking in.
Yep, and guess what? Tarzan and Flandra show up.
No
now
flash.
JJ is caught in the back. Another Hero's Entrance coming through. Flash out from Shanks. Between Worlds not doing much. There's back to Tarzan, though. As Zek is in trouble. Laser going down, and they're bursting out. Weibo, JJ running out of space to operate. Decimating smash, and Shanks will finish him off. 3 kills, 0 the current score.
JJ got the scuttle. That's nice, but even though I think Weibo play Hold on Hope.
Oh yeah, Elk is losing this
Is
fight.
he just dead?
Hope, looking to clean him up. Just a little bit left. Flash for Flash, but you flash a little too late. And Hope is getting his lick back in this game.
All right, Hope's going to be feeling good about that after Elk's performance in Game 1, but touching on that play up in the top side, I think that Weibo played it really well with JJ cutting out of the pit with the Audacious Charge, and then Xiaohu with the Hero's Entrance able to protect, but it's Shank's finished item. You know, Flandra's here first, so JJ gets out of this pit. He has no flash. He's in Gravity Storm, so he gets out of here and then nearly lands on the Shanks, but after this, even though it's a 3v3, the damage is too much from Shanks having the Blackfire Torch completed, the early Sundered Sky as well. I know JJ had his, but once the damage is done, that Sundered Sky doesn't do a ton. And Hope found the solo kill. Elk having no flash, no cleanse is massive against a Pantheon. Hope having no flash, he has a dash. It doesn't matter as much.
Really tough start here for Weibo as AL are up nearly 3,000 gold. AL, this is exactly what they wanted, to have this early game go their way. And so far, so good, Jay Beto. Again, you know, it seems like right now you don't have a lot of strength coming out of the side of Weibo Gaming. You know, we knew that with Galio, you were going to be missing a little bit. It had to really be JJ and Zika. The fact that JJ has been put this far behind, down about 800 gold, doesn't have much going on.
And a player in this series that hasn't had, didn't have the best Game 1, but is still an incredible player is Kyle. We were talking about the Elk potential for All-Pro, but for AL, I mean, All-Pro potential or All-Pro consideration for Kyle is very real, a very real situation. I think that Game 1 doesn't look great for him, but he's on Nico. I still think this is the best support in the game, or one of the best supports in the game. When it pops off, the ults are incredible. The vision contest is incredible. So Kyle has a really important game ahead of him here. A couple of games to be considered in All-Pro. And not that that's his most important thing. Being considered the best support in the league is important. And making sure that he's levels above his competition going into this playoffs as well is something that I want to see more from this player.
He has been so far. He's got 6 player of the game votes all season, tied with Tarzan and Kroko. We're second most in the league. We're probably going to get started up here. Weibo Gaming going to look to try to make an entrance here. And it is so difficult, especially with Kyle playing bouncer on the one side. There's not much for Weibo Gaming to do, as AL will soundly take down the Rift Herald with no contest.
3,000 gold lead. Hard to walk into a Pantheon, hard to walk into a Nico. Already again, so this time we do have the quests. The lanes are getting changed up very quickly before all the quests are completed. Right now it is only Xiaohu getting finished. Not being finished. But he's in the top lane. So these teams, as soon as the quests are finished or starting to be finished, close to being finished, they are swapping up the lanes. Putting Sivir in the mid lane is really important to generate, or try to generate mid-player, roam around the map. But with the gold lead that AL have, and the individual leads as well, 1k for Shanks, nearly, getting close to 1k for Hope. The same for Tarzan and Flandra. I mean, the Flandra one is insane because he got counterpicked. Like, he's against an Aurora. He has no kills. It's purely CS.
Yeah, it hasn't been very good. Zika has had some struggles so far this year. Hasn't really taken off the way that many expected him to. He's locked in Group Nirvana for all of the year last year, essentially. And it's a guy that has been a really good top laner at various points in his career. And we were expecting that once he got to this Weibo Gaming team this year that this was going to be the juice that a lot of this team needed, but it hasn't quite come through yet here in Split 1. We'll have to track his development for the year. Ripshell's going to get dropped here in the mid lane as we see JJ has to go in. Knockup is there. Oh my goodness, Urha evaporates and no help is coming. We do have a teleport from our mid laner, Xiaohu, but he's in the middle of everybody. Pop Blossom knocks out multiple members, and AL will knock him down. Kael dies on the backside, but the fight is still theirs. Here we go to the back line. Pantheon goes, knocked up, but Xiaohu dies too.
And Kael will fall down after his great ult, but AL do so much damage to Weibo's economy in this game. 5,000 gold lead for AL. Look at where the gold is too. Mostly Shanks and Hope, but Flandre, Hope,
goodness,
be very careful here. Elk trying to maybe bait in a little bit too aggressively. But AL find a great fight. It's almost as if, Yanni, that game one never happened. AL back with a good early game, playing around this Pantheon really well, plus the sign. Flandre, I didn't get a chance to talk about this. He has Zeke's Convergence. He just bought it. His role this game, in his eyes, is I ult in with Zeke's passive and do this. And it works great. A TP in from Xiaohu. It's a great taunt, but Weibo is too fast. Split. Xiao is forced to flash away. Kael with a great ult. And even though he dies, the damage has been done. He's done his job. And then Tarzan says, hey guys, the tower is low. Let's just send it.
Sends it to the back line. He does. So they're able to take down Xiaohu at the end of that fight. The dragon was picked up by anyone's legend. And you've got nearly 2,000 gold leads on your mid laner, on your AD carry. Remember, as much as we've lauded Elk for getting some all-pro votes, Hope has been up there. Hope is, this meta, again, as we talked about, really just suits him. Corki, which has been a big player in this meta, one of historically his best champions, is his 29th game on it. He's 20-8. I mean, that is really good numbers. I know the sample size is a little smaller. It's only almost 30 games, but that's still such an impressive record.
Shanks is going to let the cannon die out. Nice, it does die. The gold lead for top is so scary because this should be a good lane for Zika to play out, but Flandre is just in his face with, honestly, very little MR. He's got 117, I can see it there in the bottom left. And he's just walking in, taking tower in front of Zika's face, hitting him under the tower for grasp stacks. Weibo have very quickly lost control of this game. They are down a ton of gold. It's Mountain Soul as well. Corki's going to go tank boots. He's going to be incredibly tough to kill. And the Scion is going to be near impossible to take down before Elk gets Giant Slayer. And even then, he's so tanky.
We talked about how AL had the dynamite. They set the chargers, and they're a controlled demolition of Weibo Gaming so far here in Game 2. We've just crossed the 20-minute mark. 6,500 gold lead, and it is sizable everywhere. I mean, this jungle is almost a 1,000 gold difference. It is too much for them to handle right now, as JJ has not had the impact that he's wanted in this game. And when you give Pantheon over to a guy like Tarzan, I mean, he is going to make you pay. This is a champion that skirmishes quite well. This is a champion with a stun, and then of course that global. It just feels like everything a guy like Tarzan would want.
And he's making impact on it, right? That game one was not super impactful on the Poppy, but this game, he's been at the helm of his team, starting all the engages, and with Kael after that great Pop Blossom, finding some really nice fights. I think that Weibo's chance here is for Elk to get like maybe a big shutdown or a few big shutdowns. He needs items before this team. Like, I feel like Weibo have no damage here. Zika has 1 item. Everyone else on AL has 2. Xiaohu is full tank. He has no damage. Xin Zhao, it's all on Siva, who is the only member of her team who has 2 items. But you need to have a lot more before you can really do anything to AL's side. AL have threatened over the Baron with this team comp too. They have so much frontline with Flandre. I mean, you could just, for AL, wait for the Dragon Soul as long as you got straight 4 dragons, not giving any over to Weibo, I don't know if Elk scaling will come into this game at all.
I think you're right. The big problem is you have to get IE and you have to have 100% crit in order to even consider taking a fight. And as you mentioned,
Even if he has that,
grabbing,
no pen?
yeah. I mean, well, you could always go get your pen as your 3rd item, get your crit there. But you need to get your 4 items. You need to make sure that you have your Infinity Edge. That's when you can fight as Weibo. That's when Elk will be at
We're doing Baron.
enough strength to get there. It's just not happening.
We are
As you
TPing
mentioned.
to Baron,
Yeah,
Yanni.
that Baron's getting done.
I don't know if you're going to be able to get... I don't think if Elk's going to be able to get there at all. This Siva is very far behind. Arha is chunked down by 1, and we're
Might be
going.
in trouble too. Here's a Pop Blossom coming through. Only onto the 1 target. There's the knockup as well. Look at this backline. Elk is doing what he can to get this damage in. Tarzan's so damn low. Somebody kill this guy. He'll finally go down to Zika as Elk continues to kite out as best he can. Flandra starting to take some turn shots, flashing forward. Elk still fading away. Hope going forward will finish him off. We've got Zika on the backline getting another shutdown here. He will finally fall. A double kill for Flandra in that zombie form. It's another 1 fight for AL.
It is not clean by AL. I'm surprised they opt to send it that early. Kael's ult isn't great. But at this point in the game, if they're trading even, okay, yes, it gives some... nice try, Hope. Almost died to the tower. It gives some gold over to Weibo, some of these shutdowns, sure, but it doesn't even the gold at all. Because AL is still going... I really think that you could just do Baron here. I don't think there's any way Weibo can walk in at these health balls. So Flandra's ult misses. KL's ult basically misses. Tarzan goes on to Xiaohoop, who's tanky and gets ulted by Lulu. I think that AL don't need to do this at all. This is becoming a little bit of a theme with teams in the LPL. When they're ahead, they just kind of send it at the most insane times possible. Fondra TP is in. I thought it was about... I can't believe they go for this too. I know we need more. We win. And they do win the fights. If all those ults landed, it was probably a 5-0. But unfortunately, they don't land. So Weibo do get some gold. But we get out of the replay. It looks exactly how it did before. Tarzan's going to get this Drake, though. It's an objective bounty for Weibo. They're not going to be able to get that. And Weibo cannot walk in at all. They have no front line. It's just this Hollowed Radiance Galio. AL can, despite that small slip up that ended up kind of being okay for them, they can just go straight back to the Baron and try again.
I love that you mentioned the fact that we see teams just send it when they're at the advantageous position, especially because AL is a bit more of a controlled team. You know, I think that these guys really show a lot of self-restraint, but didn't really show that in that last fight. That being said, gold number J Beto, it still goes up. They got another 1,000 gold in their pockets. Zika has closed the gap quite a bit. He's now on 2.5 items, but critically, none of those kills went over to Elk. You know, if they had, maybe we're talking about he's on his 3rd item, and maybe we live in a world where he could get that Infinity Edge before the Dragon's Soul. But at this rate, he's not going to even complete this 3rd item before this Baron gets done. Started up, pings are on it.
There's just no vision. Weibo can't walk in. There's a TP here from Xiaohu, but the Baron's going to be gone before they even see it.
All right, we're looking for Shanks first, just fighting front to back. So that crescent guard looking into the backside is Flandra, as Elk is just trying to fire away. Knockup coming through with the Pop Blossom. It's multiple members. Flandra going to go down here. Elk gets credit for that kill. Xiaohu will end up falling. Zika trying to get away, but a great ultimate from Tarzan. And Elk has to fight out of a corner, and he knows it. 4v2, Zika and Elk against the world.
I don't love these sends from AL. I think the Baron is genuinely gone there. Weibo have no way of getting in. Maybe they're worried about getting chased down by Weibo. Like, look at the vision. This is what it looks like. And AL still don't want... I know that they're low, but they do not want to do the Baron. Elk did get 1 kill, so he might have enough gold in his pocket to go get LDR. If AL keep doing this, their team fights aren't good enough for this to keep working. Weibo will get gold, and Elk will eventually do damage. Look at the vision. They have no idea. Arha's tanked low. They can't walk in. The Baron's gone. Why do we turn and try to look for a fight? Flandra misses again. Sorry, not Vampire. Kael's ult is quite good, sure, but giving any kills over to Elk is bad.
Well, this could be the pick they need. And look who's coming to sandwich them. It's Flandra. He's keeping JJ away. Zika will fall, and now AL have another man
Surely now this is Baron, right? Elk has LDR. We can't give him any more gold. Do the Baron, do the objective in 2.5 minutes, and then hopefully the AL can clutch the game out after that. But they aren't really fully committing to this Baron. They are doing it, but Hope has to dash over the wall. The Baron without Hope runs really slowly. I don't like where Shanks and Kyle are.
Kyle is on that flank. You know, it'll be a disgusting Pop Blossom if he can find a way. Here comes Kyle looking in. It's only on to Xiaohu, but that's good enough. Elk's got to try to get away from Flantra, and he does put some distance between them, but he just doesn't have the damage quite yet. JJ getting knocked up. He's going to head over to his chickens for the escape. But AL will move back toward the Baron.
This is just a dance at this point. Where AL go towards the Baron, they start it up, Weibo walk in, and AL instantly turn away. Surely this time, there is a pink ward on the Baron, but surely this time, AL get the Baron. We are 1.5 minutes away. There's a pink ward, sorry, a blue orb on the Baron. It's 7,000 gold, but Weibo are walking back in.
4,000, 3,000 getting lower. Zika's Between Worlds is there. Shanks is low, but he's still alive. Baron finally secured. No, now will finally fall. JJ getting to the back line here, but he will end up dying. Elk looking for more. Zika forced to flash away, but Elk is rifling away with these auto attacks. What a spear over the wall for the double kill, but Elk getting protected.
Elk.
This might be the turnaround that they need. Flantra's going to be the next target. He's shielded up. Elk is trying to chase him down. That fleet foot passive out of the Sivir. Will it be enough to get him closer? He's going to get the speed up on top of it. But the Scion ultimate means he's out. Elk cashing in.
AL, I think that at this time, like they keep messing around the Baron, and they do it eventually, but they can't land onto Elk at all. The gold is still massive for AL, but Elk is getting gold. I don't like the positions here. Kael's on the side, Shanks is very low. The Baron does get taken, but because the Baron took so long, Weibo are able to wiggle their way into this Baron. Tarzan's engaged, misses. It's just not clean from AL throughout this late game. They have a near 10,000 gold lead, but it really doesn't feel like it, Yanni. We're going to come back into live here, and the Dragon is going to be up. This is going to be Soul. I still think AL like 99% done, but it doesn't feel like it.
Elk has 100% crit. He is there. He'll spell shield, trying to get away from the Pantheon here. Now it's his time to turn around, but look who's coming around the corner. Pop Blossom, Elk is caught. Not going to keep him alive. He's shredding them, but he goes down. Critically good play there coming through from Kyle as Weibo Gaming have to scatter back to the top side. Urha forced to flash away. Hope is looking for what a big one. Big shot in the arm there. And AL are looking to shove.
If the gold wasn't where it's at, I think Elk would have pentakilled that fight. I think AL are playing these fights around Elk very haphazardly. The gold lead is really what's pulling them through this. They send it onto Elk, but it's all kind of all over the place. Luckily, Kyle at the end hits a really nice ult onto Elk, takes him down. But Arha provides so much space for this Sivir. Tarzan will get the Mountain Soul. I think that there is just too much in this game for Weibo to come back. If we get to an Elder, though, Elk is working on his 5th item. The gold is closing up between Elk and Hope. The levels is a bit rough here, but again, what is this engage? It's just, we just send it over and over again onto Elk. The onslaught from Fandra doesn't hit. Tarzan doesn't get in either. Elk gets ulted, but then the Wild Growth knocks both members up. I think that if Zhezha and Xiaohu are over the wall here and actually protecting the ADC, this fight might look a whole lot different.
Couldn't agree more. As you said, the gold gap between Elk and Hope is closing. The problem is the gold gap between Xiaohu and Shanks is very, very wide. It is an uphill battle for Weibo Gaming here in Game 2, but if anybody can do it, it's their AD carry. And Elk immediately getting forced away. Everybody dropping damage on him. Here comes Pantheon over the top of the Grand Starfall. Not going to land on anybody, but the turret's going to go down. The siege going to continue here for anyone's Legend Between Worlds from Zika, just trying to clear out this wave and keep this turret upright as long as you can.
Yeah. Elk gets chunked down low, but both the engage tools from range are used. So no unstoppable onslaught, no grand starfall for AL. The wave, because there's no Baron left, is one shot by Between Worlds from Zika. So the siege is completely off there. Weibo are holding on. Elk is still 2 levels down, but he is nearly even in gold. Like the 1.5k, the item completions are even, right? A BF Sword versus a Vamp Scepter at this point in the game doesn't really mean a whole lot. So if Elk can get this BT on before Hope gets this or GA online or near even time around this Baron or around the Elder, Weibo are in a kind of fine spot. Zika's on 3 items now, just finished that Rabadon's. Everyone else, the items don't particularly matter. If Xiao Hu can get a Zhonya's, like the Arm Guard, that would be perfect for this next upcoming fight. They are still down 10,000 gold and Mountain Soul, but we've seen some pretty creative throws in the LPL and in the world internationally so far this year, Yanni. What's one more?
Remember that, Baron? Because it's harder to take, we have seen a lot of throws happen. I think that this is a scenario where I think AL are going to be relatively safe. Remember that AL is really the best team in the LPL and one of the better teams in the world. They generally know how to safely close these games out. Again, it's not impossible that this could happen. Now all we have to do is wait for 50 more seconds. Weibo Gaming just trying to scoop up whatever farm they can. They're going to actually go on to Hope here. He gets on Hope. Hope is caught and he goes down. And everybody on Weibo is still alive. That's massive.
All I'm saying, Yanni, is these games, the gold leads actually in 2026 don't feel as real as they did last year. I feel like at any point, because of how much damage there is in the game, you just get one shot, and Xiao Hu just got 1,000 gold. You would have loved that if that was on Elk. He would have loved that 1,000 shutdown because he would have been ahead of Hope or even with Hope. But still, they are holding on. It is 15 seconds until this Baron. Hope will not be alive for this. I think AL's engages have been very poor this series. It is tough. I think that Elk is playing super good, but they haven't been landing on the right target. They haven't been able to do enough in these fights. And, I mean, talking about all-pro considerations, I mean, Kyle, I feel like I've been left a little wanting from his ults.
Yeah, his last one was effective, but it wasn't exactly wowing or anything like that. We do have Corki back up, and here is Kyle.
Here we go.
Acting like a wolf on the wolf camp here. The opportunity for him to really wow us is coming. Lying in wait, teleport coming in from behind. Here's Kyle! He caught all of them! Coming in over the top of Xiao.
It's not enough.
Backside, but everybody's still alive. JJ will fall between worlds, but Zika got stuffed, and all of a sudden it's a 5v3 as AL are knocking him down like dominoes. Elk's got to fight out of a bad spot, desperately trying.
There we go.
Hope's burst is too much for him to bear. Weibo Gaming are crumpling under the might of anyone's legend. A triple kill for Hope. Shanks puts the cherry on top, and we're going to game 3.
Finally, AL, the first half of that engage is not convincing, but they chase down Elk enough so that they take him down at the end, and that's all AL need to break open the base and send us to an exciting Game 3, Yanni. This series has been a bit all over the place from both our teams. Game 1 was an Elk show. Game 2 was all AL, but they just couldn't find the end to this game. What does Game 3 have in store for us?
Well, I think maybe a Rek'Sai potentially out of the top lane for Flandre. I definitely think that's an option there, but you know, this pick, this Aurora in the top lane did not have the intended effect. Again, we talked about how Weibo Gaming Squad needed to use their top side effectively to make sure that they were not out of the game by the time you were trying to get your Sivir online. And we talked about how anyone's legend, well, their comp is meant to make sure that that happens. And you saw it right there. Anyone's legend were able to execute their game plan quite well and much better than Weibo.
I think for Weibo, Game 1 was Elk pulling his team over the line. Game 2 was him trying to pull his team over the line, and it didn't end up happening. There was a massive gold disparity in mid and top, and not really enough surrounding this Sivir. He ended up getting QSS after he died there. If he had had that a little earlier, maybe it would have been like the fight would have been livable. But even at the end there, Elk only dies because it's a 3v5 and AL still have ults up. Like, his team is collapsing around him. There's not a whole lot he can do there for AL. I think that their early game was stupendous. It was really, really good. But these weird fights where they can't actually close the gap onto Elk back-to-back games, they nearly... I think they got a little bit worried there. Maybe they were fully confident, but I got a little bit worried there. Like, are we actually going to be able to kill this guy? Like, what if he gets all these shutdowns? I think that if Elk got that 1k shutdown on Hope, he would have had QSS for that fight. It might have looked different, but AL need to tighten up their late games here. Those Baron dances were not pretty.
No, not at all. There was a lot of times where they were getting pulled back and kind of into the weeds, into the game that Weibo sort of wanted to play. But they were able to close it out, as we mentioned. This is a team that is incredibly careful and knows their limits, knows what they're good at, their strengths, and what fights they are or are not able to take. Again, though, we did talk about how Kyle had an opportunity to wow us, and he really did with that last fight. Just coming through, hitting that 4-man Pop Blossom, really just ruined any hopes that Weibo would have had. And, you know, you gotta feel for Elk a little bit in this game, because it always feels bad when you get online and you're like, yes, we're gonna be at parity in this fight, at least with positioning. We're gonna be able to stand and fight. I can do my thing on Sivir, and then suddenly Kyle comes through and ruins the entire plan. The spot lane 100% KP out of the both of them. Great for them, but again, a well-executed game plan. And Tarzan really just ran circles around JJ this game.
Now, I think that the gold graph there showed that Zika had a really high damage number as well. Sorry, damage. That's fake. He's against a Scion. He's just peppering him with abilities and electrocute damage the entire game. The burn build, it's all fake. It was all Elk. Elk had almost all of the damage on his team. And in game one, Weibo, they got enough done with their team that Elk had enough space to perform mechanically towards the end of that. But in this game, I feel like everyone else needed to show up more. AL had a really good game for most of the game. There was a bit of an awkward time, like right here where we're looking, where AL couldn't close the gap multiple fights in a row around this weird, awkward Baron dance. I think if they do that, and Elk gets some crucial kills, because he did get kills, they just weren't, they weren't massive shutdowns. If he got multiple, 1k shutdowns here in this game, that was a very scary position to be in. If they weren't down this much, I think that doesn't work. I don't think what AL did will not work in a game where Weibo are a little bit closer, but the score says 1-1. They got it done at the end of the day. I'm a little worried, though. AL are not looking as coordinated, as strong and dominant as they have in the past.
I think in this game they were largely very dominant. Obviously, they did have a couple of hiccups near the end of that game, but nothing too crazy, right? And they were up so much that it did not matter. I thought they played the early game. Yeah, I thought they played the early game exceedingly well. I did think that game one was not ideal, but this looked much more like the AL that we've seen so far here in 2026, and we hope that we continue to see as they look to march their way towards some internationals here. As you said, series is tied up at 1-1. Again, Weibo Gaming are not out of this yet. If they win this next game, they will lock the last playoff spot. They will not have to worry about any top esports shenanigans over the next couple of days. So they have that set on their sights, Jay Beto. What do you think needs to happen in this next game in order for them to come away with a victory?
I think Weibo needs a player on Elk. He is the star of this team. We've seen how he's played in this series so far, in their wins in the past as well, on his shoulders, drafting a strong bot lane for him, positioning around him, giving him space, and I mean, ideally not being 10,000 gold down helps too, not being against Mountain Soul helps too, but a little bit of a better early game individually. I don't even necessarily think that it's like, oh, we need to draft more early game stuff. Like, Zika cannot be down 1,000 gold as Aurora versus Scion. That's not acceptable if Weibo want to be a top contesting team when Elk is putting performance out like he has been.
Couldn't agree more. Take a look at that last fight, that burst coming out. It was disgustingly rough. to try to deal with. Jay Beto, who do you think won the MVP for this game?
I mean, Shanks did a lot of damage. His fights are great. I think that that's an option. I think that
Unsung
Tarzan...
hero of that game. We didn't talk too much
Yeah.
about him.
We didn't
But,
really talk
you know,
a ton about Shanks.
He sits back
Sometimes-
there. He's Victor. He sits back, he fires
Yeah.
lasers and calls it a day.
Exactly. And I think sometimes that's why the MVP vote can be a little bit fake for mid lane. Like, oh yeah, he did so much damage. It's Victor, guys. Like, he has AoE ult. This is a base take. Kyle on the Nico. I think... I don't know if this was my vote. I think there were a few too many ones that, like, the ults weren't perfect, but Kyle or Tarzan would have been my vote. Kyle getting his 7th MVP of the split.
Yep, I'm with you. I think I would have went with Tarzan, but now that puts Kyle with the second most player of the games, alone in second, just
like to
one
see the
behind
votes.
Knight. I would too, actually. I really want to know what this breakdown looks like. I would hesitate to believe that this is unanimous. It is not. They
No
gave
Tarzan
a lot to the
votes.
volley. No Tarzan votes. I mean, I thought Tarzan ran that early game, Jay Beto, but
Yeah.
I guess the voters thought otherwise. Well, you and I will have to go and I guess rewatch the tape and see if we were truly right or if we were clearly missing something. So we're going to go ahead and take this last break of the evening. And when we return, the final game in this best of 3 series, anyone's legend looking to cement themselves as the top team in the league, and Weibo Gaming looking to avoid Knight's Road. We'll see you after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast, where we're getting ready for a final game of the night. Weibo Gaming, Anyone's Legend, 1 game apiece. Listen, credit to Weibo, already better than their last meeting with AL, where they were swiftly 0-2'd. Again, as mentioned before, these are some of our hotter teams in the league right now. AL looking to make it 6 straight match wins. Weibo Gaming looking for a win here to be 4-1 in their last 5. Both very, very impressive runs from these teams that did not get off on the right foot.
Yeah, going into playoffs with either of those would be nice, but unfortunately only one of these teams can continue the streak forward. And I believe both of these teams have one more match left as well. So there is still some to be played to continue a streak on, at least. Yeah, AL and BLG and Weibo IG are both the last matches of the split. So that'll be really fun to see. But as we approach our draft here, Yanni, it is Game 3. And our Game 3s have been getting a bit spicy. I mean, I think we saw like Ezreal, Karma, some Zoe rising up. That was a comp that teams have been playing. She's very interesting. But, I mean, Azir, Talia are still in the rotation here.
Yeah, we've seen Azir banned a lot. I would really like to see a Talia Vi combo coming out of Weibo.
Yeah.
It just would feel right for these guys. I think you need that strong mid-jungle duo to really lean on this early game, because again, you've shown in Game 2 that if you go late game carry, but you're not able to push the pace in the early game with your top side, you're not able to have that impact, you are not going to win against a top team like Anyone's Legend. They are going to fight you everywhere, they are going to beat you everywhere, and they're going to have an over 10,000 gold lead, and the game is going to be put out of reach early, J-Beto.
And we're in. Bard ban. We talked about that a little bit at the beginning of our set, Yanni. Now popping up in the bans here. The Malphite instantly banned. No Silas to bait that out. The Renekton's banned away as well. I mean, this Jace champion is getting nerfed, so I assume we're going to see a little bit less of it in the jungle. The clear isn't as fast, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Prio just stayed up once people have been practicing it and it looks really strong in the hands of some of our players. Maybe it stays banned a little bit longer. Azir is still up. Will Azir be banned? If so, Varus is available this time around. So one of them will be up and Weibo will have first pick. You could leave them both open and AL will. So
Smart.
Which one are Weibo taking?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I don't think that Shahu has had a particularly great run on the Azir, so I'm with the Varus here. Give it over to Elk. Not going to be that late game scaler that we're looking for, but that early game impact. Side note, we have seen Zika not play a tank today. Who knows? Maybe he brings it out in the top lane. We've seen Hoya do it down over in Perseverance.
I think we have to. Cassante, Ornn are still up. Rek'Sai is up, but no Renekton. Like, you could go Jax, but Zehen, I don't know. I really would love... I know people might disagree. I would like Cassante Ornn this game. Like, I would like some tank topsides with the amount of damage and carry potential that is coming out of the bot and mid of both these teams so far. The MF locked away here for some team fight potential. There's a lot of damage already on the table, and I would imagine that Elk is going to have to go Lethality Varus this game, just as of how the draft is going already. Nocturne swept up by Weber, and Akali instantly.
I really
Silas
like
is
this. We're looking to cut vision here. You did
tell
good call out. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, but I do think that this is good. This is good by Weibo. Again, you just try to use vision tricks to beat out on AL. I think anytime that you could hide what you're looking to do, you can give your carry some extra safety. It'll be big. We're gonna see Rakan get locked in here. So we're looking for AL to pair up Kyle with some sort of dive buddy coming out of top or jungle.
And my mistake. The Azir is already picked. The Akali is into the Azir, of course. Means that the lane is really tough, but the side lane, Xiaohu can find Shanks either in a side lane, in a long lane, or roaming through the jungle. He would be able to solo kill Shanks out. So now, with the Rakan locked in, the Nautilus not available, no Poppy in the game either, as that was picked in game 1. So Rakan gets a lot more value here. The Renata ban is to protect away for the Rakans. I like this setup here. You could ban away like a Rel or a Leona. So that will be the option here. I mean, what's available here for Arha? I mean,
Seraphine,
Kako Braum.
honestly. I think Seraphine
That's
could
actually
do
not a bad call.
A lot of work because you can extend your ultimate through Nocturne. You can, you know, this Rakan gets to the back line. You force Misfortune to move. There's a lot of moving parts, but if your ultimates hit well, you're hitting some of these key targets. It looks good.
I like this. More initiation, more setup and damage around this Azir and the MF. I think that Elk was protected a lot last game, but if you can draft something that goes in onto Elk, we actually, this is, I'm going to wait. Nefiri? Nefiri.
Right.
I was going to talk about the fact that we haven't seen Sejuani in a while, but it is the Nefiri,
Mm.
so not as much CC. Not as much engage, a bit more poke, and the ability to go in, sure, but I think we really need something in the top side that has CC. A Jax would be great. A Cassante would be great for Flandra. You mentioned the Rek'Sai earlier, an option as well for this top side.
We see this Jhin hover.
Is it Varus top?
If it's Varus top, I mean, this will allow
It's
Flandra
Varus
to
top!
go pick it, and it is. Again, I saw the read, Jay Beto. I was like, Zika hasn't played a tank. You know what? He's just going to pick the Varus himself. Whoa. Okay. We're overcooking here. We're not locking that in. So this Jhin lock-in,
support with
I think
Jhin?
is quite interesting because now you get to leverage the Varus poke
Leona,
that you're going
right?
to have in some of these fights to land these roots with Jhin, and then you'll have good follow-up from there. I think we need something a little bit more CC to tie it together. I think this Leona's a good option.
This is the only thing that makes sense. Great with Jhin, stops the MF. What do you have? The Varus is blind. It was revealed here because AL have counterpick. Kennen, something ranged. You could go an Ornn or a Cassante for a weak side, but you get smashed. Especially if this is like the AP version of Varus top with the Dusk and Dawn, you get one shot. Sejuani
the classic
top.
Sedge top? That's a
Are we
Flandra
going
special.
Sedge top?
That's a
Oh
Flandra
my
special.
god, we are cooking!
Now, are we sure? Is it maybe Nefiri top? I don't know. We have no idea.
Surely not. Is it actually?
No way we're cooking this hard.
I'm gonna wait
Did
because
they
it's.
read?
I know the.
Did they read that was going to be Varus top? Or did they just decide, like, hey, Flandra said, I can have Nefiri, don't worry. I think... Jay Beto,
They have
I think
until
they're-
20
I think they're
seconds
setting
to
this
swap.
top.
We don't have the timer, but we have the little bar. Whenever 20 seconds is passed, it is going to be Nefiri top lane for Flandra in Game 3 against Varus top.
That's
Welcome to
crazy.
2026. Who said the meta was boring? If you said it was boring, you weren't here. I was here where Flandra picked Nefiri top against Varus top in the LPL.
Dude, imagine going back in time to, like, I don't know, even like 3 or 4 years ago, and just telling someone, yeah, in the LPL, in like a game that determines if a team is going to go to playoffs, we're seeing them pick Varus top. Oh, wow, I guess they picked it into a tank, or what did they pick on the other side? Oh, yeah, they decided to pick Nefiri up there. Like, what? That is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen Flandra play this champion before. I think this
Has
is
there ever been a
first
global
for-
Nefiri top?
That's
like-
a great question.
If one of our stats here, if anyone in the staff is listening and has time to look that up, can someone please find, like, go to goal.gg and tell us, has there ever been a Nefiri top in Tier 1 Pro? Yeni, Game 3 West Arden.
This is crazy. All right, so we've gotten the inside info that he has been practicing the Nefiri top a little bit, so we'll have to see. Here comes to fruition. The Gyos reigning true.
All right, let me have a look. Our lovely producer, shout out Ice Fire, has linked us like an op.gg of Flandra playing Nefiri top a few times here.
He's 2-1.
He goes full lethality too. Full lethality Nefiri.
With
Actually,
Ignite,
this game he's got
typically, and he's got
Zeke's
Ignite.
convergence. What is happening?
Wait, he did build Zeke's in that game. What the? This guy just
Sometimes
loves Zeke's.
Bastion Breaker. Yeah, Bastion Breaker one game here. full lethality one game, and this one has an Axiom Arc and Ziggs Convergence. My man wanted to ult. Look, I don't know what we're going to be playing. I can't read this, but I'm assuming that says the first
I think
ever.
that says the first, yes. Usually they have a record next to it, or they have a player that the last player to play it. So we'll see how this shakes out. All of a sudden, this top lane has been thrown in some insane flux here. I do think it's going to be hard for Flandre to kind of try and get these solo kills, but I imagine that side laning later on in the game is going to be really scary for Zika, and he is a guy that has been exposable.
Looks like here we are being told that this is the first ever Nefiri top in Tier 1. I'll have to make sure we get that confirmed, but I would imagine that is the case. I do now get to talk about the fact that we haven't been seeing Sejuani a ton. The champion's really fun. It's really great. I haven't seen it for a long while. This is an all-in.
Oh, the dogs are barking. Taking Zika down to half HP.
I mean, this Varus has TP and Flash. So no cleanse when Tarzan hits level 6. If that happens before this Flash comes back up, Zika is very, very volatile in this top lane.
Get him, Xiaohu. Looking to get that last
Good trade.
Q off there. Yeah, looking pretty good for him so far into the melee versus range. Got to be feeling good if you're Zhao.
I wonder how... Okay, so it's the first in the LPL, second of all time Nefiri top in Tier 1, which is insane. We're making records here in 2026. Who would have thought there was still stuff to be played from champions who had been in the game for a while, but Flandre has been cooking in the lab this Nefiri top, and he feels like this is the game to bring it up. Maybe this is a thing that, you know, when certain conditions are met, we are diving. No flash on Varus. We're diving here.
JJ is
sprinting
up to this top side. Just trying to protect his top laner. It looks like that recall will go through. This will delay JJ just a little bit. And anything that you can do to kind of slow down the Nocturne from hitting level 6 is wise. We're seeing engage in the bot lane. Hope gets stunned up. He's going to be forced to cleanse. We're seeing Elk and Arha do some solid damage.
Now cleanse forced out of her. Both our AD carries here have cleanse for the amount of CC that's in this game, and Hope losing his means that at level 6 again, but this time for Weibo there is an option, a hole to poke into in the bot side. MF is pretty susceptible to the Nocturne ganks as well, but man, I just want to camera lock me top. I just want to see how this matchup, like Varus Nefiri top is what we're getting here. What a matchup. I would imagine that the poke from Nefiri is really nice into Varus, but if Zika can hit the ult, even then actually, I'm trying to figure out this matchup in my head as this game goes. Like if Nefiri holds W, and this is an AP Varus variant, which PTA tells me it is, normally that's how the build goes. Even if you hit by Chains of Corruption, if you just W the Q, you'll never hit with enough damage from Zika to actually die.
Jay Beto, you're an AD carry player, as you said earlier, right? If you were playing Varus, would you be happy to play against an Nefiri, yes or no?
I mean, I would never play in Varus top because I'm not a range top abuser. But I know, I just had to clarify.
Yeah,
no,
I didn't say top. I just said overall.
No, look, normally, Annie, the reason I say that is because I'm normally babysat by my support. I'll be honest about my AD carry. You know, I like having a support with me. I wouldn't be that fussed if I had a support with me, but this looks scary.
There's going to be support on the top side. The Hound's pursuit. Tarzan coming in over the top. It's first blood for Flandre.
Yeah, Zika not happy with that one. You hope that this was a trump card. You had something up your sleeve, this Varus top, that it looked like it was Varus bot.
Oh, look at Flandre.
What the heck just happened? That is... I'm sorry. That is... that is unacceptable. Yeah, that is unacceptable. What happened? How? He's dead. You can't have aggro.
Oh, Emperor's Divide, but a nice dodge there from Xiaohu. Trying to get locked up. We'll have to use his perfect execution away. So gank attempt foil.
Well, yeah, Zika without the babysitting of his support. Like, what I was going to say is, you think that this is a really nice, you know, bait and switch But then Flandra comes out with a Neferi. Does he just walk in and, like, what happens? Brother. He has flash. Just flash.
I guess he thought
The
maybe
kill
he
means
was gonna
nothing
get
anymore.
executed. I guess he thought he was going to get executed at that point.
Maybe. Okay. Fair play to Flandre if that's what he thought. Like, oh, my bad. Okay. I want to keep flash up, but maybe he thought that too. Okay. Unlucky. Unlucky. Unlucky
I don't know if that's what I thought.
from Flandre. But you can't have that happen because you just got a kill against Zika. You were up a bunch of gold. You shoved in the wave. You were going to get a plate. Now Zika's back in control of the lane. He has the gold lead again.
Now, for how long, right? I mean, I do think that Flandre can really win 1v1s fairly easily. Again, this is a champion that is a little squishy. Arha looking to go in on Hope. Good flash from Elk there. Fourth shots abound. And Hope has realized that he is dead. Elk getting the kill.
Look at the cleanse timer too on Hope. Arha doesn't have level 6, so they know we have to make the punish now. As that cleanse, it's 10 seconds away right now before the cleanse comes back up. The punish from Weibo comes in. The all-in is great. They find a window. And for the top side, I mean, Zika has tank boots, so the trades are going to be a lot harder for Flandre to find massive positives out of. And he has flash up again. So even if they go for another play...
Oh!
Yeah, there's the W interaction that I was talking about. But here comes the paranoia. Maybe Zheje will be spotted out on the ward and decide not to go for it. Flandre has flash available, but this wave is going to be pushed in. Grubs will be started up by Weibo as looks like Arha has rotated up.
Oh, JJ going to be targeted out with the Hound's Pursuit, turns the lights off. Where's he going to go? Or are they just going to try to turn around Arha with a great roam? And they will turn it on to Flandre's head. But here comes Kael trying to save the day. Knockup is there, but JJ wants to get back in this fight. Good kiting from Zika as he's found the double kill. And Kael's going to get feared. That's a triple kill for the Weibo Gaming top laner.
The game has been completely flipped on its head. AL feel very unsure. 2 will miss. Okay, I don't think he knew where Hope was going. No vision there, obviously. But yeah, that looked a bit goofy.
Did you see him
But
pop the emote? Oh, it's such a good emote.
He wasn't happy with that one. But for AL, the flub from Flandre and the top side. But look at this. So the anti-synergy from Flandre and Tarzan. It looks like Tarzan wants to go away, but Flandre says, no, go back in. And then the stun doesn't happen onto Zheje. And then a really nice combo on the Flandre from Arha. It's all over the place from AL right now, Yenny.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great room from Arha. He just got there first, and I think that was the big difference maker in that fight. And now we're going to see a game where Zika gets a ton of resources. He's really far ahead. He is going to have to be the one who is driving this team forward in these team fights with this damage. Up 1.7k gold. We've got a minute until the next dragon is up. But right now, Weibo Gaming are got to be feeling good right now. The impact has been made with that first Nocturne ultimate. Tarzan hasn't been able to do much outside that one top gank.
And what's the gold lead for Zika? We haven't seen it. 1.2k. After that start where Zika goes down, he has no flash. Flandre gets the potential to get some plates. It's that mistake where he dies into that triple kill. And now Zika has 1,000 gold up on Flandre. I wish we could stop seeing these graphics so I could see what items Zika has, because I think that's really important. My friend actually did spend all money on getting rolls for that, and it took him 80 rolls to get the skin. So big ups to that.
Max Pity.
Max win over here. But Zika's building into the Dusk and Dawn. I love this cover from Arha. Weibo know the only way that AL take their fights in this early game is by shutting down the Varus top. It is a beautiful cover. It's face up by Arha. He's standing in the middle of the wave saying, no, you're not allowed to do this. This is more what I like. I'm much happier. Yanni, you asked me earlier. Much happier. Up 1,000 gold on Varus against Neferi with my support doing this.
Yeah, and my jungler too. They're looking for the reverse. And Flandre is left alone on an island. He does have his flash available as well, but he might just go down with the ship here. There's that W, trying to get away, flashes the Zenith Blade. Now Tarzan looking for the turnaround here. Now they're going to target out JJ here. JJ trying to escape, great solar flare. JJ down to half, there's that Chains of Corruption on top of it as well. It's a big stun. Here comes Shanks, but the lights are out. You can't see anything. Great Emperor's Divine. He finds him through the blindness, but JJ goes back in and Xiaohu is ready to join the party. 3v3, but these health bars are starting to get chunked out. Xiaohu says, I want more. I have shown up to the fight. Still has that perfect execution, but he won't be able to use it.
Well, how the matchup goes, Yenny, for Nefiri, Varus in the top lane is everyone paths top all game, and we fight non-stop to get gold on both members. Both first items have been finished. It's the Eclipse from Flandra and the Dusk and Dawn, this new item that has made this build a reality and has pushed AP Varus top not into the meta, but into the conversation. I know that in solo queue,
this is definitely into the meta, brother. We have seen enough.
It's one
Varus out
game.
now. What do you mean it's one game? Hoya has played so much of it already.
And Hoya is 100% dictating all the meta as well.
Listen, that guy might be an all-pro down in Perseverance.
This is the first game in Group Ascend, but it's dominating. It's dominating solo queue. It's being nerfed this Varus champion because of its presence in pro play as well as this build, and we are seeing it bleed through into a few games of top lane, I will say, and the Nefiri top is an answer, I guess, but I'm not sure. With this gold discrepancy, Zika at this part, like Tarzan is just saying, we give two dragons. It's Hex Dragon and Infernal Dragon. I'm giving them so that we can go back topside and look for more.
You're gonna go help out, get this dragon done a little bit faster. The second dragon of the game going over to Weibo here at around the 13.5-minute mark. Very, very important to get those dragons as early as you can.
Another cover from Arha here. After the Scryer's Bloom was procced. Goodness. Arha and JJ both come up to the top side, but Tarzan, I really thought he was going to do something in top, but no. It's just AL letting Zika have this lane, and Weibo continue to cover two dragons. It's a Chemtech Soul. Not the most valued this game. It will make Arha very tanky, and Zika and Xiaohu and Elk won't, die as quickly, but it's not an Infernal Soul, not a Cloud Soul, not a Hextech Soul. Ones that would have made this AP Varus top very, very scary. More than he already is. 1.5k gold. I will say, this is a game that Zika kind of needs to pop off on. The AP Varus build, the way that it works is you ult someone, you get 3 stacks of passive on them, and they get one shot. But that's all the damage you have. You have a little bit of play with the attack speed from Dusk and Dawn, and maybe if he's going to go like a Nash's later. Not sure what the build is completely.
Hold on.
Shanks finds an
ult.
ult.
Onto Xiaohu here. Tarzan was nearby. Perfect execution. Will not get him out. It is a kill for Shanks. We have 7 seconds until the Rift Herald, and it does not look like Weibo is in position for this. So they will not be able to punish on the other side of the map.
Both supports just constantly covering this top side.
Oh, yeah. Arha can find himself in a bit of a tricky scenario. Hold on. Hope might be in trouble. Here's the curtain call with the bullet time in response. We've seen something very similar to this a little while ago. Shanks gonna go right after JJ here. He's got that big attack speed because the Bandle
That's a lot of damage.
The Bandle Pipes was built by Tarzan, so anytime you're near him, you're gonna get that buff.
Yeah, the Sejuani hasn't been played a ton, so haven't really seen her new builds. Bandle Pipes and this Protoplasm Harness, I think that's what the name is.
Yep.
Really nice juke there from Hope in the mid lane, but Zika is turned this lane into a bit of a kingdom here. Alk will visit up, sorry, Alk, Kyle will visit up to the top lane here. Alk is definitely not visiting up to the top lane right now. He is probably watching, maybe asleep. Kyle will not go for the gank, unfortunately.
You might have
for
just
AL.
scared him.
I think that Weibo are in a great position here. I mean, Shanks has a ton of gold on this Azir. Finishes the Nashes, but If Zika, like Zika will, he's going Nashes now too, so he will one-shot anybody with this build later on, and he has a decent amount of attack speed to actually hit in the fights too.
That's true. He does need to step up, though. This is his game to carry. Again, we have noted that the solo laners of Weibo have not been up to par compared to the rest of the team. I think JJ, Elk, and Arha have played much better over the course of the season so far. So this has to be the game for Zika. Teleport coming in. Flandra wants to show up to this fight. 5,000 HP on this Rift Herald. Weibo Gaming getting stuck in the pit. More teleports coming in. Now our mid laners are going to join the party. JJ still has that Paranoia. We're going to go in. Paranoia is up, but it's already too late. They've already found their members. JJ trying to get to this backline. Does a lot of damage. Just Kyle is dead. Elk trying to run from Flandra, but Flandra will run him down as the carries of Weibo will run down the AL mid laner. Curtain call coming out. 1 shot, 2 shot, and Flandra will fall. Xiaohu is the one picking him up. It's a 4-for-1. Weibo Gaming win the fight.
The team fight isn't actually about this Varus and this Nefiri at all. It's the dive from Weibo. It's so fast, and there is a ton of damage from the Paranoia from JJ, the dive from Xiaohu, and from Arha too. So Kyle is actually the one who goes in first here. Great knock-up, but there's not enough damage, right? Xiaohu doesn't get hit by the shuffle, so it's only this support that dies. And then there is so much damage coming in from Elk on the side here, Xiaohu and JJ on the front side. Zika doesn't really do anything. He's zoned away by Sejuani, but the dive is so well played, and AL fall apart.
Great coordination there from JJ and Xiaohu, immediately recognizing we must kill Shanks. I really thought that fight was not going to go as well as it did for Weibo Gaming, especially after the start that AL had through the Paranoia. But AL down, not quite out. They want to go fight over this dragon. It's going to be a Chemtech Soul for this game. Ara immediately going to be the target. Good chunks coming out. He's going to eat a lot of these ultimates, flashing out, slowing up Flandra as Zika continues to hold the front line, keeping them away for the moment. 3,000 HP and still dropping. Tarzan once in, Paranoia used. Xiaohu looking to get to this backline. Charm is out, but look at all the damage. He's just dead, and now it's time to go in Emperor's Divide just to keep him away, and he will be denied. Arha false, but Xiaohu is looking to clean things up. Shanks is low, and you can't be protected for that long as the shots ring true. It's a double kill for Zika.
Yanni, I think the game is just done. We're Chemtech Soul point, 5,000 gold in the lead, and this is not a game where, oh, the 5,000 gold is a bit, you know, oh, it doesn't really matter. The fights don't look even remotely close. AL have no chance in here in these fights. They can't channel bullet time. Shanks can't do anything in these fights either. The Akali pick is doing so much work on the front line. Xiaohu is diving in, so aggressive. AL are late here. They get chunked on the front line. It doesn't matter that Arha's late. Oh, sorry, chunked here. It doesn't matter that he's low. He repositions here. And after the dragon is secured, look at how low Tarzan is. So immediately, Xiaohu goes in. And Kyle can't do anything with this engage. It hits onto Arha, he's gone. And then both JJ and Xiaohu just send it into the backline, and the chase is on. There is too much damage on Weibo.
The biggest concern for me, Flandra wasn't able to do anything in that fight. When you get behind on a tank or, you know, one of these champions that he typically likes to play that is to make an impact in these fights, that you can at least go in, maybe get in a little bit of damage, but try to get your CC down. Your only job as the Nefiri is to assassinate people, and he had a big fat 0 in the damage department for that fight, was doing cardio, just running back and forth. There was no way in.
In these team fights as well, hang on, hold that thought. Blue buff has been stolen away. Oh, sorry, actually it was secured by Weibo, not stolen away. So
blast plan out. Arha says, hey, we're not going to let them go that easily. Tarzan's going to be the one to get engaged on. Paranoia is out. It looks like Tarzan on the front line will fall. Or have Kyle getting charmed up here, trying to get to that back line, but he's dead. Now, bullet time coming through. Xiaohu very low, gets shut down by Flandra.
it's a good kill, and we'll put some gold in this Nefiri's pockets, but Weibo don't feel like they got enough. They use the Herald in bot, and it will net them this bot lane turret as well as at least a charge on this tier 2. So more plates going over to Weibo.
Emperor's Divide coming out, just trying to hold the line
The
here.
full tower too.
As upright as he can. This turret, it's going down slow. You don't have any more minions left, but they will squeeze all the toothpaste out of the tube. Meanwhile, Hope picking one up here in the mid lane, but he's commanding 6,000 gold lead, nearing the 22-minute mark for Weibo Gaming.
And in these team fights, Yanni, okay, maybe the Neferi is good in lane against the Varus, but look at these items. Zika has tank boots, which is really nice against the auto attackers from AL. And he's got the double like on-hit Varus, like this AP on-hit version, right? The Dusk and Dawn and the Nash is going into a Seekers to protect him from the engage. Flandre has an Eclipse, and that's it. He does nowhere near as much in these team fights. If he was really far ahead, again, if they didn't mess up around that, if Flandre didn't die to the turret and then subsequently give Zika a triple kill, the lane might have been a bit more winning from Flandre, and he'd be able to build his own gold lead up, continuously dive Zika, put him behind. But now, it doesn't matter how good the matchup might have been. Black Cleaver and Eclipse, he's finished 2 items, but I really don't see it.
You know, Top Esports is cursing Flandre's name right now. Why did you pick Neferi top? As Top Esports are watching at home, seeing their hopes of getting top 4 slipping away. Remember, if Weibo Gaming wins this series, they lock themselves to that top 4. They get to avoid Knight's Road. AL, they're just trying to hang on and secure that #1 seed, and this makes it a little bit harder for them to be able to do so. So there is still a lot for them to play for. They have not looked like the team that we expected today. I think that Game 1 win was a good indication of they might not have been on their A game today.
And they really haven't shown up to this full series, Yanni. This Chemtech Soul is up. They've got flashes across the board, but AL have been struggling against the dive from Weibo. If they're not quick enough here, the Dragon will simply be gone. This might just be a repeat of the last Dragon, though.
All right, we'll see what happens. Weibo Gaming are a little split here. A little time coming across. They're still split. Paranoia's out. Arha
There's just
chunked
no
out.
damage.
Everybody's still pretty healthy on AL. Flandre going in, but he can't get to Arha. He finally does. Zika's on the backside. He's got to flash out of there, and he goes up just a little bit too far. And now it's a 4v3. Weibo Gaming have to run for the hills. They lost the Dragon, and they're losing the fight right now. Hope flashing forward, puts himself on the other side, gives his life for it, but it's Xiaohu against 3. Desperately trying to get back to the turret. They dive him and get the job done. That is an ace for anyone's legend. TES can rejoice at home.
An unreal fight from AL. Tarzan steals the Dragon. Zika is killed instantly. And Flandre, I was not familiar with your game. He zones everybody away from this fight. This looks terrible to start with. It looks exactly the same as the last one. There's just no damage. But Flandre goes in with his ulti on the Arha and provides infinite space for his team. JJ Smite so early, but Flandre is winning 1v4 here. The Neferi does so much work. Zika is caught and dies, and then AL on the chase. 1,000 gold to Hope. AL say not yet.
As Zika was just completely split off. He had flash available to try to flash over that thick wall to rejoin his team in the river, but elected to stand and fight where he was, and then he burns his flash anyway. So it is a critical mistake, and as mentioned, Hope cashes in for it. He's up 2,000 gold now, and the gold differential is less than 1,000. In the blink of an eye, anyone's legend can just go back and lock in to being the best team in the league. All it takes is one fight, and this team can turn anything, Jay Beto.
And Hope has GA as well. It's a massive team fighting tool now. AL probably won't be able to get Soul, but if they can keep denying Weibo from getting the Soul, they do have a ton of late game scaling with this Azir. I am so shocked at how much Flandra did in that fight. Winning 1v4, getting a kill, providing that much space, and Zika got caught. He has no flash. Weibo are starting the Baron. They do a lot of damage with this AP. Varus, AL need to get in.
They have no idea that they're on vision right now because that ward was placed outside of the pit. AL is very well aware that this is going on. Shanks has joined the team. Xiaohu is completely cut off right now as Weibo Gaming have to pull off. Now Shanks is going to attack Xiaohu, forces him away once again. And anyone's legend have control of Weibo's topside jungle.
And the full vision control as well. All AL need to do is go back into the pit to sweep out some of those pink wards in, and it looks like Flandra is doing that. The gold lead in jungle is completely irrelevant. Sejuani has 3 items, and they're important team fighting items. That's it. And Nocturne is not a team fight scaler. It doesn't matter that he's up 1.2k gold. In fact, he's going GA, sure, but these items are more expensive, so Tarzan has the item advantage. It's all on Zika with this gold lead. He has the Zhonya's completed. He has these 2 AP fighter items, the Dusk and Dawn alongside the Nash's Tooth as well. Weibo fully giving control of Baron to set up around the dragon, but AL spot that out, and they threaten a Baron of their own. There is a ward there in the river, so Weibo know that this is not an option just yet for AL. It is a fake, and AL are simply hiding in the shadows.
Minute and 15 seconds until this dragon is up. You know Weibo want to get it, secure that soul because of the way that these fights have gone. That extra power you'll get is pretty big. Tarzan coming through, sees Arha go over the wall. Arha trying to escape. They're going to tag him up, stun him up. You know Hope's got a lot of damage too. Bullet time coming in over the top, and Arha can't escape. Lights are out, and who's home? They're going to try to get on top of the AD carry, but JJ's got to find his way out. Meanwhile, Xiaohu gets the backside. Empress Divine. Zika's down. Elk is on the backside, and so is Xiaohu. They're split off. Weibo Gaming can't link up. Guess who's going down? It's JJ, and it's another ace for AL. All the way back, and they're shoving in to maybe end the game.
AL with the 2026 tower changes, Yanni, I don't think it's possible because of how tanky these turrets are. But AL pull it back. I want to say I have to imagine what Hope did was intentional. He gets hit by the Chains of Corruption and doesn't cleanse. He waits until Zika fires the arrow, then he cleanses and dodges it because he knows where it's going. So it's a catch, first of all, onto Arha. Look, he takes and then he cleanses and moves up as the arrow comes out. And that's all of Zika's damage. He goes into Zhonya's, he's still not hitting, and then he's instantly killed as Shanks goes in here with the Emperor's Divide. AL have pulled this game back. There was one fight where Weibo can't get it done. The 4th shot doesn't even break through Hope's GA. Baron has been taken by AL, but the soul is on the board from Weibo, and it's going down fast.
Here's Tarzan. He's in the back of the pit right now. They're trying to make a fast play. They're going to go after Tarzan. Big knockup on the front side. Look who's on the back side. It's Flandra. And now he's looking for Zika next. Dragon is secured by Weibo, but I'm not sure it's enough. They don't have the health bars. Arha's on the bottom side, dying to Flandra. The only man left standing is Zika.
Nefiri top does so much. Oh my goodness. One-shots this Jhin, and Zika can't do anything but watch. He will die, and Weibo will only get the dragon. AL as 5 lose the soul, but they'll win the series and deny Weibo access to playoffs just yet.
What a bag fumble by Weibo Gaming. AL just turned it on and ran them over in the last few fights. 21 kills to 20, a 30.5-minute affair. And what an awesome series this was, Jay Beto. A 2-1 AL win. Somehow, some way, despite everything, it's still AL.
Flandra played so well after that abysmal start. He gets the solo, not the solo kill, gets the kill, dies to the tower, dies to a triple kill, gives Zika 1.5k gold, Zika ends up being 3,000 gold up. It looks so over. It's Chemtech Soul Point and the one fight. Tarzan steals the Drake and Flandra zones so much away. In all of those fights, he just bid his time and waited. The Nefiri top did so much work.
I mean, it did. Like, later on in the game, obviously early on, it was not good. He was, I think, 1-4-1 at one point. He finished the game, I think, 6-5-6 or something like that, Jay Beto. Like, it was a really strong comeback. And, you know, if you could point to one moment in this game where Weibo lost it, it was the positioning of Zika in that dragon fight. That dragon fight where they were split against the wall.
Yeah.
It was 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Anyone's Legend came together as a cohesive unit, and that's where they were able to turn the game around. Weibo Gaming had it in their clutches, but breathe life into top esports. Their ears perk up and they go, we have a shot. We can get to the top half.
Yeah. That is a massive important part. I think top esports play against JDG.
Yes, they do tomorrow.
So it is an uphill battle, but Weibo were this close from making playoffs, from making top 4, from locking that in, and they can't get it done. AL, again, an iffy early game. Their game 2 was great, but they haven't looked too much like themselves in this series, but they pull it back with some great team fighting. This team fights incredibly well. They did that in 2025. They continue to do so this year, but I'm not going to lie. When I knew I was going to do this cast this morning, I did not know we were going to be getting a Game 3 Nefiri versus Varus, but my expectations are up here, team, so I'm going to need to continue to hit that, please. That was incredibly exciting.
That was so awesome. I mean, it's so weird how that game went, right? You just had this large lead for Zika, and he wasn't able to convert it. And again, this is a scenario that we've talked about where Weibo Gaming solo laners haven't quite lived up to the rest of the team. I think a big reason why this team are where they are in their standings and why they're looking to be the last ones to get in are because of that. And, you know, this has to be a game that Zika's really going to want back. And for Weibo Gaming as a whole, it almost feels like you are forced every game to make it the Elk Show.
And, I mean, Jin had a ton of gold this game, right? After that fight, Hope got 1,000 gold by getting that flash last hit kill onto Elk. I feel like game 1 is on the Kai side. It's incredible. Game 2 is doable on the Sivir, but the Jin is not enough of a hyper carry. We invested all of our tools in draft into Zika in the top lane, and Elk is on a supportive AD carry. Maybe it would have been a better choice to give Elk the Varus, but at the end of the day, Weibo had that game. They were in control, and they dropped it.
Fumbled the bag, Jay Beto. They really did. All right, Jay Beto. Who's your MVP for this game? Because I don't even know who to give it to at this point.
I think it's Flandra.
I think so too, but I mean,
Shanks played incredibly well.
Yeah.
He does go under the radar a lot.
Hope later on in that game was
That's
great.
true. I think like when judging what makes an MVP for me is like impact in the game, not just like in crucial moments impact. So I think that fight around the dragon, the 2 back-to-back fights, the one where AL get their gold back in is all on Flandra playing so well in that 1v4 dive. And then again,
look at the
it's so good.
spread. This is the closest I think I've ever seen. A literal 1 assist difference between these teams.
That's pretty nuts. The objectives, like, look at that gold graph.
That's the most LPL gold graph of all time.
I don't know what's happening in this season, but I'm serious when I say it doesn't feel like gold is real. I feel like the gold advantage is not there as much as it was. Sure, it is on Weibo to throw that game, but the fact that they are Chemtech Soul Point, like 6,000 gold in the lead, and that's not over is ridiculous. For a lot of this game, looked so tough to play for AL. The dive was really good for Weibo, AL didn't really have enough damage. The Nefiri was so useless through like 20 minutes of this game. And then there was a switch that got flicked. Flandre hit 3 items, and that was it. He did so much damage, and Nefiri had scaled to a great point, and he was doing infinite work for his team.
All right, guys, time for me to show you why I picked this. Here's this fight. I mean, just take a
This
look
is
at
the first
Sika
one.
up here. He's just
Yeah,
completely split off. He can't ever link
Yeah.
up.
So they know, like, AL make 3 calls at once, which is insane how good this team is. Flandre goes in, Tarzan commits to the steal, and the rest of AL commit to Zika. 3 moving parts happen at the same time, and it works so well for them, and Weibo are not prepared for it. This is the time where Hope gets that 1,000 gold, and AL pull themselves back entirely in the gold. I really hope we get to see this last fight as well, where Flandre just goes in and basically 1v1 kills. I'm pretty sure it's Elk. We get this one as well, where Hope does this step on the cleanse, which is really, really cute. But AL just team fight better at the end of the day. When all is done and the cards are dealt, AL is a much superior team at team fighting.
Flandre's creativity hasn't really been on display as much this year as it has in years past, and
Look at this.
in this game, it ends up working out. The early game was ugly.
What?
Judge me not on my early game, but the way I dive the back line as Nefiri top lane, as that is, Flandre just ate these guys alive, and that was the final fight. After that, you knew once Flandre got back there, blew him up, that it was like, yeah, I think AL's winning this one.
Yeah,
I can't
I
believe this
agree.
worked.
I agree. I would be laughing too. But it's like, what is happening in this game? It's Varus versus Nefiri. I wasn't sure about the Nefiri first in the LPL, and take a look at our standings here, Yanni. AL 7-2 +8 in their plus and minus score, and Weibo still haven't made it in.
Oh, they have not. So BLG and AL will have a big determining factor for the final day of the season. AL currently sitting at 16-8 in games. So again, as you saw in there, +2. So this does mean that the final day of the season will determine that first seed. That'll be a very, very exciting one there, Jay Beto. Jay Beto, I do not know who is going to get player of the game or player of the match or anything like that, but I do know that I'd like to take this time to thank our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung, because their pledged financial contributions help level up our broadcast and give back to the casting crew who's trying to give you an English LPL product every single day. We have more action going on tomorrow. So we've got NIP versus Thunder Talk for the first game of the day, covered by K-Man and Gordo. You know, Thunder Talk trying to get their first win, right? Like, hopefully they'll be able to push it across the finish line. But the nightcap, the second game, that's the one you want to watch out for. That's JDG versus Top Esports. It'll be covered by Bloxer and Dia. That's the big determining factor. If JDG wins, then Weibo Gaming, they can rest easy. They'll feel pretty good about themselves. Obviously, it's not. I don't know how cooked it would be. No, Top Esports would be 3-7. That would mean that Weibo Gaming is guaranteed in. So we'll see if Top Esports can pull it together versus JDG. Jay Beto, any initial thoughts on that series?
I think I'd have to double check with this, but if Top Esports win, then Weibo would have to, if they lose their series against IG, I believe that, I don't know who's in there, but is there a tiebreaker game after that? That would be very close, but my thoughts are that these matches for Group Ascend are incredibly close. We've got this one match remaining for Group Ascend tomorrow, and then the last day is 2 back-to-back Ascend games, with the final day being AL BLG to try to determine who's first seed. I believe first seed is not guaranteed locked in yet. I could be wrong with that AL win. So that's an important series to look out for as well. We've got a lot of banger days coming up. Then we've got play-ins. Then we've got playoffs. There's going to be a lot of LPL around. I'm excited.
I am too. Our last day of the season on Friday could be an absolute banger of a show. But you know what was an absolute banger of a show? This one, Jay Beto. And we have multiple people to thank for that. First of all, we want to thank our boys Quacks and Slayer for coming in for the first game. I want to thank you, Jay Beto. I want to thank Ice from behind the glass and the entire rest of the LPL English family. We want to thank you all so much for watching with us here today. We hope to see you tomorrow for some more LPL action.